the worst one you've ever heard? That's a good question, son.
The Gemara says, what do you mean? How can you say no one ever saw Eden? Adam, Arishon lived in Eden. Then Tomar, Gan who Eden. Well, maybe you say Gan is a sin because Eden. I went
2.7 seconds on a ball named Fu Manchu.
Gan Eden are two different things.
Really?
Gan Eden.
Yeah, I did. Who's to say I didn't? They'd be like, where's your video evidence of it? Maybe I just meant in a song. Maybe it's like the Chabad birthing of Adam and Eve. Maybe it's just metaphorical, bitch. What does that even mean?
One of the things, remember again, by saying
Nobody knows what it means. It's provocative. It gets the people going. Dumb. This is the worst.
One of those people was.
Really?
This person says Torah is not divine. This person says Torah is not from Hashem. Torah is not divine. Such a person does not have a portion in the world to come. I says the Gemara, so what does it mean? Torah is not divine.
Really? Yeah. What's that?
This
motherfucker just west sided me. Fuck you, little bitch. And what are you extremely disappointed? Battery technology? Publicly available battery technology? Why? It's the worst. I also don't understand why a cell phone can't work without a battery or a computer. If it's fucking plugged in, it should work. But it needs to be able to charge it. Stop. It doesn't need anything. Does it have power? Yes. Is it a computer? Yes. It doesn't need a battery. A battery can be additional, but that's nothing in comparison to storage space. Storage space is the worst. Really? It's absolutely terrible. What about Moore's Law? It's not really law. Not like this dick.
Even though such a person is Torah Meisim Torah,
I'm with Rocket Mountain climbing. I'm with 2.7 seconds on a bull named Fu Manchu. Come on, you little bitch.
Not only that, see, the person says the entire Torah is from Hashem, but one pasuk. Hashem didn't say this. This must have been Moshe who said this. This is also called degrading the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it doesn't have Moshe in the world to come.
Dude, this shit is sucking.
If a person says maybe the entire Torah is from Hashem, but this deal, this Ksir Shava, this Kal V'chomer, that is ultimately, again, degradation of the word of Hashem. And such a person forfeits his portion in the world to come. Tanya, Ramir says, this is beautiful. Ramir says, no, what does it mean? It means a person who learns Torah but doesn't teach it. This is a degradation of the word of Hashem. Shabbos says it's so beautiful, and we know this. The Torah we learn is not just for us. The Torah we learn is meant to be shared. And if a person learns it but doesn't share it,
2.7 seconds on a bull named Fu Manchu.
It's also, by the way, if you learn and you don't share, it means that Torah.
Come on.
Really feel the full excitement of Torah.
Why is this shit taking so long, son?
You want to share it with whoever you can. How do you know if Torah makes a true impact on you? If you learn it and you want to share it, if you learn it and you want to give it over to someone else, that means that Torah has done the Shema. If you hear it, you're like, oh, that's nice. No, that's nice. And you have no desire to share it, it means Torah's not having the full effect on who and what you are. Rabbi Nelson says as follows. Nelson says, Kol mi she'enu mashgiach ala mishnah. Rabbi Nelson Omer, Kol mi she'enu mashgiach ala mishnah. And Mary says, what's Devar Hashem? So what does that refer to? That refers to someone who is not careful with the interpretations of the Mishnah. Wow. What does it mean to degrade the word of Hashem? If you can learn Torah and you don't do it, that ultimately again is degrading the word of Hashem. That's incredible. You have the opportunity to do so. Failure to seize the opportunity to learn Torah is in and of itself a degradation of the Rosh Hashanah. This refers ultimately to the worship of idolatry. My Mashal, the time Yishmael, Ki Divar Hashem Bizal, Zeh HaMevazeh Dibur. This refers to one ultimately again who degrades the very word of the Ribono Shel Olam. Shnei Amar Lo, Shnei Amar Lo L'Moshe Misnei Anochi Hashem Elokecha Lo Yeh Lecha Elokim Achri Elohim Achri. Yeshua Megafah says, Chala Hazugawa was get ready for this. Get ready for it. Last two lines. Yeshua Megafah says, Chala Lo Mei Torah Ve'Eino Chol Yisrael Lo. If someone learns and doesn't review, the Gemara says, "Doma la'adam shezirei avinu konsen." This is beautiful. This refers to someone who ultimately, again, learning Seder. It's been a little schwach. I'm just going to say, I'm not adding anymore, but right, it's been a little bit. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh, non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for. Right, it was going good for a little bit of time, and then the last couple of days, it's really been needs a significant unfortunately in Hashanah. Right, so, I'm sorry. 5:43 started, but who's counting? If a 10-minute Seder is 7 minutes, there's something wrong. I'm just saying. I was like, well, why is it important? Even if maybe it's not 5:40 in the morning. I want to point out something. I think this is something that we have to take into account a bit. We live in such incredible times where there's such a proliferation of Torah, such a Torah, and like there literally is like more yonis than a person can keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. I will say, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes more is less. And a person sometimes has to just try to figure out, should I be doing more things, or perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are different. People learn differently, people absorb things differently. And I think a lot of times what is happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. So on a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff, but like what's mine? What's mine? And this is something that is left to contemplate for ourselves. So Rabbi Garcha says, and this is so proud, look what he says, if you learn and you don't chaz, you know what it's like? It's like planting but not harvesting. Planting but not harvesting. So you planted something beautiful, it's incredible. And mamish, like the produce, it's right there. It's sitting for you. But if I don't chazer, I don't harvest it, I don't reap it, I don't reap what I sowed. So it's interesting. Just some, again, different things work for us in learning, and different things work for us in looking. So everybody's got to find the right balance. For some of us, it's good. The energy of constantly moving forward on multiple fronts. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself in life. But I think at least to retain something, to chazer something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm having all of these beautiful things. And I will say, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful, personalistic, spiritual field is sprouting with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything is sitting in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not chazering. Because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to retain. Incredible. Rabbi Yeshua says, this is very intense, right? Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. And what is that? So the metaphor is meant to be shocking. And then ultimately, what is it saying? Is that when I learn Torah, we'll say the beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. But if I don't remember it, or I don't take the time to try to remember it, I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful Torah, it is trying to take the time to cultivate that beautiful young child, to appreciate him, to nurture him, to understand him, and to raise him as my own. Very profound. Rabbi Kiva says, on the base, this is beautiful. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Zemer v'chol yom, Zemer v'chol yom. Sing every day, sing every day. And listen, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, I am a Sagar in the day, Apapish, the city of the people, Zemer, who Yigrom the Pasha Taylor, the Olam above the Sinta Bishur. So we'll say, so again, it appears at first glance, Rabbi Akiva is continuing on the same theme. That literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Just like Muslim, everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. So the Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So in other words, once again, same idea. Ingrain yourself in your Torah, chazer your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. We'll say this also, we'll see. Well, let's finish up. I'm going to discuss Paradini, Micro, what's the pasuk? Nefesh amalam lolo, ki akapala piu, omo b'makom zeh, v'tovas amalas lolo makom. So it's quite beautiful. Nefesh amalam lolo, literally again, the soul toilets, it will toil for you. Ki akaf alav piu, for you have tethered your mouth to it. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, if you work on your Torah in this world, your Torah will work for you in the world to come. What a beautiful and incredible idea. If you put in the effort for your Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, if you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, okay, so I'll say, so quite beautiful. The idea over here is, if you put in the effort in your spirituality, in your Torah works on your behalf. When I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother that births the child, that creation takes care of it. Just like when a parent has a child, the parent takes care of the child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. And understand now my job is to nurture it. How do I nurture it? I learn it. I love it. I review it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It takes such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world. And ultimately, again, it takes care of me in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Torah Malaslo, Shemechazeres Alav, Umevakeshes Me'is Torah, Limsolo Kamli Torah V'Sidrab, Incredible. So in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazer. Because if I don't chazer in some way, to chazer something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like a song. In other words, again, which means your Torah should be pleasant, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah. If you take care of your Torah, ultimately, your Torah takes care of you, both in this world as well as next world. So there's also a really beautiful idea in this idea about Rabbi Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So Rabbi Akiva says, Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer b'chol yom. I will say this is Rabbi Akiva. Because how should you live life? Sing every day. I will say any given day, you have a choice. Any given day, you have a choice. Every day is the same choice. You wake up in the morning, what do you want to be? You want to be happy, you want to be sad. I will say, happiness, people make the mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of life factors. As you often find people say, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if. Right? If your sentences begin with I'll be happy when, I'll be happy if, you will never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important yisodos in Yiddishkeit is happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy, I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, but I choose my emotional disposition. In other words, I think Rabbi Akiva is saying is, choose happiness. Zamer b'chol yom, zamer b'chol yom. Sing, just sing. Because again, what's the alternative? You can choose to be happy, or you can choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems, but at least it gives me disposition. And I say, when you appreciate everything that Rabbi Akiva went through life, everything he went through, from the time he was young, little bit again, until the moment he died, difficulty, adversity, poverty, derision, all these kinds of things. And Rabbi Akiva is saying, choose a life of song, choose a life of simcha. How profound and overwhelming that really is. All right, let's have the stop over for today. We're doing great. Try to vote. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Gemara will say, we'll continue Rest Hashem with Chazara, we'll continue Rest Hashem with singing all more tomorrow. All right, Chevron, have a great day, everyone. Right, sure. So what do you do? He goes to one of these people at his home, and he consults with this woman character here. And she does. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. To thank our commentary sponsors, Top Shin Pei Hey. It tells us about dedicating Operation and Drug Shows this year. As his host for the Source of his Ramadan, his commentary sponsors for the month of Adar Bali in October. Carrying Steve Rabbi for his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweet Hirsch, Ben Yosef, Akoni, Zip Rubin, and Valentine's in honor of Mr. William Zip, Zeb Shmuel, and his folks for the Raha. And all the wedding sponsors, Nathan of Adler, and Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther, Bas, and Lazarus of the Raha. The American Lifetime all of the shows out there, the families of the Kama, all those new reports that we get with Clay and Israel. We start to bring all of our hostages home, and we are holy soldiers be successful before and not say you will. But with that, let us begin. So we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97b, and we are picking up about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. I'm Rabbi. Okay, Rabbi. No Prophecy to be crossing the Shisa Tzadikim, the Kaviat Yeshim, the Kabbalah. They are nevertheless the 36 Tzadikim who are able to receive the face of the Shekhinah and every generation. So this is the Gemara. We all know this. Lamed about Tzadikim in every generation who are able, again, like this last is the Mekablet application, who are able to receive the Shekhinah. Now, Ashrik Kohol low. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him low. And low in the night. Is 36. That's all. It's only 36 from Rabbi. Dora Kami Kuchariku, Timney Sorry Alpi, Timney Sorry Alpi. Again, Rabbi said that the law that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means the tzaddikim, but closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So it's 36 is 18,000. So we might say Shne'emar Sobi. Shmona Sa'ar. Simas Lokasha. How do we start with this battalion? How do we start with this battalion? So it's a different level. This battalion means vision. So it's battalion which means total clarity of vision, and it's battalion means a little bit of a cloudy vision. Different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim. You see after this part will be this battalion of clear vision. Then there are many others who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, when you fish it pretty high, but there are really so many people, like 18,000 people who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even the level of this battalion She'ina Nehira is still a very high level. And there are that many people who have that clarity of vision, it's going to be I'm sure it doesn't do this. I'm sure by a high. Most of these are the Gemara. So he's somewhere to be on this, and sure by a high. But you see the Aliyah, the Hain Baku. I have seen the Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. You've been the Aliyah. Now, listen. Now, what does this mean? So the Shemai is making a tremendous statement that we are in life, one of the hardest qualities to find is the Aliyah. Now, what does it mean to be a dumb Aliyah? To be a dumb Aliyah means, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of things that are coming. Because what do you have to do if we don't have fun? What do you have to do? What do you have to do? Study Torah. The study Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. Plenty of Talmudic coming. There are actually plenty of people who are also going into the same. People fasting. This fasting is also inherently enjoyable. Who wouldn't want to do it? Rabbi says the hardest thing to find in this world is the reality. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. You want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean it's a weekend. It doesn't mean they're old. It just means that they're never happy with where they are. They always are looking for more. So Shemai says it's very difficult to find them in LF, but there are thousands. Excuse me. If there are thousands in the world, I need to buy my hand. Me and my son, remember again, son was a lost. Right? My son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Leah, and if there's 100, I need to be in him. In my son and I also amongst them. In Shnaim, if there are only 2 B'nai in this entire world, I need to be in. It's me and my son. And let's say sometimes I may leave him out like this, like, oh, okay, but it's not Gaiva. It's not Gaiva. It's knowing who you are. And we show by his time understood that if there was one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he was a B'nai. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And the son of Elazar, even more than his father. The Shemai says, I don't know even the idea of the audience today. So I can tell you like this, even if you're only 2, I know that it's me and my son. The point that we have listeners who are trying to say, I'm not really like the idea they are, and I'm not really they are. So now we want to say 36, 18,000. There's an entire range of transportation called Solomonic magic. You know what I'm saying as follows. Look up, check. Hug the ID below by. And these verses, once again, emerges kind of the same content, which is, you have plenty of things out here. You know, the same is like this, but plenty of people. Plenty of tzaddikim. There are sometimes some tzaddikim of the area who are able to enter into our correspondence without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter with whatever is needed. There are many who can enter with permission. There is a select few who can enter even without permission. Now, of course, the notion of entering the practice without permission represents metaphorically the incredibly high spiritual level. So you find many holy people, but there's a certain cadre, a certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter in the practice wherever they want. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi is hard to argue about it. She's with the Shas. Kishem is nothing. The stack value in the Europe, I know what the Tisim is plus of the Shas. About also a person below the Shas, but took down in the Sabbath on others. Let's listen to this. So now the Gemara suggesting as follows. There are 36 tzaddikim in this world who are able to go ahead and enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu with permission. And when they enter into permission, they're able to see Hashem with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people, this Baklaria Melira, that need permission to enter. And there's some smaller group afterwards that don't need permission and also have this Baklaria Melira. Incredible. So you remember right there. You know, so so this is really incredible. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So not something that says as follows. You know, so many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, excuse me. All of those times have already come around. They're coming around. And now at this point, in a double tunnel, I will be sure as he can. If you want Mashiach, we need Shua and we need Mashiach. So let's say a dramatic shift dramatic shift. Rav says, stop with the guessing of the dates. Stop with trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand, historically, those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is if he's bringing. And how do you bring him? Ultimately, again, Tshuva makes him come. Shmuel says, Ultimately, again, it is enough. For the other, stay with that. What does this mean? So Shmuel says, no. Just like an Adam who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says, godless will come to an end and Mashiach will come. She has a fundamental machlokes between Rabbi and Shmuel. Working backwards, Shmuel still holds there is a date by which Mashiach will come, a defined date. We deserve it, we don't deserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach will come. Shmuel, Rabbi saying that's not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to be Mashiach only through our Tshuva and our Meisim Tovim. Okay, you know, goes back to Kitan, there's no excellence. But when it's on in Israel, it's in Tshuva and Regalim. It's not in Regalim. He also says, Hans on this Tshuva, Mashiach will come. If he won't do Tshuva, he won't come. He'll do Tshuva. And he knows the Tshuva in Regalim. If he won't do Tshuva, there's no Ela Kodesh Baruch Hu. Maybe we'll have Ela Shem Zerot and Kashas Kahamin. The Yisrael also Tshuva Matzurah. It's not true. If we don't do Tshuva, what's it what happens? What happens? But in most orchestrated situations, through which we have to do Tshuva. Strong. Created this all part of the spotted king. Silence and the spotted king will force us to go ahead and do Tshuva, turn us to our correct ways. Tiny Ida, Rabbi Eliezer, Omer, we saw us in Tshuva and Gabi. And Allah says, if we do Tshuva, we redeem Shnei Mashim, Bam Shem, Ekam Yishma Seifem, Amar Yeshua. I look by them, I feel you have to really guess it to Gabi. So the Pasuk says you're sold for nothing and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? You know, you're talking about how it's called you were sold into the diaspora. You're sold into Golis because of idolatry. What's the word of idolatry? Zero. It has zero values. Yet you took it upon yourself and you were sold into yourself. Because the love of Yosef, you will not be redeemed with money, nor with Shiva and Meisim Tovim. Not even through Tshuva and Meisim Tovim will you be redeemed. In other words, stop Tshuva and Meisim Tovim that bring Mashiach. Rather again, there's a date, there's a time, and when that time comes, Mashiach will realize that shall come. I said, I'm not Rabbi, I'm not Rabbi Yeshua. I was my name, I think the Pasuk says, you return to me, and I return to you, which sounds like the Kodesh Baruch Hu says that's the reason Tshuva, then we'll bring the Geula. I'm not Rabbi Yeshua, I'm not my name, cannot be about the לקחתי אחד מאיר, ושתיים משפחה, והבאתי אסכנסיון, which sounds like it's a plot of משפחה to bring the Geula. אמר רבי אליעזר, אבל כבר נאמר, so if you like grabbing psukim back at each other that indicate different messianic beliefs. אבל כבר נאמר, ישוע בנת אז תושיע, ישוע אבל כבר נאמר, כמה השם, גואל ישראל, לקדוש של ישראל, לקדוש של ישראל, לאבן מושלם, ולכן תחת צדקס, ולכן יהיו בכל ישראל ישתחו, אבל ולכן כבר נאמר, אם תחשו בישראל לאור השם, אם לא יתחשו. So it's good. It says, I, but the Bible says, if I shall this Tshuva, God's work will return to us. I will be Yeshua, but look by them, the Eshma as a Ish, the Rush Habayim, Hasheminai, the Yuri, Hayor. The Yara, the Hino, the Smola, of Hashemayim, the Ish, the Hakar, over the Lord Morgan, the Chasik, the Bolim, Slavat Yad, and Kaddish, the Kalera, the Shetz, was at this point again. Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, suking back and forth, is fundamental machlokes Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying that Rabbi Eliezer saying that Halacha Eliezer implies that this Tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, that's not the way it works. When Mashiach comes, when Hashem ordains it. They throw suking back and forth at each other. The conclusion of the way the Gemara ends, the conclusion is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's Psukim. So it says, so it sounds like over here with the Shita of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes when HaKadosh Baruch Hu chooses to bring him. That seems to be the opinion that triumphs. So it says, so that's in this conversation, just understand what these two profound messianic models that are being outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come and lead with Tshuva? Or does Mashiach come almost independent of our Tshuva ولكن يشعر بالopportunity. It's just some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed. The focus, incredible. Although Rabbi also, when we receive it, you see yourself, it's like, how could this remain unresolved? I react like, we have to know these things, and what's the answer? What's the answer? No, we don't. No, we don't. Because the truth is what I'm saying, this is the same way why the whole topic of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Ribono Shel Olam does not want us to be messianically focused. And probably wants us to be focused on maximizing some of this world. That's our hope. Our hope is to become the best version of ourselves. Our hope is to become the right idea. Our hope is to make a difference in the world. Our hope is to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of us, become our children, whether Mashiach becomes a thousand, whether our tshuva ultimately again, whether Mashiach is coming because of tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of envy to a certain degree is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. I believe he's going to come. Like we saw yesterday's that. I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And of course, Baruch will figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my standards. Let's go out there. But maybe out there. In Kate, in the country, in the things that. So Rabbi says there is no more revealed thing than this. That Rashi says over here. What does this mean? Rabbi says if you want this incredible, if you want signs of Mashiach, right? Listen, we look at this all the time. Like, the truth is, I can live without knowing the good of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That it's close, right? Just like. I just want to know that we're headed in the right direction. This, by the way, is an incredible delight. But the Rabbi says, anything that keeps me being is that if you want to know the most overt sign that Mashiach is coming, so let's say, what is it? Shnei La'atab, Hari Yisrael, Antefem Titenu, Uprei, Uprichem, Tisu La'ame Eretz, La'ame Yisrael. So we can be quite close to the passage from Yechezkel. Yechezkel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce liquid, when the vines produce their fruit, that is the way that Mashiach is coming. When Klal Yisrael is not the land, the land is broken. When Klal Yisrael is not the land, the more the land produces, the closer we are to the Rashi says over here. Rashi says, we go to the Zurich, in the first short line, Kishatin Eretz Yisrael Piryah, the Ayin Yafa. The Eretz Yisrael produces fruit. And in good measure, as Yikra HaKetz, the Ayin Yafa Ketz will be the Yosef. The Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation of the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the land. Let's say, okay, I'm going to go beside the truth, and we see like, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like, the number of we take one of these Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established Eretz Yisrael is, it's not just that there's good wine in Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate sign that the war is close. So how can one drink wine that is only enough for Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of Geula. It's a sip of growth. And literally, what is one says, do you remember? Some of us are old enough to remember. Like, I remember what used to be the Sunshine Kosher wine. What was it? It was not a Sunshine, like the square bottle, like the square bottom bottle, right? Or some Malaga, like the big thing with a little handle on top. That was it, something like that, right? Well, it's not so long ago. And I'm saying now, it's incredible. Now, you can drink all the wine if you want. You can drink all the wine. It's not just something else. So nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. So that just as I said, because it's a sign of Mashiach, it's so important for that through the screen as well. So important that on money there as well. Because at the end of the day, that's facilitating Islamic advancement as well. Incredible. So we'll go back there. But the Lord says, after these actions, and I'm to the young Haim, Sarah Edek will near Sabahima Pinera, and you'll see the level in Shalom in outside. So what's it? So Rabbi says there's another sign of the end of Messianic arrival, which is that as Messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not be money to pay the wages of animals, right? For the Yotze Halaho, ain't Shalom in outside. For those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. Mali Yotze Halaho, ain't Shalom in outside. What does that mean? Rav Amar Afkamidu Chachamim Shekasu Bahem Shalom. Even who are known for possessing tranquility. It says Shalom Rav. We all have been said Sechah Shalom Yitzhak. Even are known for their tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There is great peace for those who are to listen to this from our own lives. When you are sleeping, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have. So the enemies that come by definition possess that tranquility in the criminal who brings leading up to the Shia will not be able to find that tranquility. So it's going to find out how interesting this is. On one level, the first thing it says, you have Rabbi Abba saying, the sign of impending Messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. God will come back to life. Rabbi says, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So once again, these competing narratives, right? If the Messianic arrival is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth, or is it heralded by incredible overwhelming difficult circumstances? And by the way, that's not much excuse. Because the text is doing this, but Shmuel says, Shmuel says, the sign of Messianic arrival is that all pricing will be the same. And let's say, so actually understands this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Right? This could be good, meaning that everything will be shiny and expensive. Okay, no. Even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? Other thing, anything that we bought, actually, is practically studying the whole of the itself. Mashiach only comes once, and so again, this is suffering of people. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering, in this case, financial suffering. That will be not interesting enough. Once again, there's a look with much perspective. The remedy for everything is, whatever it is, that he means unlimited one. Right? It works for everything, apparently, right? So you don't have to do it right. That's the Gemara says, the Gemara says, when Mashiach, the reason for Mashiach is going to be such poverty that even no one will be able to find meat or sit personality, right? I can eat the next best thing on this earth. Large fish. You won't even be able to find fish for a sick person. For them, you want to share now. As Ashkia, you know, in the house, you share all the fixat, be a mahou. At kind of basis, already kind of about even that we thought, actually took the Marcus has already Israel. So it's the Hava and Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of autonomy price on the Marcus has already means even a little bit of autonomy. Right? So everyone comes from ruled by other people, there's usually some element of autonomy that's tough there. When Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. The colors of Zazar in this moment. So see, that's right. But Isahu, Yoba Shai, Hashem Tzivakos, and Yushakumor. Yushakumor. What is he? Anything double dot, actually, you can pass it up in Israel. When there's Mashiach comes ultimately again when there are no gas in the rock. When arrogant people disappear from God's side. Let's say, what does this mean? But ultimately, again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. He's never going away. Right? So when I know arrogant people, that's what ultimately again Mashiach will do. Let's say, because we're now at 98A, about four lines up from the point gets wide. שנאמר כי אז עושים מקרבך עליך גם הספר. כסיב, ישאר בקרבך אני בדל, וחסי בשם השם. ובשמאלה עם השם בשם השם כאן לפני בכל ספק למלאכי, that it's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. I don't think that makes sense. Look at what's the logic behind it, right? The logic behind it is because remember again, let's see inside. See what we're about to do. So I'm not small, I'm sure that the Lord shame. In Benzabah, actually, it controls in social Israel. Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist for high power. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for self-gain. שנאמר, והשיבה ידי עליו, ועצות שבות סביבו, והשיבה שלך, אומרים לו, this is beautiful. Are you trying to lift this Ella? It's stuck. What's the first white line? It says that Yerushalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. Shenanai Sion with mishpat titayah, v'shadat tzedakah. And Sion will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice, v'shadat tzedakah, and repentant with tzedakah. Now that's all. This is very important. So when we read this Gemara, we say, what are you talking about? What do you see here? That tzedakah, that chesed, which we took away. Well, we got to read it first. It's very much about this. It's very beautiful. Not in this Gemara, but just in a general sense. He says, one of the mistranslated words for all of you describe is tzedakah. He says, we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says that's not what tzedakah is. What's the charge of tzedakah? Is it tzedakah? What is tzedakah is? Justice. The first he says like this. In life, there are people who have and there are people who don't have. And the way that it works is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not charitable. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way that which one is programmed the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. Listen, this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities as like, oh my God, this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. It's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. And if you have more than you need, or Hashem Yisrael is working to that, then by definition, there is the moral obligation. It's a tzedakah. It's a tzedek. It's justice to give to for that. It's not just with money. It's with money. It's with your time. It's with your resources. It's with your abilities. There is a moral obligation to give additional to the other. So what is it you want to say? I think you must say like this. So if your age is element tzedakah, when you say interestingly enough, when does Mashiach comes? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice, and suddenly again I feel I have a more clarity and a more obligation. Of course I have to give it. Of course I have to do. Of course I have to be a pretty up, not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because it knows that it's using chesed and tzedakah. But chesed represents things that maybe we're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you're obligated to do. The moment those kind of like nice things become obligatory things in our hearts, that's the moment that the end of the Mashiach comes. It's incredible. So it happens like this. The arrogant people will no longer exist. The Amagushis will no longer exist as well. Who are the Amagushis? Who actually points out that they are Persian sorcerers. So the idea here of one of the arrogant Jews is going to be Persian sorcerers. Buckley is rifty. And if corrupt judges will stop to exist, so to corrupt Gentile judges will cease to exist. As I like, the idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, then we bring about these sorcerers who do negative forces. If we have corrupt judges, then we bring about Gentile corrupt judges who do the same. So one of those out there. Buckley Gushi, they've said that that's up to what's the guy, I see a copy riot. Buckley Guy, Buckley's the guy, what's the third one? I'm going to be open it. It's incredible. In that piece of fiction, we smell it, let's say if you see, if you see a generation that is suffering from general poverty, wait for the Mashiach, which means again, poverty is the precursor for Mashiach. There is things will take more and more. So Mashiach, yes, I need Mashiach. We actually save an impoverished nation. I'm not the other. In the use of the Shasar's Rabbi's balls out of Kinai, if you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally again are coming upon it like a river, which is like the river keeps flowing. You know, these constant sorrows for God Israel, ultimately wait for Mashiach and I, Kiyama and Haisar, Riyah Hashem, and Yosef go someday, and God would see him go out. Listen, it's fascinating, right? I think like I said, how amazing this is. Why is like the best thing in the world is that it's like you look how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's rampant poverty, or if you see a generation where there's ridiculous suffering, oh, you know what it means? Mashiach is close. I said, what other nation in the world is in this way, right? Everyone else, if things are bad, that is generally means what? Most probably things are going to get worse. Right? That generally is bad things worse. So if things are bad, just know that most probably means that happen. Just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously amazing. It's like the mission for the source is, you know, and people are listening to this moment. I'm going to stop just listening to this. I got one of those days, but this is just crazy. It's just, you know, it's always hard to know also, like, is the news accurate? It sounds like really crazy. Is it accurate? Is it slightly accurate? So this is one of the news that I just saw, right? Everything is this hard about it. You know, every ministry is doing this, ministry is doing this, every shepherd is doing this, every ministry is doing this, and it can be hard to source. What is going on over here? What is this? And it's like, the guys over there, it's like a nursery school teacher went out of the room, and no one is paying attention to the game, like, and they're eating crayons. That's what it's like, right? So the school teacher went and the kids are eating crayons, they're coloring on their hairs, right? They're going to do everything, and like, what is this? What is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future and continuity of Klal Yisrael. And helping, like, to call their children is an insult to children. It's an insult to children. That's really what it is. Because children at least are, you know, at their core are Kaddish and Tar. And you want to teach something, what is this? That is the whole thing. But again, you know, it's exactly that. That's the whole thing. And then, you know, like, kill it. They put this on the face. Because something like the worse it looks, you know, wait for it. Because your progress of right says the worse it looks, just move rough up, because you can closer than ever before. Incredible, you are. Because I know you're going to indent that across, I'm not the guard, it's what I say. Again, a reverse idea. Mashiach, when it comes in a generation that's totally innocent, it's like Mashiach comes when fire strikes everything. Listen, just at the same time, just sing along. Mashiach only comes when there's complete poverty. Mashiach only comes when there's suffering. Not Mashiach only comes when there's complete piety. All everyone's really bad. When Mashiach comes either when everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. Shimon says, all cool time. בגלל שכל זה אגד אצלי, בעמק כולם צדיקים לא ישוע. אז בגלל שכל אחד תקציב, ביד כאיש, בישתומים כאין מפעיל אקסיב, לא מעני יעשה. אז בוא עושה, שכם לב למחלוגס, פאפי משיח. אני אומר לצד של ישוע בנביאים, לא מקסיב. בעיטה אף ישנה תשאל, בעיטה. The Pasuk says, Be'itha, which means Mashiach will come in his appointed time. Uksib Afishena. And then the Pasuk says, I will hasten you out of Mashiach. So which one is it? Be'itha means Mashiach's coming in a defined time. Afishena, I will hasten you out of Mashiach. Which one is it? Zachu Afishena, no Zachu Be'itha. So if we are Zocha, right? If we are meritorious, you know, ultimately, Hashem will hasten you out of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, then at the end of the day, Be'ita, he will come in at a appointed time. I'm not going to sound good, show me to be very clear. Va'alu an ano yishmaya, so kibar inish ata uksiv, ani v'rokid al chamar. Zachu an, I'm sorry, Zachu an ano yishmaya, lo zachu ani v'rokid al chamar. So once again, I was saying, is Mashiach going to be someone with a cloud comes from the sky, or like a pauper riding on a donkey? So the clouds moving in the sky very quickly, the pauper on the donkey, not so much. So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly, or does Mashiach come slowly? Once again, it depends on us. So again, in this approach, in the Gemara, is the arrival and Messianic redemption is fundamentally dependent on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. Amar ben Shavar Malka Ishmael was incredible. So Shavar Malka, King Shapur, said to Shmuel, Amisu Mashiach al Cham La'asim. Everyone say, by the way, this is the pasuk we just quoted over here. This is the pasuk that tells us that Mashiach comes on a donkey. So King Shepherd, Mashiach comes on a donkey. He says, Asi Ishtaris, this is Bible. I'm giving a that boy, seriously. Why should Mashiach come on a donkey? I'm making a donation to Mashiach funds. Like I give, I donate my best. Why should he come on a donkey? Like I'm giving my best. It's not by here, Captain. So to Shmuel said to King Shepherd, you have a horse of 100 colors. Now, what is it? So to Shmuel says back to King Shepherd, you should see Mashiach coming. That's part of that. Whereas you think your horse is better than his donkey, I think Mashiach and the nicest of your horses and incredible. When you show them, it goes like this. Get this. If you're back in, have you saw a cover? If you're not here, you should text them. You should I feel so excited. My heart breaks for you that you were not able to get out of bed this morning to be part of something dramatically life-altering started with a son. Clearly, we must be in the throes of something major. Like we feel Shalima, right? We feel throughout the level, Hashka by God is not coming, right? We're rich, so it's like I think I'm paying for you, and if you do that for you. This is something is missing, right? I've been 7.5 years, man. So the children of Levi were standing right down to the American road as the entrance of the Ma'arif to Yeshua by the side. So I'm gonna, I feel the unrest. So the children of say, and I'm going to I'm not going to year 2022. Things are happening. We're getting ready for our history with a live show. I'm not in charge. I'm about my phone right now. So the journalist says, I'm sure that if you know, the two of us by three voices. I have three voices. So ultimately, again, you're coming in point, whatever this means, the voice of the Shmuel. And she says, the Shmuel Haba Bahadai. The Shmuel is just what's imagine. So again, you don't understand that the urgency of the grave of the Shmuel by the side. So now, when someone maybe passes by, he's talking through the like everything's going to come. I don't know, ask Hashem. Then the Shmuel puts in a voice, it's partly there as well. I'm a lady. Amos Asiyah. So now the children says, where is Yeshua coming now? So even if you why is he still young? So the cautious in your love is going to come before the rest of Yeshua. So when Yeshua comes, I'm ready, he's still shining in the day. Go ask him, what's Yeshua? Yeshua when he's coming. Yeshua is okay, but who else is? So where can I find Yeshua? Where is he? Just him. He's got the character. He is situated at the gates of Rome. Yeshua sits at the gates of Rome. And it might seem already, but I think, how would I know if I go to the gates of Rome? And how should I go ahead and how should I know who he is? How can I know who he is? So he says, if you look by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, that this is the Karka, you and the morning, love the Pasachai, you have Mamish Alagam Ibn, if you make it call it, when the Sarah already did the only six sad, Shabban Ibn, Shinega Pesach, you know, Shach, whereas the Rashi person is teaching himself, Pesach is a really entrance to the school, whether he's the educated by whereas it's kind of not clear that everyone's going to be I wrote from the word that Pesach is really released, the entrance to the Yeshua resides at the entrance to Rome. So fine, children, this is a guy, go find it, and how do I know who he is? we're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how would I know who he is? The mercy rate, Yosef Ben and Yisrael Kawad. What's the name of this? Who is here at the entrance way of Rome? The lepers. The lepers, those who sat up, they're not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside with all of the lepers. Rashi says, Sohu Kawad, meaning Rome, is not Yehuda. So if you look at Mashiach, the middle with all the lepers, and Mashiach himself is also a leper. Also a leper. It says that in the Torah, okay, so Mashiach is also a leper. He stands with all the lepers. The Torah showing the Asir B'Chazir. So now, the Torah is okay. When you go to Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something. Listen. Mashiach is not to walk around like he's a lone hero, undistinguished clothing, and the person who normally focus on that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people who you look at and you look the other direction. You go out and probably don't take the specific chapters to. You're like other people who get a little bit more than those. And the people maybe we try to avoid. And the people we marginalize. And the people just be punched to the periphery. Like, Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. What's it? This is a tremendous thing. But sometimes the people who we just marginalize this kind of thing and go through this kind of day, those people are often the holiest of the whole tremendous idea. So Mashiach again is a leper sitting by the entrance to the Rome. So again, how can I figure out who he is? I don't know who he is. You know, because the Torah showed us who the types of lepers. So you see, the lepers have to change their bandages. So the way it works is generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Okay? You'll notice, by the way, even Shamichad Ba'asifai, Mashiach only changes his bandages one bandage at a time. Now, why is that the case? Yoma, Yiva'inu Be'olah, because he does this so often. What happens if he gets the call? Right? So Mashiach has to get some call. So what happens if he gets the call into issue? If all these bandages are off, and he says, okay, well, it's going to be good for that bandages. So instead, what he does is, he only bandages unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a command bandage. Those are tremendous. So those are tremendous in what you see, and Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. He's ready to go. So Allah fully changed his bandages whatever. And it's like, there's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us look at our life with many different meanings. Many different things that we have to heal. There's an entire sense to try to heal everything else. I mean, I think about everything that's broken, and I just put it all that ways. Life doesn't work right. The best way to heal your wounds, the first one is the wounds is your limit. Decide what you want to heal. Decide what you want to heal. Not how you want to heal it. Heal that first. Once you heal your wounds, like Mashiach, then you move on. Just thanks to this effort, when your own bandage, all the stuff you got to heal, and you look at yourself and you know all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in the city of this can come overwhelming and that's when you that's when the stress that's going to be off. But one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, and slowly but surely over time you begin to know yourself. Incredible. Also, that so showing you this is a kindness. You just imagine what that must be like. So even if he's not like he's not something like he's not coming back like he hasn't revealed himself yet. He's not like I'm sure that maybe found Yeshua. Found him. I'm gonna shalom aleichem right? So that the days will come. The days will come. And Mashiach will stand fast. And you two will be up and next Hashem to say shalom aleichem Rabbi. You imagine what's going to happen? Mashiach comes and before he does anything, right? He finishes everything. So I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. Somehow I thought we're going to know. But it's just going to stand there and just going to see his shalom aleichem Rabbi. We know it. We didn't twist things and years to say those words. Just being able to say those words from Mashiach before he does anything. It is such a soothing balm for the collective soul of this world. So you should really show us every moment. Amalei, Shalom Aleichem Ba'alivan. Shalom Aleichem to you. Ba'alivan is Kennedy. Shalom Aleichem Ba'alivan. Amalei, Le'emas Asina. So she really just skips the positive. She's like, let's get to it. He's like, get to it. When are you coming? When are you coming? Like, we need when are you coming? So Amalei, and yo. The Jesus comes in. I'm coming to it. So what's the that's it? There's only these steps. I'm good. I've got nothing else. I've got nothing else. He goes back. Apparently, just that's really all nothing. That's the video, yo. So exactly what it is. What's this here? When this needs to go back to the yo, like the entrance, back by the gate of Rashbi, and then when Rashbi or someone else, but again, exactly the yo, other than my Amalacha, so the yo says to Jeremy, what you should have done, what you should have done, I'm going to show my life about you, but it's supposed to be, it's like, she has to alert to me, like you did with sound, it's like, say, I open by the body, to which the yo says, I'm going to let you, so first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father have a portion more to come. Whereas the fact that the young Rabbi, the fact that the Shia, you and mention your father's name, that's indicative of the fact that both you and Yeshua and your father Rabbi both have a portion in the world to come. Something beautiful. The Shia is so good like this. And why? Anyway, Shekuri Kashaka, the Shia writing. The Shia writing, the honor of me and your Asir of the answer. The Shia comes coming today and doing also. We are overwhelmed. If you're not feeling right, if you're coming today and you do not come. I know that you do not like to. I'm away. Happy over the house. I am in the tunnel to shield. What the Shia is telling you was, I'm ready to come every single day. If you call this one, if you get your act together and do what you are supposed to do, I know I'm ready to come today. Then the Kalmar Krishna, if you listen to the voice of the Shia wasn't going. The Shia was ready. He's changing his boundaries. He's one of the kinds that he could be ready to do. He is ready to come as long as we are ready to receive it. Like to receive it, we have to do the necessary work. What have you done? Because this was the narrative that we control the arrival of Messiah. We control the Messiah. The lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we go through, all of this controls the flow of Messiah. Showing some way to listen to this now. So the students have to be able to make this work. And once I've done double back, when are you sure going to come? That's no shit. How much? The Sarah and so lecture and also listen to this myself. You're like, I'm not giving you an answer, but I'm scared because you're gonna ask me for a sign. And we'll give you an answer, ask me for a sign. If I don't want to answer it, I'm gonna know. Ain't no lecture for us. Listen, let me. Please answer the question. You will not ask for a sign from me. Okay. I'm gonna let you. The Yipo Hashal Azar, the Yivne, the Yipo, the Yivne, the Yipo, the Imam Seeking Losa, Aksha Ben Davidah. So this is fine. I'll give you the sign. I'll give you the sign. I'll tell you when Mashiach is coming. Mashiach is going to come. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, when the street falls down, and when it falls down the first time, then we dug it. It falls down the second time. And before we go out and we get to rebuild it, Mashiach is going to come. Mashiach is going to come. Look at actually just a moment. Actually, it's going to go to the he actually says, I'm going to show you the card is in there. My team, no, sorry. Show card. And then, show even Romy, should be Romy. Says that this is a reference to Romy. So again, when you see the kids say, what's going to happen? The gates of Rome will fall down, then you build it, then it will fall down again, then you build it, it will fall down a third time. Before they get to go to the third time, ultimately the Mashiach will come. That's the sign, that's when Mashiach will come. On the Lord, I think, team of us, it's a Rabbi. Okay, fantastic. That's a sign that that's true. I'm going to have a look up on the hook. We'll cut them out on the joking watching the rose. Actually, everything is in his I told you, I really realized it was an answer. Right, well, what's the something? See, I say, what is it happening is Mashiach discussions get people very excited. So when people hear something, all they want is the work of conscience. That's what they veces, ¿sabes? Porque esa vez no work. That's actually, I'll tell you that I want to give you know. So I said, you told us, but give us a sign. So I'm going to go, I got people, I got you told us that giving us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. On the other hand, in past, you have to name the Arabs Kamias, you're down, and that's the down. So you also look at this, like, the waters of the Kamias, like the waters of the Kamias, turn to blood. So the Kamias is the body of water that feeds the drink. Is the idea. The Kamias turns to blood, I will show you that what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Kamias turn to blood. Incredible. The Shah speaks to yourself. At the time of Yosef and Kisma was dying, he said, on the other hand, I'm going to be alone. Make sure to bury my coffin very deep in the ground, in the grave. Why? Shame Kodaka Azaka Shalababa, Shame Sis Shaka Sim Shaka. Because when I die, so you'll see that Christmas and our families are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single country will have a Persian horse covered to it. They will help for all the eyes of life as well. So we see Magai Osha both heaven. And we're going to be overrun by the Persians, the Medians, and what? We're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food troughs for the horses. And then we're going to make this mistake very deep in the earth, but they won't dig up my caskets. And then the Rabbi is Patrick and Michael Israel, Tisha Kabbalah. Then the Mashiach only comes when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, extends itself over 5 years. So I want to point out, when we talk about Rome means echo. Don't mean echo. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It could be anything that is a derivative of Rome. So Mashiach comes only after party songs are pressed by the mountains of Rome, or 9 months, and then all the theme. You can at least, your God loves you, you can act like you should have been in Israel. You're seen, but not a family. That's a visit. Now we come to a totally different one. Who said, yes, I hope so much that Mashiach comes, but I don't want to see it. Or what is it going to say? What he was saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. So, I hope I'm invited to Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. And I see the law of my let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. But Yosef on Yosef says, I see, but I see Yosef the truth is the peace of the family. And Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excrement of Mashiach's bed. What is that? Yosef, so what that means is like this. Yosef says essentially this. I know what the things about Mashiach is going to be difficult. I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring the shit out of it. Also, it's just two totally different looking at takes on whether or not they want to hear to see the suffering of the shit. Only about it. Nighttime, not even in the shit, it's not much of a shit out. So it's what is this? What is it that's being done? Right? If it's about ultimately again, what is it when Rabbi said, let the shit come out? I don't want to see it. I don't want to feel the experience this. What's the problem? If it's because of the suffering, not no shame of shit, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes this, Show coming to us from the other, my yes, I'll be in some of your to save himself from the trials and travails of Mashiach. Right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption? Yes, so Torah is being wow. Also, what should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations for freedom of Messianic? Engage in Torah. Confess it. Confess it. Also, first of all, what is this even mean? We'll come back to it. Torah confess and save you from suffering of Messianic. In my heart, Torah, from you is suffering. So what you do, as I remember again, you have all the stuff yet, Torah. Your cussings, what are you not going to worry about? They're talking about cussing. Also, you can really see things that are something that's receiving us in the I'm going to show you again a fruit. I might have the opposite merits now that I'm concerned, but maybe I can look around it, right? But also, some friends want to do it to wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now, you have the merit of Torah and Christ, and you want to escape the suffering of human soul together. And maybe I sin, wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of human soul together. The Gemara says this is this. I know which one takes your heart to do. Because that's the promise of Yaakov, I got your back. I got your back. I will love you, and I will guide you everywhere you go. And then he also says, it's true that Yaakov is back to him. How to get himself, that you and Yaakov, your own time, it's a lot. Yaakov is very afraid. Listen, what's the shot? If Hashem says to Yaakov, Yaakov, I got you. You have nothing to worry about. I have your back. I have you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which the answer is, Shiny Snare, Shiny Gomashi. Ultimately, what probably was he was scared, but although he arrested the requisite merit, he would do something that was hard for that merit to be arranged. He was saying that Shabbos is better than such a he was saying, I got what I thought, Shabbos is really good. Shabbos which is just this profound story, which is, this is kind of Chazal from the people, Al-Kamin Ba'atzmecha Ad Yom Moscha. Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because no matter how many Zacchaeus, how much merit I have lacked up in a key that I thought to myself is incredible, I can listen. You can, again, one bad decision could wipe out so much merit. So you see, treat people as good as they are, you make this existential fear that I may wipe out all of my people of life. And you know, it's saying that I get one class shows, I get one class shows, Zikr and Shura. It's supposed to be the first compared to Swag to Shura. I got one Zikr, so Zikr is the second, so I say the second coming, but that tells us something like that. Right here, you're referring to the second live in life Israel with Ezra. I thought, really, how you say, not just when you to be a shield, to be a shoulder, Ella should go on happy. Rather than as a sin of the place, or human rights as well. You can kind of a miracle with your shield, you're supposed to rights over kind of miracles with Ezra as well, but because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we do not yet that miraculous. So that's what it's not over for today. We're going to continue with us overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues tomorrow. Let's say, by the way, how incredible is it for Insidious and Mashiach? Because the reason Mashiach is not yet here, when you read Mashiach Gemara's, you have the opportunity to experience a little bit of Mashiach each and every one together. Shut up, everyone. Actually, I said that I just fucked up while bragging about how great I am at the same time. I was kind of a great job, you know. The most interesting thing about you, 31 years old, there's got to be something other than your wife sold her fucking house. Really trying, kid. Yes, but it must have a clear, simple way to do it. I have my degree in sound. What is the show? I was a drill sergeant. Are you serious? Wow, an American hero. Okay. That's starting to make sense. There's a little bit of PTSD going on up there. I like it. All right, people say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors. I know Talmud Torah sponsors. Soft Shin, hey. It tells Mishpach we're dedicating all the Shumim Drushos this year as his full for the Soros Thomas Olavan as well. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Abalim Lekova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakoin, the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Zib Zeb Shmuel Ben Yisrael Shmuel Rafa, and all the Kavoni sponsors Nathan and Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther Bas, and Roger Zipon Rafa. We are very married lifetime Torah. All of the Nishon Zabin Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who use those families with the coach of the Yisrael. The Mishpach will bring all of our hostages home, and may our holy soldiers be successful before Naaseh Yudis. As with that, let us begin. So we have a lot of Baruch Hashem. Today's date is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97B, and we are picking up in the about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Rabbi. Okay, Rabbi. לא תחסם חוסר לשיסה צדיקים, קבלי אחרי שנים חובה. There are never less than 36 tzadikim. who are able to receive the face of the Shekhinah in every generation. So I said, this is the Gemara. We all know this. Lamed Vav Tzadikim in every generation who are able, again, now this Lashon of the Tablet Nation, who are able to receive the Shekhinah. Ashtrix will hold low. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him. Low. And low in the Gematria, Lamed Vav, low in Gematria, plus in the Shishab is 36. That's all it's only 36 from a Rabbi. Dora Timnei Sari Alfi. Yet again, Rabbi said that the road that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu means closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So there's 36 to 18,000. So the Martha Shemar Sobi. Shmona Sa'ela. Simars Lokasha. How do we stack with this background? You know, how do we stack with this background? Also, there are different levels. Spaklaria means vision. So there's Spaklaria Megira, which means total clarity of vision, and Spaklaria Megira, a little bit of a cloudy vision. Different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim. You see, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Spaklaria Megira, complete clear vision. Then there are many others who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, I mean, if this is pretty high, but are there really so many people, 18,000 people who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even the level of this Baklaria She'ina Megillah is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? The Amr is discovered in the Mishra, listen to this. Mishra Bayachai, supposed to his incredible Gemara. So this gives them a real you see the Aliyah, the Hain Mu'atim. I have seen the Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few Bnei Aliyah. That was it. Now, what is this mean? So the Shemar is making a tremendous statement that there are in life one of the hardest qualities to find is Bnei Aliyah. Well, now, what does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah means, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of communities in Hubbard. Because what do you have to do when people come from? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Studying Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. Plenty of communities. There are actually some people who are also going with Chasadim. Who do Chassid. This Chassid is also inherently enjoyable. Who wouldn't want to do it? Rashi says the hardest thing to find in this world is Bnei Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. They want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean they're tzaddikim. It doesn't mean they're old. It just means that they're never happy with where they are and they always are looking for more. So Shemar says it's very difficult to find them. In Aleph, if there are thousands, if there are thousands in the world, I need to run around. Me and my son, remember again, son is a loser. Like my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Maya, and if there's 100, I need to be in my hand. Then my son and I are also amongst them. In Shnayim, if there are only 2 Bnei Aliyah in this entire world, I need Upini. It's me and my son. And let's say, someone point out, you read Gemara like this, like, oh, okay, it's not Gaiva. It's not Gaiva, let's say, it's knowing who you are. And I'm sure by the time I understood that there was one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he was a Ben Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And the son of Elazar, even more than his father. Listen, I don't know how many Bnei Aliyah there are in this world. Well, I can tell you like this. There's only 2, and they get 3 of them. The point that Rabbi says, when Shemar Achai is saying, I don't know how many Bnei Aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18,000. The Gemara says as follows: Lokasha, how the Eilu below lives. This was this once again. The Gemara gives kind of the same type which is there are plenty of Bnei Aliyah. What it's saying is like this: there are plenty of people, plenty of tzaddikim. There are some types of tzaddikim or Bnei Aliyah who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter now, whatever this means. There are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission. Of course, the notion of entering the HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission represents metaphorically this incredibly high spiritual level. So you find many holy people, but there's a certain type or a certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter into Baruch whenever they want. Look at Rashi this moment. Rashi says, "How I leave the Darish, it's you can recall your chest." This background in the I know, look, if you see the plus of the shis, aber also a plus in the lower shis, but I'll take down in the Sabbath come out. So let's listen to this. And I was more suggesting this as follows. There are 36 tzaddikim in this world who are able to go ahead and enter into Baruch with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem, this Aklaya Midira, this clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into Baruch without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people whose Baklaria Meira that need permission to enter. And then some smaller groups afterwards that don't need permission and also have this Baklaria Meira, which I think. So the man goes like that. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So Rav comes on and says as follows: you know, so many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, have already come and gone. They come and gone. Call it pieces. And now at this point, in a Davartale Ela B'Shua Messenger. If you want Mashiach, we need Shuvah and we need Messenger. So we'll say a dramatic shift. God says, stop with the guessing the dates. Stop with trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand historically, those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is if we bring him. And how do we bring him? Ultimately against Shuvah Messenger. Shmuel says, Dayo la'avel be'adla. Ultimately, it is enough for the Avel to stay in his Avel. So what does this mean? So Shmuel says no. Just like an Avel who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says, Godless will come to an end and Mashiach will come. So what's the fundamental difference between Rabbi and Shmuel? Working backwards, Shmuel still holds there is a date by which Mashiach will come. A defined date. Preserve it, we don't preserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach will come. Shmuel Rav saying it's not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our tshuva and our nice and we try to make. You know, goes back to Kittan, this is not what's on Eliezer Omer, Yisrael Oshim Tshuva, V'Yolin, Yemad, V'Yolin. The Eliezer says, how is all this tshuva? Mashiach will come. If you don't do tshuva, he won't come. I'm going to be sure. I mean, there's tshuva in the Yolin. If you don't do tshuva, there's no Gula, Ela, comes far from my Gula, Hamela, Shek Zeros, and Kashas Kohamin, the Yisrael Oshim Tshuva, Matzilot. It's not true. If we don't do tshuva, what's going to happen? What happens? The devotion will orchestrate situations through which we have to do tshuva. So, creating this all part of the despotic king. Balancing that despotic king will force us to go ahead and ritually return us to our correct ways. Tanya Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Yisrael Osim Tshuva Nidol. Rabbi says if you do tshuva, you'll be redeemed. Shnei Mashiach Baruch Shalom, Bring Echad Mishra Sefer. Amar Lord Yeshua, Halok Vayne Amar Kiyah Yisrael Sefer. The Apostle says you were sold for nothing and you will not be redeemed for money. What does that mean? You were sold into diaspora. You were sold into Kabbalah because of idolatry. What's the word for idolatry? Zero. There's zero value. Yet you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result. So the Lord you will not be redeemed with money. Lord Tshuva for Maisim Tovim. Not even through Tshuva and Maisim Tovim will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not Tshuva and Maisim Tovim that bring Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date. There's a time. And when that time comes, Mashiach will be come. I says the Lord, I'm going to know Rabbi Eliezer Rabbi Yeshua. Hello, Karnam, Shuvah Leiva Shuvah Leicha. I but the pasuk says, return to me and I return to you, which sounds like the Baruch Hu saying to us, if we do Shuvah, then we'll bring the Huda. I'm going to Rabbi Yeshua, hello, Karnam, Kanofi Ba'al B'Chem. לקחתי אסכם אחד מאיר, ושתיים משפחה, והבאתי אסכם ציון, which sounds like it's a flock in front of the Rabbi Eliezer, look for Neymar. If you look, they're like lobbying back at each other. They're indicating different messianic beliefs. Look for Neymar. Yeshua benachas Toshir. Look Yeshua, look for Neymar. Come Hashem. Go al Yisrael. Yosh of Yisrael. Nefesh L'Misa. Right. The Evid Moshe. We welcome you at top of China's head. We welcome you to become Yisrael Yitzhak. However, look for Neymar. In touch with Yisrael Umar Hashem. He lied. Actually, let's get I have a question. Time for this Shiva. Let's welcome return to us. I'm going to be Yeshua. Look for Neymar. The Eshma as a Ish. The Shabbat. The Shemar. The Mimi. And your Or. The Yoram. The Mino. The Smoller. Allah. The Yishua. The Chai. All of you. Avoid Hudin. The country follows Rabbi Yad and Kalish of the letter Torah. It's just one of them. As at this point again, Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, shifting back and forth, is fundamental machlokes from Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying, not essentially, but just saying that halacha and this tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, it's not the way it goes. Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They throw psukim back and forth at each other. The conclusion, the way the Gemara ends, the conclusion is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's psukim. So it sounds like over here is the sheet of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes when the Father chooses to bring him. That seems to be the opinion that triumphs. So also it's not a random conversation, just understand Rabbi's people messianic knowledge that remain outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when we do tshuva, or does Mashiach come almost independent of our tshuva when HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes to us? There's just some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed. Machlokas, incredible. Well, Amar Rabbi Abba, let's say, Rabbi, let's say that you say to yourself, one second, come on, how can this remain unresolved? Right? We have to know these things. And what's the answer? No, we don't. Because the truth is also, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Rebbeinu Shalom does not want us to be messianically focused. Because Rabbi wants us to be focused on maximizing time in this world. That's how I go about it. I've obviously come to this version of ourselves. I've obviously come to the Avila. I've obviously made a difference in the world. I've obviously help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of to become Bali Tshuva, whether Mashiach comes for that, right? Whether our Tshuva, whether Mashiach is coming to Tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of end date, to a certain degree, is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. Like we saw yesterday's dad. I know that I've been awake for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And Coach Baruch will figure it out. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go down there. Rabbi Abba. In Kate, in Chashis, in Kulamizah. Don't do it against Rabbi Abba says, there is no more revealed date than this. Rashi says over here. Now, what does this mean? Rabbi Abba says, if you want, this is how I say, if you want signs of Mashiach, right? Listen, we look at this all the time. Like, the truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That is close, right? I just want you to know that we're heading in the right direction. This, by the way, is an incredible divide. Rabbi Abba says, is that if you want to know the most overt sign of Mashiach is coming, and we'll say, what is it? Shneimar, La'atan, Hari Yisrael, Antechem Titenu, Ukreit, Ukrichem, Tisu La'ami Yisrael. So this is the Gemara quotes the passage from Yechezkel. Yechezkel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that's how you know that Mashiach is coming. When Klal Yisrael is not in Eretz Yisrael, the land is dormant. When Klal Yisrael is in Eretz Yisrael, the land comes back to life. The more the land produces, the closer you know the ruler. Rashi says that Rashi says, the first short line, you should take in Eretz Yisrael, Kiriyah, Sha'ayim Yacha. When Eretz Yisrael produces fruit, Ayim Yacha in good measure, Ad Yikrat HaKetz, Ya'im Yacha HaKetz Mekulu Yisrael. You know Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality subtlety of the language. I mean, let's say, okay, you have a little bit of a running joke inside the street, and you see, like, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like, the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael. I will say, it's not just that there's cheap coffee in Eretz Yisrael. It's that the ultimate sign that the Uber is close. Open one drink wine that is anyone but Eretz Yisrael. Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of he's the most distinct. Do you remember? Some of us are old enough to remember, right? That remember what used to be the section of kosher wine. What was it? But it was very special, like the square bottle, like the square bottle, right? Is it like some malaga, like the big thing with a handle on top? That was it. Such a long time. It's not so long ago. But I will say now, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you wanted. Obviously, you could drink all the wine. So you just guys are like, and it's incredible. And it's not just something, it's so nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. So that just as a sign, how is this a sign of Mashiach? It's so important to support the industry as well. It's so important to put on money there as well. At the end of the day, that's facilitating the Messianic advancement as well. Incredible. Someone goes back there. But it also says, האם שכר האדם גולמיה ושכר האימא ויוצא ולבוא עם שלום מן הצד. So, Rabbi is another sign of the impending Messianic arrival, which is that as Messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not be money to pay the wages of animals. Like the Yosef Alavo, in Shalom Yinatzar, to those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. Mali Yosef Alavo, in Shalom Yinatzar, what does that mean? Even Talmidei Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility, it says Shalom Rav. We all have a Secha, in Shalom Yinatzar, even Talmidei Chachamim are known for their tranquility, because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There is great peace for those who left our us, and we know this from our own lives. When you learn, and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. So even Talmidei Chachamim, by definition, possess that tranquility, and the things that will not be able to find that tranquility. So there's one kind of how this is. On one hand, right, the first thing is, as Rabbi Abba is saying, the sign of impending Messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. God will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, right, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So listen, once again, it's completely wrong. Like, it's the Messianic arrival. Is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth, or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? And by the way, those not usually exclusive. Shmuel says, Shmuel says the sign of Messianic arrival is that all pricing will be the same. Like I say, there actually says this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Like this could be good, meaning that everything will be generally inexpensive, or that no, even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? Aim Ben David Ba, actually, Spaki Shtabim Reform of Lo Yinsa. Mashiach only comes also, so again, this is kind of suffering motif here. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering, in this case, financial suffering, and poverty. That literally, now, interestingly enough, what's the number of them? From my perspective, the remedy for everything is, Dining and regularly water. Right? It works for everything. Right? So you went from that to teach that. Guys, the Gemara says follows. The Gemara says, there's going to be such poverty that even you won't even be able to find meat for a sick person. Not only that, you have to meet the next best thing, like the Gemara is fish. You won't even be able to find fish for a sick person. Below you must say, Shnei Amar, as Ashkia Mileh and Arosam, Shem all the Tiksat, Yom Ahu, Atzmiach, turn the basis. Rabbi King Ben David Ba, Achitif, and Malchus, Hazalam Israel. First, Rabbi King says, Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of autonomy for Israel. Malchus, Hazalam, even a little bit of autonomy. Right? So, otherwise, even if Israel is ruled by other people, there's usually some element of autonomy that's there. When Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. שנאמר, זה כל הזרזון במזמור, פסוק אחרי, האיס ההוא יובש שי, והשם צבקות נמשך ומורה. Or is he אין בין דוד גוז, השליך נגש לבק נמשך. When the Mashiach comes ultimately again, when there are no gassing left, when arrogant people disappear from Palestine. And ultimately again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. Right? So when there are no more arrogant people, that's when ultimately again Mashiach will come. Looks like, in fact, because we're out of 98A, about four lines up and before it gets wide. שנאמר כי אז עושים בקרבך עליך תאבסך השארתי בקרבך עם אני בדם וחסי בשם השם. ובשמאלי משום בשם השם אחד is that is arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. The arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. I guess what's the logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is because remember again, well, let's see inside. So you know what Rabbi small. So I'm Rabbi small, I wish Rabbi loved Rabbi Shimon. In them that the God, I give this control to the social media itself. Mashiach comes when the judges and the enforcers no longer exist by Allah. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for self-gain. שנאמר, והשיבה ידי עליך, ועצות דבר שיגעך, והשיבה שלך. אומר לי, Lord, this is beautiful. And you try and lift this, Ella, it's stuck. And also, first white line. Ula says that Yushalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. Shene'emar Sion with mishpat tikaber, v'shadat b'tzedakah. Like Sion will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice. V'shadat b'tzedakah will return to tzedakah. Now listen, this is very important. So whenever we read this Gemara, we say, what a beautiful Gemara. What do you see from here? That tzedakah, that's something to keep people. Not exactly very close to the translation, but it's just really very beautiful. Not in this Gemara, but just in the general sense. He says, one of the most mistranslated words in all of this type is tzedakah. He says, we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says, that's not what tzedakah means. What the charge of tzedakah is tzedakah. What does tzedakah mean? Justice. First he says like this. In life, there are people who have and there are people who don't have. And the way it works is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not charitable. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way HaKadosh Baruch Hu programmed the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. Notice that this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities, and like all the times, like this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. Look, it's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. That if you have more than you need, or Hashem, we should always look at that. Then by definition, it is the moral obligation. It's tzedakah. It's tzedakah. It's justice. To give, to do for the other. It's not just with your money. It's not just with your money. It's with your time. It's with your resources. It's with your abilities. There is a moral obligation to give and to share with the other. So what does the Gemara say? The Gemara says like this. So, if this element tzedakah, now let's say, interestingly enough, when does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice. But helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice. I'm telling you again, I feel I have a moral charity and a moral obligation to help. Of course I have to give. Of course I have to do. Of course I have to be there for the other, not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because and most of the chesed and tzedakah. Like chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you do that you're obligated to do. The moment those kind of like nice things become a really important thing in our hearts, that's the moment that the end of the Mashiach comes. It's incredible. So about this like this: if arrogant people will no longer exist, the Amabushis will no longer exist as well. Who are the Amabushis? Rashi points out that they are Persian sorcerers. So the idea over here is as long as they're arrogant Jews, it's going to be Persian sorcerers. But they gizlifti. And if corrupt judges would start to exist, so to corrupt Gentile judges would cease to exist as well. So the idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, then we bring about these sorcerers who do negative things. If we have corrupt judges, then we bring about Gentile corrupt judges who do the same. So the Gemara goes like this. It's incredible. We'll say if you see a generation that is suffering from general poverty, wait for Mashiach. Which means again, poverty is a precursor for Mashiach. You're seeing this motif more and more. So Chakelo Shneimar, that's Am Ani Toshia. The Rebbe will save an impoverished nation. Bless you. If you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally again are coming upon it like a river, it's just like the river keeps flowing. You feel like there's constant sorrows for Klal Yisrael. Chakelo. Ultimately, wait for Mashiach. Shnei Amars. Yavo Benahar Sar. Rach Hashem Moseses Bom Salaflei. Ufa Yitzio Goel. So we'll say this is fascinating, right? I just want to talk about something how amazing this is. Why is like the best thing in the world to be a Jew? Listen, look how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's rampant poverty, or if you see a generation where there's ridiculous suffering, oh, you know what it means? You know what it means? You know what it means? Mashiach is close. I say, what other nation in the world thinks in this way, right? Everyone else, if things are bad, that generally means what? Most probably things are going to get worse, right? That's generally the way, that's generally bad things work. So if things are bad, just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get to the sleep. Okay, so let's say, and this should give us sources, I think, I don't know, yesterday, I was going to I'm going to stop just listening to these. I've had one of those days, but this is just amazing. It's just crazy, and it's always hard to know also, like, is the news accurate? And it sounds like a little crazy. Is it accurate? Is it slanted? And yeah, this is really the effect of news that are very small, right? So disheartening. Everything is disheartening. You know, about Prime Minister is doing this, Minister is doing this, Minister is doing this, and Minister is doing hurt the souls. Like, what the heck is going on over here? What is this? It is like the Ghanaian. It's like the nursery school teacher went out of the room and no one is paying attention to the Kindle, right? And they're eating crayons. That's what it's like, right? Right. So the school teacher and the Kindle are eating crayons. They're coloring on the walls, right? They're doing everything. Anyway, like, what is this? What is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future of the community of Klal Yisrael, and acting like to call them children is an insult to children. It's an insult to children. That's really what it is. Because children, at least, at their core, are Kaddish and Tar. And you want to say something, what was this? It's the whole thing. Again, it's exactly that. The whole thing. And then you're like, okay, this is not your face. Because sometimes, like, the worse it looks, wait for it. Because they call themselves worse, the worse it looks, just means drop off. Because you can closer than ever before. Incredible, The mother is like, Rabbi Yochanan, in Ben David Bot, Ella Bidar, Shekul Zach. Let's say, again, a reverse idea. Mashiach only comes in a generation that is totally innocent. Mashiach comes and cries out Tzadikim. So it's just on the same page, same line. Mashiach only comes when it's complete poverty. Mashiach only comes when there's suffering. No, Mashiach only comes when there's complete piety. or everyone's really bad. When Mashiach comes either way, everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. Gemara says, Kulachai. Kadosh Kulachai Tzid. Ba'amech Kulam Tzadikim Lo Yoshi Aretz. Kadosh Kulachai Tzid. Bayar Ki Ish Bayishtomim Ki Mashiach Tzid Lema'ani Yaseh. I suppose so. She's coming over my focus. Bapik Mashiach. Honorable Alexander Yeshua and Levi Rami Tzid. Be'ita Achishana. Sorry, Be'ita. The pasuk says, Be'ita, which means Mashiach will come in its appointed time. Uksiv Achishana. But then the pasuk says, I will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. So which one is it? Be'ita means Mashiach's coming at a defined time. Achishana, I will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. Which one is it? Zachu Achishana, Lo Zachu Be'ita. So if we are Zocha, right? If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, then at the end of the day, Be'ita, he will come at his appointed time. I'm Rabbi Alexandria, B'Shon Levi, Rami Ksiv, Va'aru Am Anani Shmaya, Kivar Inish Ata, Ksiv, Ani Barochiv Al Chamar. Zachu Am, Zachu Am Anani Shmaya, Lo Zachu Ani Barochiv Al Chamar. So once again, I'll say, Mashiach going to be someone who's like the cloud comes from the sky, or like a pauper riding on a donkey. So the clouds moving the sky very quickly, the pauper on the donkey, not so much. So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly, or does Mashiach come slowly? Once again, it depends on us. So again, in this approach in the Gemara, what you begin to see is the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally dependent on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. Amar Shavar Malka Yishmael, this is incredible. So Shavar Malka, King Shapur, said to Shmuel, I'm using Mashiach Al Chamra Asi. I must say, by the way, this is the pasuk that we just quoted over here. This is the pasuk that tells us that Mashiach comes on a donkey. So King Shapur heard this pasuk here. Mashiach comes on a donkey. He says, Asi Ishtole Susi Barka. I'll give him my best horse. Actually, Mashiach coming on a donkey. I'm making a donation to the Mashiach fund. Like I donate my best horse. I'm going to give him my best horse. He had a horse of 100 colors. Now, what is that going to say? So essentially, what Shmuel says back to King Shapur is, you should see Mashiach. Like that's private. In other words, you think your horse is better than a donkey. I think the donkey and Mashiach over the nicest of your horses anyway. Incredible. Rabbi Yeshua goes like, get ready for this. If you're Dachoni Chavus or Chaver is not here at Shir, you should text him and you should tell him, I feel so sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that you were not able to get out of bed this morning. To be part of something dramatically life-altering, cathartic, and overwhelming. I'm sorry. Clearly, you must be in the throes of something major. Right? In the floor Shalema, right? In the floor Kavalava, Hashka Babala is not Kalev. Right, the next will say, I think I'll tell him for you, and hopefully you'll be back later. This is some things you miss in life. All right, 7.5 years, we'll be back in that session. Rishon Levi. Ashka Le'ilio. The Habutanya Kisla de Ma'arta Rishon by Rishon Levi was standing at the entrance of the grave of Rabbi Shabbat Habos. Remember again, for those who are not the last Yaakov Kala, but 2 Yaakov Kalas ago, we went to the entrance of the grave of Rashbi in the road. Now, again, there's the grave on top. And if you know some people, you can actually go below, right to the entrance of the Ma'ara. Literally at the entrance of the Ma'ara. So Rabbi Shimon Levi was standing right, found Elio. Where was Elio? At the entrance of the Ma'ara to Rishon Bayochai. So Amalei, Asina La'amadasi. So Shimon Levi said to Elio, am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to the world to come? Amalei, in Yirtza Adon Hazra. Baruch wants you. No, what for me? Like, I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if Hashem wants me to go to Olam Haba, we go to Olam Haba. I'm sure Levi. Shnayim Levi. See, we're called Zimos Shanati. So Rabbi Levi says, I'm standing here with you, Elio. So there's 2 of us, but I hear 3 voices. So ultimately, again, the Shimon Levi heard, whatever this means, the voice of the Shekhinah. Rashi says, the Shekhinah Hava Bahadai. The Shekhinah was there to us. Let's imagine the scene. So again, Eliyahu Hanavi is standing by the entrance of the grave of Rabbi Shimon Levi. So now, Rabbi Shimon Levi passes by. He's talking with Eliyahu Hanavi. I'm going to know what to come. I don't know, ask Hashem. Then Rabbi Shimon Levi hears another voice. The Torah is there as well. Amalei, Amos Hasi Mashiach. So now Rabbi Shimon Levi says to Eliyahu, when is Mashiach coming? Now, the reason why does he say this to Eliyahu Hanavi? And the Pashas Eliyahu Hanavi is the one who comes before to announce that Allah Mashiach. So when does Mashiach come? Amalei, Zil Shailin Legidei. Go ask him. Go ask Mashiach. Ask Mashiach when he's coming. Rabbi Shimon Levi says, okay, the Hechli Yasin. Where can I find Mashiach? Where is he? That I should ask him. He is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. So the Gemara says, in my simone, I was saying, how will I know? Fine, so I'll go to the gates of Rome, and how should I go ahead, and how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says, so if you look, by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, the Piska de Karto, Mira Lamori, Lobe Pesachai, Mamish Elegant Eden, who can get Kolo Olam, the Karla related the whole Sat, Shalgan Eden, Shenega Pesach, Mashiach Shari. I was saying, Rashi quotes from his teaching, he says, Pesach here doesn't mean the entrance to the city, rather than the entrance to the Ganesha. Also, that is not the way that everyone is going to do it. Everyone is going to do it. Pesach here literally means the entrance way to Rome. Mashiach hangs out, Mashiach resides at the entrance way to Rome. So it's fine. I'm sure Levi says, okay, I'll go find him, but how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how will I know who he is? In my simone, Yosef, Shene, and me, Sovi, Kalos. What's the great thing? Who is there at the entrance way to Rome? The lepers. The lepers, those with Saras, they're not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside with all of the lepers. Rashi says, Sobli Chalon, Minugoyim, Unami Minuga. So ultimately, Mashiach would live with all the lepers, and Mashiach himself was also a leper. Also a leper. Okay, so Mashiach was also a leper. He stands with all the lepers. So now, okay, and we go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something. Listen, Mashiach does not walk around, right, with a long beard and distinguished clothing. And the person we normally think is, oh, that guy is Mashiach. So Mashiach is probably one of those people who you look at and you look the other direction. So we go ahead and probably don't take the time to take the challenge. We're like the people who get a little bit more on the nerves, or the people maybe we try to avoid, or the people who people marginalize, or the people just we push to the periphery. Like Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. Listen, this is a tremendous thing. Because sometimes the people who we just marginalize, push to the periphery, and don't take the time to think, those people are often the holiest of the holy. Tremendous idea. So Mashiach, again as a leper, sitting by the entranceway of Rome. So like Jonah says, so look, how can I figure out who it is? How can I figure out who it is? The Gemara says, just have to change their bandages. So the way it works is generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Okay? You'll notice, by the way, even Shalishad Ba'asufai. Mashiach only changes his bandages one bandage at a time. Now, why is that? Listen to this. Dilma, because again, he's concerned what's going to happen. What happens if he gets the call? Right? So Mashiach is on call. So what happens if he gets the call? Here's the issue. If all of his bandages are off, and Hashem says, okay, go. It's going to be big, he has to wrap up everything. So instead, what he does is he only bandages unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a prolonged amount of time. Listen, tremendous. So first of all, tremendous in that you see Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. He's ready to go. Varai only changes his bandages one at a time. I would say there's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us walk around life with many different wounds. many different wounds, and many different things that we have to heal. There's the Sahara sometimes to try to heal everything at once. I'm going to identify everything that's broken, and I just heal it all at once. Life doesn't work that way. The best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is one at a time. Decide what you want to heal. Decide what you want to heal. And how you want to heal it. Heal that first. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then move on to the next. The problem just is often when you unbandage all of the stuff you got to heal, and you look at yourself in the mirror, all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in a state of disrepair, can become overwhelming, and that's when despair sets in and I give up. But one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, and slowly but surely over time you begin to heal yourself. Incredible. Oslo Dabe. So Shulman says, Hashem Mashiach. So can you just imagine what that must have been? So even if he's not right, he's not. So he's not coming back, right? He hasn't revealed himself yet. He's not like Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi found Mashiach. He found him. Azul Gabe, Amalei, Shalom Alecha Rabbi. So that the day is going to come. The day will come. The Mashiach will stand before us. And you two will be up on this Hashem to say, Shalom Alecha Rabbi Umar. Can you imagine what's going to happen? Mashiach comes, and before he does anything, he's just going to say, I don't know how we're going to know. I don't know how we're going to know. Somehow, but we're going to know. And he's just going to stand there, and he's just going to say those words, Shalom Alecha Rabbi Umar. We waited 2,000 years to say those words. Just being able to say those words to Mashiach before he does anything will be such a sweeping balm for the collective soul of Israel. So we should believe he's a Shalom Alecha Rabbi Mori. Amalei, Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. Shalom Alecha to you. Bar Levi means Ben Levi. Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. Amalei, Le'emas Hashima. So if you notice this, he skips the classic truth. He's like, let's get to it. He's like, let's get to it. When are you coming? When are you coming? Guys, you need to, when are you coming? So Amalei, Hayom. Wow. So yes, you're coming today. You're coming today. So I'll say that's it. I'm sure that he's like, I'm good. I've got nothing else. He goes back, apparently he goes back to Eliyahu Navi. Also, Rabbi Eliyahu. When did this needs to get back to Eliyahu at the entrance, by the grave of Rashbi, by the grave of Rashbi, or someone else we don't know. But again, he goes back to Eliyahu. Amalei, my Amalei. So Eliyahu says, so he knew what happened. What did Mashiach tell you? So Amalei, Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. It's the first thing. Mashiach said hello to me, right? Like he gave me Shalom. He said Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. To which Eliyahu says, Amalei, so first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father have a portion of the world to come. Whereas the fact that Mashiach greeted you and mentioned your father's name, that's indicative of the fact that both you, Rabbi Yeshua, and your father, Levi, both have a portion in the world to come. So, okay, beautiful. Yeshua is a bit heartbroken. Why? Amalei, Shakuri Kashaka. Mashiach lied to me. Mashiach lied to me. The Amar Li Hayom Asina B'Ra'asa. Mashiach told me he's coming today and he didn't come. Listen, isn't that overwhelming? Rabbi Levi is feeling lied to. Mashiach told me he's coming today and he did not come. He did not lie to you. Amalei, Haki Amalecha. Hayom in B'Kolo Tishmir. What Mashiach was telling you was, I'm ready to come today. I'm ready to come every single day. If you cloud this one, if you get your act together and do what you are supposed to do, I'm ready to come today. In B'Kolo Tishmir, to listen to the voice of Allah. Mashiach wasn't blind. Mashiach was ready. He's changing his bandages one at a time so that he could be ready to redeem us. He is ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. But to receive him, we have to do the necessary. What it can do. And of course, this goes with the narrative that we control the arrival of Messianic redemption. We control the Messiah. The lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we go through, all of this controls the flow of Messianic redemption. Shalut Hamidon Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma. So the students asked Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma, Emasai ben David Ba. When is Mashiach going to come? Yes, Mashiach Amar, Messiare Anisha Matavakshim. Oh, so Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said, You know what? I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. I'm going to give you an answer and ask me for a sign. So if I don't want to answer it, I'm alone. And I'm not trying to call. I said, Rabbi, just answer the question. You will not ask for a sign from me. Okay. I'm alone. Look at Sheyipo Hasharazat. V'yivneh. V'yipol v'yivneh. V'yipol v'ein mafsikin l'noso. Ad sheben David Ba. So this is fine. I'll give you a sign. I'll give you a sign. But it's fine. I'll tell you when Mashiach is coming. Mashiach is going to come. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, when the gates falls down, and then it falls down the first time they rebuild it, it falls down the second time, and before they go ahead and they get to rebuild it, Mashiach's going to come. Mashiach's going to come. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, "Amalei Geshadu b'chad is enough." No, sorry, Chad. No. Asharas, I thank you. Sha'ir Romi, Sha'ir Romi. So again, this is a reference to Rome. So again, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says that's going to happen. The gate of Rome will fall down. They'll rebuild it. It'll fall down again. They'll rebuild it. It'll fall down a third time. Before they get to rebuild it a third time, ultimately Mashiach will come. That's the sign, right? That's when Mashiach will come. Amru lo Rabinu, Timanu Os. He said, Rabbi, okay, fantastic. Give us a sign that that's true. Amru lo Rabbi, lo kaka ma'ati. Lo kaka ma'ata mi. Shulkin Bakshi and Os. I told you, I knew you were going to answer this. I was like, what's the pshat of it? See, listen, what ends up happening is Mashiach discussions get people very excited. So when people hear something, all they want is they want the confirmation. That's what this is. Rabbi Yossi, because I know this didn't work. That's why I said, I'll tell you about it. I won't have to give you notes. So I said, Rabbi, you told us, but give us a sign. So I'm going to go, Alpha Peking. Rabbi, I got it. You told us not giving us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. I'm going to have in Kach Yahapti Ma'aras Kamias, Yadam, Yad Kuladam. Also, so Rabbi Yossi said, if the waters of the Kamias, right, the waters of the Kamias, turn to blood. So the Kamias is the body of water that feeds the Jordan. Feeds the Arden. If the Kamias turns to blood, that will show you that what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Kamias turned to blood. Incredible. B'shas P'tirasam, at the time Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma was dying, he said, Amr Lahem, Hamikul Yalon. Make sure to bury my coffin very deep in the ground, on the base. Why? Shein Kol Deko V'Deko Shalababa, Shein Sus Shalhasim Mikshava. Because when I die, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single palm tree will have a Persian horse tethered to it. And they're going to be overrun by the Persians. The meaning is that what? They're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food troughs for their horses. So Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said, very deep in the earth, so they won't dig up my casket. In Ben David Ba'ash is Pasha Tanakos Al Yisrael Tisha Hadoshim. Ben David Mashiach only comes when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, extends itself over Tajma. Listen, I want to point out, when we talk about Rome means Edom. Rome means Edom. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It can be anything that is a derivative of Rome. So Mashiach comes only after the bodies are oppressed by the Malchus of Rome for 9 months. Yitnem Atis Yoda Yoda Vita Achas Yeshua Ben Yisrael Ulo Yossi Velo Achamim. Now we come to a Torah detail. Who said, Yaisi, I hope so much, let Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. What is the other side? What Ula is saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede myself. So, I hope I have that with Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. Let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. Rabbi Yosef says, Rabbi Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excrement of Mashiach's dung. What is that? So what that means is like this. Yosef says essentially, bring it. I know that the days after Mashiach are going to be difficult, but I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring Mashiach out of it. So just two totally different things it takes on whether or not they want to be here to see the suffering of Mashiach. Only that by the Rabbi. My time, no. Even in the Mashiach. So what is this? What is it that's being done? Right? If it's about if it's about ultimately again, what does it mean these Rabbanim say? The Mashiach come without, I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience this. What's the problem? If it's because of the suffering, Chavlosh Mashiach, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes necessarily Kanya, Shalotani, there was Rabbi Elazar, what should a person do to save himself from the trials and travails of Mashiach? Right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption? Yasok Patorah, suffering. Wow. Also, what should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations for Kim and Messianic? Engage in Torah and Chesed. Torah and Chesed. Now, first of all, what does this even mean? We'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from the suffering of Messianic. Imar, HaTorah, God gives us Chesed. And we'll look together. Remember again. The Gemara says, right, Rav, right, you have all the stuff. You have Torah, you have Chesed. What are you worried about? What are these Rabbanim worried about? They have Torah, they have Chesed. Chesed is to be saved for any type of suffering which precedes Messianic, right? I might have requisite merits now, but I'm concerned that maybe I'll commit an Avera. But I want to say sometimes one Avera could wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah and Chesed in order to escape the suffering of Messianic. And maybe I'll sin, wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of Messianic. The Gemara says, Rabbi Yaakov he remixes the passages as follows. By Yaakov Avinu, Kini Anochi Malchush Matei B'Chol Shavim. The prophet promises Yaakov Avinu, I got your back. I got your back. I will watch you, and I will guard you everywhere you go. And yet it also says, you see, when Yaakov was about to encounter Esau, Vayira Yaakov Ma'od Vayitzerlo. Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's the pshat? If Hashem says to Yaakov, I got you. You have nothing to worry about. I have your back. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which the Gemara answers, ultimately, Yaakov Avinu was scared that although he possessed the requisite merit, maybe he would do something that would cause that merit to be erased. You see, like Shabbos, by the way, it's such a which is just this profoundly so, which is this part of Chazal's motif of coming the do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because no matter how many Zophios, how much merit I have racked up and freed and acquired for myself, which is incredible, I could lose it. You really can. And one bad decision could wipe out so much merit. So you see great people, as great as they are, live with this existential fear that I may wipe out all of my fruits and acquired merit. This is the first one, the first compared to strong with Yeshua. So this is the second, the second coming, but that's how you start to write that. Right? It refers to the second arrival in Eretz Yisrael with Ezra. I thought, ראוי בכל ישראל לעשות להם נס בקריאה שנייה, קריאה ראשונה, אלא שגרם הכי. That they can also say that the Christ came with Israel, with incredible miracles with Yeshua, with incredible miracles with Ezra as well, but because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we did not get that miracle. So once we stop over here for today, we're going to continue with this overwhelming Gemara today. Overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues tomorrow. Let's say, by the way, how incredible is it when Sugyas of Mashiach? Because the name of Mashiach is not yet here. When we learn Mashiach's Gemaras, we have the opportunity to experience the names of Mashiach each and every morning together. Shkaya Haviyah. All right, have a little great day, everyone. And we could adjust the things that when you're in sure. It's funny. I didn't realize last week I was Alright, good evening, and great this was Mark Hashem. We want to continue in the beautiful piece ahead of us today. So remember, we're telling ourselves tonight, we're operating under this structure, so many beautiful and different versions of kindness. So then we'll learn how to do that in this safer called Seamless Media. Alright? Which again, essentially is life itself is just an interpretation, a translation, it's a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on So we left off yet last week with Rabbi quoting the passage. So literally translated again, the matter is very close to you. So remember again, the Rebbe asked the fundamental question is that I understand. If you tell me the FIFA, I tell you the easy for me to do it right now. I got it, right? Tell me to say something, I can say it. Tell me to do something, and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's much more difficult. Also, in general, we have this idea about there's only, you can legislate a lot of things, like you can legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when you say that it's however repetitive, dark color surface, the other says stuff like this design, אבל השליטה היא כשהלב ובדרך הרי קשה מאוד. So the ability to go ahead and really regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. The AV talking Lomar comes down to the Hasig Yad because Ma'od B'Chalodam, Hello B'Chalodam, negative B'Shalom. So again, the Rebbe says again, it's top of page 9. So once again, you want to tell me something is easy to say, something is easy to do, I can share that. Something is easy to feel, it's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest things I trust you, one of the hardest things that we have to do, we need to shake shoulder and feel, like the Torah tells us, don't soften it, don't cover it. One of the hardest things is because sometimes it's like this beautiful and to have to make it how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous individual emotion. So whatever goes on, he says as follows. כלומר, שכל מאוד החלודים, רק הוקידו מכנס העולם הזה, יאבס השנדה. כמו שססה בגמר אחת, ועל זה, תשציס רבים לספרו, ובעת כיצד תחליט חייב הדבר מאוד, וחלקם לא עבוד את השם, גם בלבד. להתחייב על זה, בשם רגלסי, תשכון דעת להגיע, להתמודד וכולם לכולם בגלל בספר, It's this selection of souls. We call it prayer. Those people call it prayer. The entire avoda of this sefer is to figure out this expression starts not only with our mind, and not only with our bodies, but with our thoughts. It's not necessarily difficult, and there's no difficulty. And we know this. It's reading that heart with two shots. And it's hard. You're studying on the locals, as long as I learn about the local. I'm not using the English, so to re-regulate my behaviors is one thing. But when I say just in general, it's not, regular behaviors is something that is easy. And how many of us actually feel shoppers? How many of us actually experience about shoppers? And how many of us really get not know how to do this part? A lot of times you go through the behavioral actions, the emotions, the mechanistic emotions, but the heart is not there. So a lot of times if you kind of avoid what I'm trying to do here, is to keep it about that. Just sit up to yourself and you see it. So that's the next section. You see the bottom of page 9. The Dara Hayuka is the second. You see that? Ready? So let's say this is up the top. This is one point out. We're only in the instruction. We're going to be instruction. This week we get like to that, to the meat and potatoes. So the next the Dara, now literally I'm going to show you the Dara, and you go to the side. A long path, that's short. One path, that's short. So listen to this. So you consider first in the notes, you call Russian as a beginner. So remember again, the large broken letters, those the actual words of Kanye, the small impact words, that's the period, that's the Kanye. So Rebbe shows this house. He says, Makar Moshe is out into Gemara. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So I said, this is a profound Gemara. I'm not sure, but yeah, I said, that's also why I like using this edition. Because, again, like many things you find in the specific master book, it's getting to be a writing. But a lot of times, as regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you typing about? So the other just makes one very short statement. There's a path that is long and short. Thank you. Like, what is that mean? So the point of your use is to learn the sex. It's only 7 canal. The Juba Canal says, "House, making more. Yomai, no, it's funny, other two. Right? No, so the Juba Canal says, no one ever bested me. Like, no one ever bested me, except for one kind of child. A child bested me. What happened? Money. How much does it look like? One time I was traveling on the road, so I was traveling on the road, and I used to see an apple try Yoshi about block. And I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay, I'm not going to leave, I said to the child. My son, there is a derech neighbor here. He should have gone traveling to a particular city. He didn't know anything. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city? That's what I say what they say. So the kid says to me, so Amari, Zu Alika Ikisara, Zu Kisara Alika. So the child says, what's the path? This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so the Shema Khan is this one says to himself, okay, so which path? Which one? Which one? Right, so it says, so which path? Which path should I take? So the Shema Khan said, I don't need, I'm so sorry, Allah you can certify you. The Shema Khan says, I took the path that was short and long. I think about that was short and long. Sorry about it, which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? Because we're going to the same. Right, so the kid says that there's a short path. I just take the short path. What's the big deal? So he takes the short path. Listen to this. I like maybe to tell right. Even she got to it. So back to the city in the time. And you might people love Guinness with my base. The problem was back to the end of the path. He was right next to the city, but the problem was that there were literally gardens and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took this short path. He got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because he was not able to. So I got there, I went back to the crossroads, goes back to the kid. I'm not going to believe. No time, I'm not going to seek the sorrow. He says to the kid, what's the problem? He never checked it. So he said, right, kid, you told me that this was a short path. Wasn't it a short path? Which the child said, I'm 11. Well, path am I to the path? Sorrow, value. Rabbi, I said, remember what I told you? What did I tell you? It's short. But it's long. That was short, but it's a layer. It's short. So now I get to the city quickly. But you won't get it. But you won't get it. Let's watch this. Here's how to buy. Now, by the way. Now, obviously, my one is the house. And then the other one. Look at that. If I reach out, it is solid. It's long but short. What do you mean long but short? Otherwise, if you take the longer to get to the city, but you'll get it. You'll get it. Look at the Rabbi does this. This is in the light, and this is so much about the great teachers. This is what he says. Adara Hakitzara Ba'aluka, Akin Haisip Tell you Knesset. So if we could get path that was short and long, it was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. Avalakol Haisip, but practically, it was longer. Why? כי לפני מבוא העיר היו בנות הקדיסים אשר בישס, אשר ביקשו מאוד על עבודתם שבדרך. So here's the problem. On one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself. You couldn't get in. He says, in Laylaw, I have touched the city that can finish the Galaxy. Now again, point out, it's what was given a 7 to 9 is pretty effective. You see, put up what is starting with the gardens and orchards and all this kind of stuff. וזהו שאמרתי לו, שאף שעברתי כצרה, you come up with all the other. And that's what Rabbi is saying. He's saying, Rabbi, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city of Washington. Because it will get you up to the gardens and the orchard, and then you're going to have to figure out a way to massively through the gardens and the orchard. But then what was the second half? The second half was long and short. Lomar, the GUINNESS on reality was like distance wise, doesn't go to heaven. People should have seen Moshe, the mother, appear only punished by. But this is where you get to see. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance. It's so directly, even though distance was second to normal, but it was the shortest path because of the new business to reach your actual destination. The actual Shabbat being revealed, and the real be able to get into the city without any accidents. Spirituality, there are two modes. There's the death, the path that's short, but it is actuality long. And then I live with the path that is long, but is actually short. Listen to this. Yesh derech, listen to this. There's a pathway that is short but long. Means what? Meaning, Sha'adam ma'omer as רגשי לבדו, והאופן של מעבודת השם יתברך, and therefore a person inspires, right, nature of his life. So much time, the idea is always seen to Magia Ish של אבא סבא. And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, it comes to all of this fire. In Galaxy, Omnum Kalos of every day, using this amazing house. And what is seven inches? They say the easiest way, holding on to the darkness now, easiest way, that's seven do this work. Stories. Everybody wants stories. What is stories? What is stories? What's the beauty of my son? That's the page of mentions, right? It's like, I don't see a spot, right? You're going to see a spot, right? What happens when it's a spot, right? Come on. Like, what is it about to make it a spot, right? How do you feel like it's a spot, right? Listen, right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it for Tuesday. That's very good. It's actual explanation. Explanation says that I'm gonna do it. Well, it happened left all of the learn. So it says that Rabbi, Sarai, Lot, and the message says, who the sons? I've been converting all these people, trying to convert all these people. So it's a rich sentence, rich people. Right by the time Adam gets to now, it's just Aaron, Sarai, and Lot. So where's the family go? So it's a little bit right? Aaron Avinu was running Shabbatons, he was programming, he was serving Chinese, he was doing everything. So Abraham says, Chava, we're going somewhere. He says, where? I don't know, but God told us to go. Let's go. Let's go. And they go. And then what happens? They start out. And then what happens? It's like the days of the journey. Like, where are we going? Right? And each day, more and more people feel love. Until at the end of the day, it's just happening. Sarai, right? Right? Why? Because when people are just inspired by episodic events, it's beautiful, right? It's like, but it's people as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this is, one of the things a lot of things is really good, let's say, the effects of the issue that we have, as we always know, like, ultimately the people. It's slow, it's slow to knock, it's slow to play, it's slow to putting it in the sea, it's slow to putting it in the floor, and yet, it's not really as slow and they're always going to be right? It's just like the same business, but it doesn't make sense. It's the reason you're not slow. Inspiration, right? Like you get it. It's very nice. It's easy as it comes. Because you guys know that there's a danger. Like everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, we all want that closest stuff to the powerful. And it came with just, I wrote like a hack. I did like a spiritual life hack. And I want to get that relationship, and I don't really want to work for it. Just give it to me under 2 minutes, right? It's not very expensive. Just give me what I need, give me quickly, I'm going to be inspired. And by the way, it works. So that's called Sarah. So I was like, that's the step to get to God. What do you want? It's actually much more religion. It's step actually much more religion. Why? Because the chance is usually just like that. Time it always is like this. Right? So okay, so what's going to inspire you next? What's next? What's next? What's next? So it seems like the short term connection. But in fact, it's a much more secure itself. The last thing is that somebody says, get up, it's all about you. So I don't know, over a teacher that I'm about to level, he's about, there's a really inspired himself. By getting so it's like, so I was like, that's right. I'm not how you also level with the Abba Abba pushing years to the sorrow. So I really need to like stop having the inspiration, recognition, what is inspiration moments to know? What are the What are the memories? No, in fact, like, what is like, again, I'm what happens when you're, what is happening when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're interested, you're passive. You're passive. So here, again, this is because I'm not going to like, you get it, and you get it, and it feels like it's so intense and so profound that it's so always have us to leave them up in social development. But this is some foods like that, passionate inspiration. That seems like the shortest reference Hashem. But ironically enough, that is one of his great because sometimes you know, to get anything from this simply, and not really up to choose myself. So the inspirations that I get often are just the same person, and just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more information, that's great. It's always easy coming. והסיבה לכך היא שעמדה בש"ס מעשה אדם רגש always always. Aber even she as he knew so in his appearance. You know where true is like the culture. Where is so it's very beautiful. Those things doesn't come about because it's something I did for myself. Actually, something that's beautiful for a person. And no ritual change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, בסוף עדיין אי-אפשר על הדעות להישבר. אם כבר עושה המידוס והחדוס המדוס המעקוס הראשון, ולהסתדוס על החדוס. I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have a kid who said, oh, we all have this happens so often. People have these experiences of the young people. I can inspire you. I don't know if I was back in the really back. It's the same thing. And then like, I wrote the inspiration how could it be that one day I'm so on fire and then the next day it's like, yeah, it's like slack line. What's that happen? That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So if the inside remains the same, and all of the wants and desires and beliefs and lusts and all these things are still there. And then the common spirit is spiritual years. And I can really accelerate them. And I'm not getting anywhere. I love it what he says. He says, Lahim and Powell, I've been years, in the actually, we're like, yeah, we're here. She's happy with us. So that's the first time. That first time, after Judaism is called the club. Sarah, it feels short. Right? It feels short. And that I get the hug, I get the inspiration. That is really good. So I go, I was like, I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then I want to do something regarding everything is there blocking you from the city. But then there's another audience. That's all about it. Even. If that has something, I guess to say that. Listen, if that was what was expected, at least everything was honest from that. We like to unite with inspiration of Thank you to the Red Rose Kiosks, people come and visit Kiltony. You say that you have tickets to Kiltony, you know why? Use the promo code ROTHSCHILD for 25% off your there Monday night at the Disney World. How fucking cool is that, huh? And yeah, it gets a little bit more on the amazing sponsors who made tonight's episode available for you here right now. The 2022 Swirling Orchid Vitamin for Women Control. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, back with you again. It's been a while. They played the night Miami, Florida, April 21st to the 23rd, Phoenix, May 5th to the 7th, Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, May 20th through the 21st. All dates are being added regularly. Get tickets at TonyandJoey.com. Hey, Kelly, and I am loving the year 2022. Things are back back on the feed. Everybody's live shows on their tour. And I'm happy about my health right now. I've been doing a lot of crazy exercises, a lot of hydrating, and I've been amazing. One stick of liquid I need, 16 ounces of water hydrates faster, more efficiently than water alone, with amazing flavors like strawberry, lemon, lime, strawberry, pina colada, and beef steak. Chili, I'm doing intense long days in the sun, no alcohol. Hot yoga has really changed what I eat. It's a game changer. I don't even drink hot water anymore. I mix it in with liquid I need as protein. It's hard hangovers, hard exercise, what I eat is a godsend. Right, man? You cannot exercise, but you know exactly how much hydrating content helps me with that. When you understand someone, I wake up and I go to that first meeting. The more you understand their ownership, I call it sharing. Liquid IV and Bear's Midway is so much fun. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Liquid IV also really good natural profile. They donated over 19 million servings of their product globally to people who need it the most. It's just incredible. Like I said, you get all your vitamins, electrolytes, nutrients, even double dairy, even trying this unlimited Thomas this stuff is therapy, the best sponsor of all time, the supporter of the year. Here's Liquid IV in bulk shakes your life fast house with 25% off when you go to liquidiv.com to 8% checkout. And 25% off anytime you order when you use promo code TONY at liquidiv.com. Experience better hydration today at liquidiv.com. Promo code TONY. You guys ready to start tonight's episode? You guys are in for a very special treat. Normally these shows here at Austin, we only have one guest. Tonight we are lucky enough to have an LA style show. We have two guests in town worthy of being guests on this show. Two of my favorite comedians on the planet. Two guys I've been working with for a decade and a half. Make some noise for my friends. striving to understand the layers of focus on understanding yourself, affecting change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets you to my intended destination. Let's say it's present, which is just finding relaxing at the test. This is an insight. So we got to ace, kudos, kudos, powers, the oras. That's nice. You know, you guys are out there, it says. The long time, so let's have a sign. There's no space left. This is what's this, right? Again, it's a single thing, right? It's the same issue as 27 minutes. You know, you're going to find the shit that we're going to get all this, right? You know, it's a very much, you know, right? Yeah, I remember when everybody was so the whole time you said, I just want to tell you, there's no shortcuts. That's all that's on it. And the rejection state, that's rejection. So, and the rejection state, I'm going to heal Rabbi, that's so clearly. What does it require? It requires ridiculous amount of exertion, like tremendous amount of I have the current. I could tremendous amount of that you get. There's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over. About here's your dad, too. Your son's the distribution of the most important. I just work as the state. Walking in the back of the trees, you will be also, this is working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of all kinds of. So there's no shortcuts to the program. That's just like what happened. What's that program? You can't say, well, you did this, you're 4, 5, or 6. 7 is really my thing. You can't look. That's why it's not program. You gotta start from 1, and you gotta do it over the that's maybe step after step. So just finish up. About 3 weeks to get it. But if you work with the other calls, you get a weakness. So the most that is short, it says you will treat yourself as a person. This is the idea of God. So that the self-esteem, but a lot of reach it, but a lot of friends. So you got this. So about this, and I'm going to teach you. When I'm going to teach you about that, this is what. Now, I can tell you this. This is the way to get after the seeking the that's the chance is how we accomplish our life objectives. Well, finish. This is the way we do it. Share KD, Rico, one so it's nice because the fact is short. Only one problem. It's never like should be allowed. He famously just worked himself with a great range of relationship like a girl. and you bring this very clearly to my intended and desired righteousness. So let's say, let's see how this starts. All right.
This is absolutely insane. But we found out that a girl that was on the stage that we interviewed that
all right.
Great
is it was Mark Hashem to be able to continue in this beautiful piece of investigation. Remember, we find ourselves tonight. We're operating under this structure, so many beautiful and different versions of Torah. One of the which again, essentially, is like itself is just an interpretation or translation. It's a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on so we left off yet last week with 11 quoting the passage. So literally translated again, the matter is very close to you. The people do above remember again, if you ever ask the fundamental questions that I understand. If you tell me the FIFA, that's something that's easy for me to do with my mouth, I got it. Right? Tell me to say something and I can say it. You don't believe me. Tell me to do something and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's much more difficult. Okay, in general, we have this idea about there's only, you can legislate a lot of things, like you can legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions. So what does it mean when you say that it's Torah Lechabil, Love Salah Sofa? So that means it's on something design. Habalashtika Likshe Halei, Levavcha, Harei Kasha Ma'od. So the ability to go ahead and literally regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. If you're talking about comes with the Hesed Yad, the Karov Ma'od, the Chaladam, Halol Oloru, Negative Hushamah. So again, the Rebbe says again, it's top of page 9. So once again, you want to tell me something that's easy to say, something that's easy to do, I can feel that. Something that's easy to feel, it's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is to the way you feel. Like the Torah tells us, don't stop, don't cover. One of the hardest things, because sometimes it's just like instinctive to feel a certain way. And you have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous thing. Whoever goes on and it says as follows. שקרו מאוד בקולודם, מה חוקרו מכבס העולם הזה, יעבס השם בארץ. כמו שחסר בגמר ועל זה תשציס רבים לספרו, לבאר היטב. כיצד אחים חרוף הדבר מאוד לפות אדם לעבודת השם, גם דלת. The entire volume, that's why the last week you spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rabbi gives is Sefer which is collection of sayings. We call it Tanya, but it's really called the Kukya Mas, you understand. The entire avoda of this Sefer is to figure out how we can show up with Shbaraki not only with our mouth, and not only with our body, but with our hearts. So isn't that the most incredible thing? The most difficult thing. I mean, look, it's really like hard to keep shots. And it's hard. It's 39 halachas. I know it's as long as I learn what to do. I'm not used to doing it, so really regulate my behaviors is one thing. Otherwise, it's just, in general, it's not, regulating behaviors is something that we do. And how many of us actually feel Shabbos? How many of us actually experience what our Shabbos? And how many of us really get a schmack of our Yiddishkeit? A lot of times we go through the behavioral actions, the motions, the mechanistic motions, but the heart is not there. So the Bible says the entire avoda what I'm trying to do this year is to teach you good about how to serve our Kodesh Baruch Hu with your heart. So basically, go down to the next section. You see the bottom of page 9. The Derech Aruka Ukitzara. You see that? The heading. So those are this is at the top. This is we're only in the introduction. It's not even the introduction. Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes. So the rest of the Derech now, literally, I'm going to show you Derech Aruka Ukitzara. A long path that's short. What do you mean? One path that's short. So listen to this. So he goes to the first in the notes, Mikar Lashon Zev with the Gemara. So remember again, the large bold letters, those are the actual words of Tanya. The small things afterwards, that's the Kiddush, that's the Tanya. So then he says this house. He says, Mikar Lashon Zev with the Gemara. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So I said, this is a profound Gemara. I'm not really sure, Ben Hanani. Yeah, I said, that's also why I like using this edition. Because again, like many times you find in the great Hasidic messages, like they wrote it, understanding what they were writing. But a lot of times, us regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? And the Rebbe just makes one very short statement. There's a path that is long and is short. Thank you. Like, what does that mean? So the quote that we use is based on the Gemara Maseches Eder. This is Rabbi Shabbat Chananya. Rabbi Shabbat says, "Yomai lo nitzchani adam ala tzibah." Right? No, so Rabbi Shabbat Chananya says, "I'm a pretty smart guy. No one ever bested me. Right? No one ever bested me, except for one time a child. A child bested me. What happened? One time I was traveling on the road. So Rabbi Shabbat, I was traveling on the road. And I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay. I said to the child, my son, there is a derech neighbor. So Shabbat was traveling to a particular city. He didn't know where he was going. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city? What's the best way to get to the city? So the kid says to me, Amarli, Zu Aruka Ukitsara, Zu Kitsara Aruka. So the child said, there are two paths. This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so Rabbi Shimon hears this and he says to himself, okay, so which path? What's if anyone needs cheats over here? Right, so he says, so which path should I take? So Rabbi Shimon he said, I'm sorry, Halachti Ikitsara Va'aruka. So Shimon says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that was short and long, which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? Because really what the kid is saying. Right? So the kid says that there's a short path, I'll just take the short path. Like, what's the big deal? So he takes the short path. Listen to this. Even she got to here, so the sure as it's amazing. Got to the city in no time. The problem was, he got to the end of the path, and he was right next to the city. So the problem was that there were literally gardens and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took his short path, he got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because the pathway was blocked. So I was out for it, I went back to the crossroads, goes back to the kid, so he says to the kid, what's the problem? And then exactly, right? Kid, you told me that this was the short path. So I was the short path. First the child said, I'm going to Rabbi, Rabbi, I told you, remember what I told you? What did I tell you? It's short, but it's long. Right? It's short, but it's long. No, it's short. And then I give it to the city quickly. That's no good. That's no good. And let's watch this. Here's the bottom. Now, by the way, now, obviously, what was the child saying? And then there's another path. What's the other path? It's Aruka Ukitsara. It's long but short. What do you mean it's long but short? Anyways, it's going to take you longer to get into the city, but what? You'll get in. So look at the Rabbi does this. Once again, this is an incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what you're doing people. This is what he says. So the truth is, the path that was short and long, it was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. But practically, it was longer. Why? In the name of God, so here's the problem. On one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is when getting into the actual city itself, he couldn't get in. He says, now again, just point out, he could have been shopping for 90 years, he had gotten into the city, but it's harder just to cross over the gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff. And that's the child was saying. He's saying, Rabbi, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing this. Because it will get you up to the gardens and the orchard, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to navigate through the gardens and the orchard. But then there was a second path. What was the second path? The second path was long but short. Reality-wise, like I guess what's the word? distance-wise, it was a longer path. אבל כיוון שבדרך זו מוצא ומוזל here only because it's far. But this is the way you get into the city. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance, which will ultimately get that in. So derech see derech zod he hakitzara. Even though the distance was the second path was longer, but with the shorter path required to enable you to reach your actual destination. The after Shebama here the Luminios, be able to get into the city without any obstacles. So that's like looking for that
show us a little bit of shadow boxing or something like that?
In Gan Rabbi said. So the Baal Chaim says, this Gemara is an incredible spirituality on two roads. There's the path Tzara Ba'ayuga, the path that's short but is in actuality long, and Derech Aruga Tzara, the path that is long but is actually short. What is it? There's a pathway that is short but long, meaning that Hainu, Sha'adam Ma'over as to reach in the bubble, Ba'ofanim Shem Avodas Hashem Yisbarach. For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart. Yisrael Hashem, Va'ayidei, his holiness is you, Umagia, Yidei, Ish, Ish, Shel Abbas Abor. And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The derech zu, Amnam Chalyos or love Deas Hashem. Let me say this to you outside. Hey, the Rabbi described it like this. So it's like the easiest way to fall in love with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is now. Easiest way? Bestseller Jewish books. All what? Stories. Everybody loves stories. What do stories do? What's the beauty of a nice song? That's what choose your imagination, right? It's like an NCSY shot, right? It's like an NCSY Abdallah, right? What happens by NCSY Abdallah, right? Come on, or those of us who have been in NCSY Abdallah, right? How do you feel at an NCSY Abdallah, right? Oh my God, I am really going to change my life. It's really mostly, right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it till Tuesday. That's really good. There's actually Rabbi Soloveitchik points this out. He says the pasuk says that when Avram left from Haran to Bnei Canaan, so it says that Avram went, Sarai, Lot, Yes, and Nefesh Asher Asu B'Chol, and the souls they made B'Chol. And the Medrash says, who are the souls? So Avram converted all these people, started converting all these people. So Rachel says, like, where did he go? Right, by the time Avram gets to Canaan, it's just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. So where did the Shevim go? So it's like Rachel says, this is you are not the first. So Avram Avinu was running Shabbatons, he was programming, he was serving Chinese, right? He was doing everything. He was doing everything. The people were on fire. So Avram says, Chevra, we're going somewhere. I said, where? I don't know. And God told us to go. Let's go. I was like, yeah, let's go. And they go. And then what happens? They start out. And then probably what happens? It's like a day into the journey. And like, where are we going? Right? And each day, more and more people peeled off. Until at the end of the day, it's just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. Right? Why? Because when people are just inspired by episodic events, it's beautiful, it lights a fire. But as quickly as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this is the, if you want to understand, a lot of times when you look at, let's say, the event for the Jewish people in Christ, and we always wonder, how could it be the people? They saw the mockers, they saw the praise, they saw us putting up the seed, they saw the giving of the Torah, and yet the Rabbi was going like an extra hour, and they're only breaking through the house. Like, it just doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense. Here's the reason. Miracles don't work. Miracles don't create believers. Miracles do not create sustained spirituality. Inspiration, like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, and it's very nice. It's very nice, but as quickly as it comes, it goes. It goes, and that's like, by the way, I want to point out, there's a danger. Like today, it's very interesting. It's like everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, we all want that closest track to the follow. And I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual like hack. I want to get that relationship, but I don't really want to work for it. Give it to me. Under 2 minutes, please. Under 2 minutes, right? Short attention span. So give me what I need. Give it to me quickly. I can be inspired. And by the way, it works. The other side, left hold, Yara, Sarah, Va'aruka. That's the short path to get to God. There's only one problem. It's actually a much longer way to get. It actually becomes a much longer way to get to God. Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that's high, then you always need to get to high, right? So what's going to inspire me next? And what's next? And what's next? And what's next? So it seems like the shortest path to connection. And in fact, it's the most beautiful stuff for the last 2 years. Something that Rabbi said, a person literally inspires himself. Inspiration, like inspirational moments, it's interesting. What do inspirational moments demand of you? What do they demand of you? What do they demand of you? In fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, I'm inspired. What happens when you're inspired? What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. You're passive. So, and by the way, I want to point out that is not. This is the time when I just need that pick me up. I need that pick me up. And it feels like it's so intense and so profound, but in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything, it's easy come, easy go. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. Just some kind of like that passionate inspiration. That seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, it's actually the longest way to Hashem. Because since I'm passive, I'm not really doing anything, I'm receiving. I'm not really affecting change within myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. But the inspiration isn't always easy coming. Here it is. Do you know where true relationship comes from? When a person is willing to change who he is. You see, we're inspired, so inspiration is beautiful. But inspiration doesn't come about because of something I did for myself. Often something that's being conferred upon me. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, "Result soho, again Misha Alamdo, Chimikodem, Inko also Hamidos Haivos Hamanos Macros also, Milis Kalos Alakadas Famas." I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have a children also, but we all have this. This is what happens so often. I feel like a lot of us have experienced this when we're young and going on. Like, I'm inspired. I don't know, man, it's about davening, by the way, by something. And then, like, I went there, I get inspiration, like, every single way. It's like, how can it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like, yeah, it's like slack. That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So if the inside remains the same, and all of your negative wants and desires and capabilities and losses, all these things are still there, then I'm like a car that's spinning my spiritual wheels. And I can do on the accelerator, but I'm not really getting anywhere. The other goes on and says, he says, Lachim v'poel, Yihu harbe minios v'ikurim v'dashli and she's happy with us. So we'll say that's the first half. That first half of Judaism is what we call Titzarav Va'aruka. It feels short, right? It feels short in that I get the high, I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no internal change that has occurred. So So although it feels like it's the fast track to control what happens, I end up like almost getting to my goal. But then when I want to really do something, the gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city. But then there's another model that changed. לפיכך, נקרא ג'ק סבבה. ואילו, הדרך המבוארת בספר התנ"ך. So what the Rebbe is going to subscribe to, obviously, again, I want to point out, the beauty of Judaism in general is that there are multiple modalities, right? There are multiple avenues of connection, and this is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or wrong way. People connect to Hashgacha in different ways. So there are some people for whom that burst of spirituality is exactly the catalyst that they need in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occurs, they come, and the beginnings of the things that you have released in the future. This is the end of that is so beautiful. He says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, it just makes you this. What it says, open up a chumash and read a pasuk. This is why. Because at least it is taking the inspiration that you plug this into something. And everyone can go fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fire is if you don't feel it. And it extinguishes. And that's right. I was like, so honestly, this week, and this is very, holy shit, I can't be honest with myself. How many times in life was like so excited, ready to do something? I just never did something. I just did. I'm not even, oh no, guys, it's the right thing. The fire was there. I'm like, the fire could burn by itself for a certain amount of time. But after a certain, if you don't feed it, it's going out. It's going out. So that's the first pass. Ended up as the bottom of the page pass. ואילו, הדרך המבוארת בספר התנ"ך, the rest of it is also the derech that the Baal HaTanya is teaching us in Tanya is a different kind of that. What does this mean? It's a derech, it's a purpose question that requires unity to it. כי כדי לעקוב אחרי רגשי הלב, מטבעס העולם הזה לאהבת השמש, מוכרחת עבודת המוח. אי זאת רואה לפי הכל. היינו, let me read a little bit of it. לימוד והסודה כגדלס השם. ולאחר מכן, כסבולינוס והמוקס הדש במיונים שלום הגרסים. So as we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in general, and we'll see more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want to really feel like it's powerful, it's going to really need to understand the Hashem. You can't, it's hard to love something that you don't know. Also, this is have never known. They're doing so well, you're going to understand the Hashem. But there's still stuff you don't understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you get to them. The more you understand the closer you become. It requires my mind, it requires my heart, it requires my soul, it requires love. It requires changing things about myself, refining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And then again, with all of this internal work, what emerges on the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. From all of this work that I'm doing, this internal work, I end up creating a sense of love of Hashem. The inside, and again, we'll see exactly what this means when we get into the sefer. The mitzvah should have direct that. So again, so you see the two habits. The second habit is what the Rebbe will call derech ayuka shekitzara. There's so much more to have. There's a lot more work. There's a lot more to do. But it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because it will get you where you need to get to. The first path is short, right? That like instantaneous, almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help, but it will never really get you fully to where you need to get. It's the shortest path, won't get you. The second path, which never just comes, again, requires my heart, my mind, striving to understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the way you understand HaKadosh and trying to understand yourself, affecting change, starting this, snapping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path, but at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. Look at this line, the last line of page fest, one of my favorite lines. This is Nimsa. Derek Zul, Ein Spulos V'Tachbulos Kalos De'ora Es Halev. What's that? You know what the author says? The long path, which is the shortest path, there's no schools. You know, it's interesting. We love schools. We love schools, right? Again, there's a school for right? If you say Nishmas 27 times in 3 minutes, you're going to find a shidduch and have a baby all in the same hour, right? It's incredible how it's going to happen, right? And you do this, and you come to you do this, right? I remember when I was with a young man. And he was folding his towels after Shabbos, and he showed that his wife was in the room. He was folding his towels. I said, "Why is nothing to do with me folding your towels?" I said, "Oh, it's a school of Shalom Davis." I said, "By the way, I'll tell you even a better school of Shalom Davis. Open the car door, take out the trash, wash the dishes, buy the right flowers and Erev Shabbos." I don't know if it works as well as folding the towels, right? But let me say it. So it's interesting. Why? Because folding the towels is a heck of a lot easier. But there might be a skill there. I don't know. Not. But folding the towels is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. And so the Balatanya says, I just want to tell you that for the long path that's short, there's no skills. There's no hacks. Right? There's no shortcuts. He says, "Cause the ores ale, Ellen addresses pay best. Sorry, Ellen addresses me Adam Gigia Rabba Vatsuma Fulam of the palace." What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion and a tremendous amount of ongoing effort. I've all the class, all right, tremendous avoda, right? Again, there's no shortcut. There's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over. About Kerish and Derek Zoo, Nishtanis Mahusuk Newshaven, so listen, here's the good news. As much work as this is, one thing you bank on, which is you will be a changed person. You'll be a changed person. And I'll say, this is it. It's work in the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Balatanya. And there's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like Lahavdil, 12-step programs. You can't say, I'm going to skip, 4, 5, and 6, because 7 is really my thing. You can't work a 12-step program. In any program of comprehensive change, you got to start from 1, and you got to make your way all the way through 12. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Let's just finish up. He says, but if you work on what the Rebbe calls the derech aruka shikitsara, the long path that is short, he says you will change yourself as a person. He says, and you will come to truly love the Ribono Shalom. Sof. Zoe this. So about times, and I'm going to teach you. What I'm going to do is about time. This is the Hakitsara. Now, the Hakitsara Shiaruka is the shortest path.
Get it, Tower.
This is the way to get where you want to get. Shardafka Ayada, Masigim Tafka Sanata. Dafka through this path is how we accomplish our life objectives. The Poel Manish. This is the way we do it. Sherkeni, Dara Haruka, Hakitsara. So it becomes a choice. One can content themselves in death to Sarah. Well, so it's not because the path is short. Only one path. You will never quite get you exactly where you need to go. That's about time he says, I'm going to give you a longer path. But it's the longest path that's really the shortest path. Because this path, I know, it's like, well, we don't know what path is. I don't know what it is. Path is an excellent salesman. I'm like, sign me up. Like, all right, I want it. I'll pick 2. Like, I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. It's like, I feel like I don't know what to do without it. Like, so I don't even know what the path is, but I know that the path is going to outside over here, maybe long, and maybe arduous, and maybe difficult. But it's the only path that's going to get me into the city. The only path that's going to allow me to change, to evolve, to self-actualize. The only path that's going to bring me to Havas Hashem, and the only path that's going to get me to my intended and desired life destination. We'll say, Shkoyach, start with tonight, see you next week. Next week we'll actually start. See what she said.
Okay, folks, if you're watching this right now, I've never done this, but we've got fight night, then we'll watch alongside Joey Diaz, Joe Rogan,
There she goes. Nina, Laura, everybody. You know what? Since you're a legend, why don't you take a big joke book from Bullseye?
Eddie Bravo.
Challenge me to an arm wrestling match. And you know what? Let me say something. Fuck you guys. All of you.
And
Papa. Do we not believe in anything anymore? Everybody wants to hate on fucking winners all the time. Also, Tony arm wrestle.
This one should be fake.
Let's do another special treat. You guys like special treats, right? Keep this momentum up. This is a man, a regular on
I've
the
always
show,
wanted to
a
do
legend
this.
on this show. He's been opening up for Louis C.K. He opens up for Joe Rogan. He opens up for me. He's living his dreams. One of my best friends, real smart writer, comedian, creative artist, everybody.
All of our hostages and how the soldiers should be successful before not safe anymore. Wasn't that let us begin? We've been left to enjoy that show.
Enjoy.
Okay, here's back to Tzaddik design in 97. We opened up on Tzaddik left on the base, second line down in the right line. First one, they really left off and put paper yesterday. Santina, after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert, recognizing again the enormity of his actions, and ready to go and generate a cloudy snow. So now that picks up on the Hebrew words, it's not about Naaman, your country fellow. So Naaman was the general of Aram. Ultimately, pretty much through his blood. So Naaman became a Ger Kosher, and listen, Ger Kosher usually means a non-Jew who pleads idolatry, except Shem says to the North, and Israel is soft. That's the general definition of a Ger Kosher. So Naaman became a Ger Kosher, who was Jaron Ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting, so the Lord seems to be that with the Jaron really became Ger Tzedek once again. He converted. With the Evangelist Sisra, one time Yerushalayim, Sisra. Sisra began to eliminate Sisra. The general wanted to do people defeated by Barak and Rael. In Sisra, we need the Afar Shana, as planted in Sisra, his mother's cries still being sent to basis for that baby Yeshua. So the Evangelist Sisra and the Yerushalayim. The grandsons of Sisra went home to Yerushalayim. The Evangelist Sisra, the grandsons of Sankirit, twice Torah and Papa. Imagine who is grandsons of Sisra. The Torah and Papa, Shmaya and Atayim. That's wild. So the Shmaya and Atayim is the second of Torah and Shana. That's the Shmaya and Atayim and Shana, the sons with descendants, the grandsons of Sankirit. With the Barak Shem Haman, young became a Torah. Haman's grandsons, Torah and Reba. Ra'at b'nei Baruch Shapon Sarasha. B'kir Shaponish Baruch. Even the grandsons of the Hanessa, they're going to become Jewish. As they have. The Allah says that was rough. The Allah says that was rough. The Ribono Shalom. Each of the Jewish Mesecha. The Sarkis and Chalecha. Kathman's Kathman's Tendler Shmir. The Allah is there for us. Well, that's going on over here. It's going to be that somebody who destroyed the Israel flesh. Somebody who destroyed the city. Somebody who destroyed the type of infiltration. Such a translation should not have established all of the influence of the Shmir. And the six voices are interesting. If we get to our watching, we reach HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar or Nebuchadnezzar's descendants to bring the knowledge of Klal Yisrael. And you could see, Rabbi as Baba Lord of Yisrael, he tried to kill Baba, but he could not be killed. Because it was unclear that Baba could have been killed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. And Baba was so broken. Baba was such a great state of despair. But Baba did so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Ula Abba Ula says our first son else. I'm sorry, Ula Abba Nebuchadnezzar. His was Nebuchadnezzar. But there was no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No change for Nebuchadnezzar. No cathartic change for him. Rabbi Shmuel by the planning of our 80 narrows Baba. He took him out. It's a nice set of Babylon. Some say that it refers to the rivers of Babylon.
Rashi says over here, it's the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. In the Irish bubble, Shirayim Yishtos. The waters are right there, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says, it's a nice thing about what Rashi says. Ultimately, not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately when the day comes that grow by the water are also bitter. So I will say it's interesting by the way, because the Gemara says that the ones that you can't hear is now is bottom. When we speak of the capital of Tehillim, al now is bottom, shana b'achinu. Is a thing as seal, like shana b'achinu is a thing as seal. And now it's bottom, that image. Because remember, Rabbi was being let out from Eretz Yisrael. He sat by the rivers of Rabbi and cried in the remembrance. Once it's to be born, Shalom makes sense. There are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things or some people or some things that are unredeemable. As crazy as that sounds, because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some people that come
I feel like I'm watching it. If you could pick 4 people with them to watch the fight tonight, would it be these 4? Yes. Really? Yeah, these would be the guys. Right? Joe Rogan can see more UFC than anybody else. Joe is fucking hilarious. Eddie Bravo because he's fucking smart as shit. Really? Yeah, and you got that's all that other shit.
Like a lot of discussions about music. So a lot of interesting cases. But after the war, there was President Mexico who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously a tremendous amount of one things that he did. He came before, I forgot the author of his name, and to convert. And it was a Shaila. The Shaila, and people were there and said, how do you convert this guy? After we know he did, we saw what he did, we experienced the cookie on his hands. And they didn't have it. Just like it says, in Russian it says, is based on halacha yedesha. That's an interesting expression. Halacha yedesha, cold hard fact, cold hard halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is some of the things about tshuva, like, and the membership like for the past, the right should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert such a person like this? How can a person like this be welcomed into Islam after everything that he did? How can it be? How can it be the person that he
Love stream. Love stream is my fucking jam, son.
So he passed me very few
Jerry, baby. I don't see him live. Jerry, baby. J-I-E-J-E. Jerry. J-R-E. Can't stop off stuff. Yo. What the fuck just happened? Show Richard.
Kevin Deshanin becomes Navi before Rabbi Yerushalayim, where Amalek heard that the Navi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim.
Yo, Joe Rogan, come on, man. Jamie, get your shit together, dog. Jamie. Jamie, what the fuck? You are fucking up majorly, dog. Yo, are you fucking serious? This? Yo.
So again, the connector said, I'm afraid that they're going to beat me, and if you compete with them, me again, you're going to present it. So the way the aim of each formation, the each is
That's my thing, baby.
That's right. How we get it proper. So we go to the aim, each means the each, about Kalish Baruch. So the each means that he said, the name of the Kalish Baruch, and black this
Yo, Joe Rogan.
Hashem Ishmael Chama.
Joe Rogan, get your shit together.
This is a lifetime.
What is this bullshit? They have to get this shit figured out. Like,
The people who
what
boss,
the fuck's
so
my
he says, well, maybe the Kalish Baruch is close by. Maybe it's maybe the notion like much as it looks like he's not probably strong out. Whether in a state of need, he will return.
Joe Rogan.
No, God is really abandoned. God is really far away.
Jamie, you're fucking up. Jamie, you're fucking up. I'm searching YouTube. Yo, Joe Rogan. God. What the fuck? Yo, Joe Rogan. Hey, Joe Rogan.
Says, okay, well, even if the issues going right now, and it's a weekend are going right now, what's going to happen? So the Rishon will be Shuvah.
What in the fuck? This is the worst. I'm gonna scream. Really? This shit is over. Is it? What are your thoughts on the NHL level? So, does it? Hey, Joe Rogan. Yo, Joe Rogan.
But you clearly see very fascinating to is doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just
Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan.
The ramifications will be overwhelming. So I don't want to
Yo, dog.
whether it's very bad.
Why did this shit work? Dude, that's enough sleep. Joe Rogan, you're fucking fun. Really? Hey, Joe Rogan. Hey, Joe Rogan. You gonna throw fists? Are you fucking serious? What the fuck is that? Joe Rogan. Yo, this is the worst. Joe Rogan, do I have to teach you how to fucking use YouTube? It sucks. Hey, Joe Rogan. Yo, am I missing something? Joe Rogan. Right, continue.
So it's just interesting to note over here. First of all, there wasn't just general things that animosity from our neighbors towards us, right? Like, but when I'm in the market,
Yeah, Joe Rogan.
those are our cousins. So I don't know.
Hey, Joe Rogan.
And they said that
Dog, I'm going to your Instagram.
Incredible. Now, you want to switch it back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, I should say, up until
I'm
now,
surprised Joe Rogan
focus
is
really was on Mashiach. Now
Yo.
he's going to focus a little more on Mashiach himself. So really beautiful Gemara is ahead of us. I'm not going to be Yitzchak. Rishmi and the Bible say this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nafri. When is Bar Nafri coming? Now, who Bar Nafri is interesting. When is he coming?
Get it together, bitch.
Man Bar Nafri. Who's Bar Nafri? Amalei Mashiach. Bar Nafri is Mashiach.
So no one cares about your stupid.
Mashiach Bar Nafri comes late. Mashiach is called Bar Nafri.
Say this, dog.
תכסה היום ההוא, רק אם אני עושה ככה בצד, זה 97,
Dog, come on.
It's incredible. What's the next year together?
Joe Rogan, dog.
Sukkah's David Hanafolis. The fallen Sukkah of
Am I
David
fucking
Hanafolis.
missing
And
something
that
here?
is two days. And the Rashi says over here, Sukkah's David Hanafolis.
Joe Rogan.
Wahaki Kari Mashiach Barati. So what's interesting? Rashi understands over here, Sukkah's David Hanafolis is not the base of Mikdash. In fact, Sukkah's David Hanafolis is Davidic monarchy. So one of the things that Mashiach will do is the restoration of Davidic monarchy. That's why Mashiach is called
Does he? He's
the
like that.
one who lifts up
Really?
things.
Joe Rogan, come on,
One
man.
of the things that Mashiach is going to do, like Golden Muggle, yes, amazing, all this other stuff. Right? The one thing that he's known is to restore.
Doug, YouTube sucks. Instagram sucks. I want to be able to,
Right? So that's what it's like. So it's a sometimes
do the thing, order by,
to rebuild things that were broken. To take something from you and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was broken and then broke it and then rebuild it again,
shit, decent.
pieces into what they once were is sometimes the greatest avodah. So what does Mashiach do?
No one cared about your 10 years in review that was posted 6 years ago. Still works. Dude, now I'm gonna have to go to fucking Twitter, see what people will keep Joe the motherfucker stream, bro. Later.
Means to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own Bar Nachman, take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, and put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. You want to go back to, I'm like, how do you ever know? George wasn't seeing incredible heroes over there. George should have been David Bach. Tamidi Chachamim Misaki. So let's say, we're going to see over here that there's a couple of different narratives. Well, we know two different narratives.
Yeah, Joe Rogan.
Generation and Torah.
Joe Rogan.
What ushers in? So watch this. And that's as follows. So if you're going to say as follows, the generation that come in America, I'm sorry, that the Mashiach will come. Are
you disappointed in Joe? I'm disappointed in everything. Really? Especially Joe Rogan. Especially Jamie. Jamie, blow that shit up. It's terrible. This is bad.
And we terrible disease every single day. Tell me about it. Shavuot Shalom David Bach, the year, Shavuot usually like the 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shalom Shalom is Kayim Mikrazah. So this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shalom Shalom
Joe
is
Rogan.
The entirety of your
I'm missing something.
Some cities will have food. Other cities will have food. Literally again, I'll make it rain in one city or rain in a different city.
Like if YouTube knew what the fuck was up, this would be like the tweet of their fucking page. Joe.
Everyone is family. Year number 3, Shlishis, Ra'av Gabur, and Nisma Roshim Roshim Attack.
This shit is the worst.
Year number 3,
Joe Rogan.
men, women, children,
This is very bad. Joe Rogan, you're dropping the ball, son. No one cares about your 10 years on YouTube. No one.
Sometimes you have food, sometimes you don't have food. If I'm just in the 5th year, there'll be a great satiety, more food.
So this shit is the worst.
People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah comes right from God. The Torah words going to come back.
Joe Rogan experience
Rashi says over here,
This is the worst. Dog. You said it was going to be in one piece. It's now 111. Nothing. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan.
Because the end of that 7 year,
This is the worst, dog.
So this is a description, a basic description
Joe
of the 7 year cycle,
Rogan.
which precedes Messianic redemption.
Joe Rogan.
Yosef says, what does that mean? How much Shvius the Habakir will also? And Yosef says, by the way, which you just described, that you have a 7 year cycle. That's pretty much every 7 year cycle of Klal Yisrael. Like, what you just described is Jewish history.
Now I have to go to your Instagram thing. I'm going to have you.
Rabbi says, B'shishis Konis, B'shlias Mechamas Minhaba. So basically means, was it every year 6, we ultimately are getting a murder into our Mashiach, and in year 7 afterwards, that would have happened, but oh, Kisidra didn't happen. Furthermore, what Rabbi responds is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7 year cycle, it's that these events occur in this order over a 7 year cycle. So has that ever happened in a way you described? The answer to that is, from the Gemara's perspective, is no kind of. The Rebbe says, first
Joe Rogan.
Base Habad,
Come on, man.
so I say, so, which is still being shown very good and amazing.
Jamie is fucking up. Scale 1 to 10. Jamie is fucking up.
Now, I'll just
Jamie
put
is
this on the scene for just a bit
fucking
later.
up.
He's like, there's 2 miles about Messianic redemption.
For a while now until he goes wild. Joe Rogan, where the fuck are you? I'm watching a bad compilation for a while, maybe longer. If I choose Jamie, all that shit up. Dude, I think. There we go. We're live, baby. Yo, why are you 14 minutes late, dog?
So once again, we're getting a picture of a lack of Torah. The works will be destroyed. And ultimately, again, Rashi says here, Rashi says, also means, how did you got to the place?
Yeah, that's your fault.
The people who live in the border cities, because there'll be a lack of general security, they will end up from place to place.
I got it before he got it.
And they won't find any mercy. I saw the reason that Allah can able to find the war become putrid, will decay. The years think the Asir, people who fear sin will be despised. And it was like, not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon. If you have done, you pay Torah. Literally, again, the faithful generation of the face of the God, which is the world, besides the Balaga, and yet we are saying back. As they say, the truth of the justice, and general sense of spiritual decay. But unless we are God, unless we must be found, we are not back to unless we are God, to Sarah the Torah. We must deny that we are not God, and we do that. Melamed Shemasis, Adorim, Kahonach Hassan. So literally again, unless we become like a group, that will warn the other. Right? And those who seek Allah, ultimately again, become warriors of love. Nights, the sound of Allah, the Shtorah, and the Great Yeshiva, Felicia Samira, Mishtara al-Hadios. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to be Samira, anyone who tries to do the right thing, will be ostracized. Right? She says, Mishtara al-Hadios, Kala Olo, Kala Shoktibu, no Mishtara. So there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right things will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the data from Israel. Rabbi says, this is a tremendous thing. Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. Yes, I do. Everyone needs to come back. She said, "Let me teach you about Allah." Any Adam problem, she doesn't MS. Doesn't listen to this statement. There is no person who always speaks the truth. And understand, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. I said, I want to point out about it. That still is not you don't condemnation. So this is the Torah. We have this business in Halacha, where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, most of the shadows with the Shalom. You're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving your peace. So there's a license for that. Like, there's the ability for that. So, Rabbi says, I don't think that this person in this movie always tells the truth. I'm going to be able to about Tavish, right? I'm going to be about Tavish, right? So again, some of them really do like Tavish, or Tavini, do you have a yard in it called Halali Da'alma, so I'm going to show you what he's doing. It's right. Tavish, what Tavini said, you know what he said? If you're given all the money in the world, I will not lie. I will not tell you the truth.
Is there a chat?
How to tell you about yourself. One time I was working.
No one wants this. No one wants this. No, fuck you, princess. No. Who the fuck gives a shit about this shit? No one cares. No one cares.
What was the measurements in the climate? Measurements in the climate was, you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. It is just when you have to know and have a died before your time. As you know, that's not something like that. How do you know when God knows? When God knows, people live for that, but who to get, and a guy like that. So, because the news, I think that there's a lot for a lot. I decided to settle down. You see, I'm not in any
Yes, I don't want them. Stop this. Joe Rogan. You stupid bitch. I don't give a fuck about your makeup. A hot second.
The how people feel there's a oneness. This doesn't happen in your time. Why did your sons pass away? Oh no, you're really happy about myself. So I told them this is what happened. So for me, realize what happened in real life. Realize that granted, if you want to put these in the like you should have a lot of companies on the way, it's such a they're not too sunny enough. You are smooth, and it's hardly for whom you feel the behind of virtue. They asked him, if you don't mind,
No comments.
Steve Basham, and you like to bring back to our townspeople. That's a lovely story. A lovely story. Not just like that, this goes in line with what Rabbi is saying, that you can't be find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is what she thinks. You can't always find the best in this world. Because even if you have a conduct pushback, like what is the population of this world? I don't know, like, how many people are in the world? That's fine. You can just put it like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the only way that people live. Because once it's transparent, life such a time wants to go ahead and bend the truth.
This is a very flat page. No offense, lady. You're hot. You can still get it.
There's a king under the full line, and the elders will be forced to give respect to the elders. Otherwise, there's going to be like this sense of generational, like the sense of generational disrespect. So you don't want to disrespect the elders. You're always important to respect the elders. And that's kind of, they're about the elders. They're kind of the humble. So, first generation will be like the face of God. The aim had done misguidance to others, and all with one day, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. The rest of the Bible goes on that. Remember this law? When Sarah and Noah, even though Sarah and Noah, he steals the money from his father, but where does he eat the meat anyway? Where does he eat it? His son also was just lying because there's an inherent embarrassment that a son has when he tells it of his father, but he doesn't want to confess. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a decency that a son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his father. So that's why I tell you, anything when Muslim says, there should be a better dog, Aziz to God. Aziz means I don't think it's craziness, right? Craziness will proliferate by your care, the others. Rashi says, so you have these covered. So there's going to be such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. Like that, and you take care of the vine will produce slavery, the hayam will be yogurt. The wine will be very expensive. And listen, what does that mean? The vine will produce a lot of goods, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once it actually goes out to what it means, it's really a lot of wine to say. It's an indulgent, hedonistic society.
Yeah, I'll do it now. We got the white guy fighting another white guy. Really? One's a little tanner than the other one. It doesn't matter if they're white. No, it doesn't. Pink shorts with blue shorts. Pink shorts whooping ass.
Everyone's right. Everyone's opinion is right. Everyone's feeling is right. So even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. The same with these stuff. It's supposed to be spot. Anything that we thought, actually target Karamalthus in this. So when David met Mashiach, he will come maybe again for the entire man, the entire government, turns to heresy. Coming up with obviously what's the possible. We will hop off love on the top of it. This is people for the false but the entire body stays white. The entire body stays white.
Papa has no idea.
So when we do this, unfortunate, but the once it changes society, that society as a whole turns political. That society as a whole just uses it. Interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the road. Like a Rabbi, to Yasser Hashem, to Yira Hashem, to Yireya, to Azmas Gad, the office, Asher Azur, anything that is not going on in society. Mashiach becomes Hachiyehu Hamusaros. The Jordan will give liberation, ultimately, again, it's of the Musaros. Now, again, see exactly what that means. It just goes over ahead, actually, it's not like Hamid. Until again, it is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Hamid. Rashi says over here, Shemach Sikidin, Shemach Sirmota. So there's nothing to be coming. There's nothing to be coming. Ultimately, again, there's going to be both parties throughout to the right path. There are no sense because you've already reduced the bound. They have all of this together.
We can't hear you, Joey.
The society that is police spiritual division. Actually, think about people in their case. It's only poverty. Actually, section of the
Joey, we can't hear you.
Qualities of despair of everything that you
Which Papa's got that bomb?
only once we give up hope on redemption does redemption come. The FS culture of the Hajj, the Yahoo, is so much of research. Never is there, was in fashion, if that's what it is. Never is there. You have a night tip that I'm going to ask today. So it's we'll talk about this more on the days. We have a zero to find groups of that body, trying to figure out the thing of your spirit alive. Of course, it was really on the days. A lot of our spending a lot of time, 30%
Joe, get your shit together. Fucking just away.
He said, please do not believe you are the Mashiach. I tried to figure out when Mashiach is coming, ultimately when we're delaying around. We discuss it why is this what we're saying this. This is very well. Give me body that has a hadas. The things that come when you start looking for them. The Lord says, one of the three things, number one, Mashiach, Yitzhak, V'Akrav. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding the what's outside, and Scorpion. That's what backwards. Looking backwards, right? Scorpions, apparently again, Scorpions look like she points out, is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere. And they sting you, okay? Yitzhak. So we know this, right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost out, that you're not going to find anything. Listen up, I'm just telling you, these are things you're going to stumble across and stuff. And less than Mashiach. Less than Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. So if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, or you say, what shop is this? And this is so profound. You know something like this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, live the kind of life that will make you come. You know, sometimes we say when we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to be recognizing. But if we just make ourselves better in the things we want out of life, will naturally occur. Like, you know, just about, Mashiach,
Joe Diaz, we can't hear you.
When is my marriage going to improve? When is my finances going to improve? When are my kids going to this? When is everything's going to improve? Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time when.
Joe, we cannot hear you.
Just what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life? What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about coming, now trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, the Gemara's going to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. Second, also because it's two different schools of thought. Because that's what I'm saying. Just like what things about Messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating, we're trying to think when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So you don't have to do that. Just out and share about the world is 6,000 years old. So I'm saying, everybody knows this, but you see that we all speak on this. The world is programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are 6,000 years? How are they? They can't cut it. And then 1,000 years of destruction.
Yo, look at this. Oh, it's over. It's over. Get in there, dog. Get in there. I would have called it earlier. Protecting that guy from CTA, CTE, and CTA. Chicago Transit Authority. I would have protected the Chicago Transit Authority, folks. Why? Nobody knows what time it is. Yo, Joey Diaz, get your shit together, dog.
Just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, there's a Shemitah year once every 7 years. So to the world, so to speak, somebody goes to Shemitah. I will go to Shemitah once every 7,000 years. The world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000 years, ultimately, the Yaakov is like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, so everything is reset. Shneimar, the Mitzvah Hashem Yivado, and it was interesting, by the way, that I've been thinking about that concept, the Mitzvah Hashem Yivado, that Hashem will be established by himself, but also a more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands that we know that the Bible refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset, it will only be after the Shpar of the universe for that 1,000-year period. Incredible. What's Yom Kippur Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, so now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, this is retrospective now. Right? For the first 2,000 years, there's 12 alone. I want to there's 12 alone. The Torah wasn't given. That's for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. שני האבקים לראש המשיח, the last 2,000 of the 6,000 are in Moshe Mashiach. You might say, so now, again, it seems like that. And that's us, that is for us, that for us, in the last 2,000 of the Mashiach, yeah? Sadi Zayin, Israeli Samari, Rabbi Osemi, Sherabu, Yatsamehan Mashiach. Those things are a profound statement. But because we've messed up, Yatsamehan Mashiach. When I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, you know what happens? What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life you find yourself in bad spots and you wonder, how did you get here? How did you get here? It's not that complicated how it happened. I mean, a series of poor decisions. Some of them are too different, some of them nuanced, but not exactly where I want to. It's not rocket science. The good news is, the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully, if I change my decision-making processes, to get me out of it. Maybe not totally out of it, because I guarantee you can't reverse a lot of the damage that you've done, but at least hopefully I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's really the way we're supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 of the 6,000 is supposed to be realization. That's what it's supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, let's in the hand of Mashiach. I'm going to get the young lady with that. I put that side of the Sida. That's his level. This is the young lady talking. That is the young lady. It really says from Yudah. In Olam, Papa is destroying the connection networks. The world will not exist for less than 85 global cycles. So you know what I heard about that? In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. I mentioned, really said, no, let's have a cell phone. So Mashiach comes at the beginning of the end of that global cycle. Any idea? So he says, I don't know. The Kava only knows how the global cycle finishes now. I'm not ready. Any idea? If you understand, I don't know. You know, say about it, how this is certain times, why is it certain times? And you all know he's there when else is not over shit. So let's say, you know, he says, I don't know. There's certain things about this whole believer that no one knows except the rebellious one, which is why I say, why we go back to the statement ultimately I gave about zero. That maybe our Avoda is not to focus so much on when, but to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who doesn't know? Only Rabbi doesn't know either. So if you know what doesn't know, I'm still not going to figure out. So if I can't figure out the when, then what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life? How to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the crowd. It's incredible. Come on, invite them. Try to play. No. I was actually says, how do I wait? I thought that I wrote this stuff. When you tell the either this stuff, you know. So actually says that I thought I wrote this stuff. I give it an actual way to tackle this. Right? And you know, try to do this. I don't know exactly when Mashiach is coming. The only thing is clear is he's not going to be waiting for him until that last yoga. Once that last yoga comes, he points out where you're looking at again. What I want to point out is something amazing. These girls reflect the mindset that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do, what you don't, is a predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says it's easy not to determine time. You're at the age, like, what's the word? Like at the point of the Mashiach must come by this date, this date. But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival through our spiritual life from this believer. In other words, like the Shabbat, like, אני בא תפקיד אל היוסף. שפרס נפרד בבית כנסת ליוסף. מצא סיעת המעשה לזית אינס. הגיוגו מגיל האחרס סובה השיר שלה של הצלח. So לכאן בא תפקיד אל היוסף. I found the guy. This guy had a story. The story really was short. But let's check on that. אמרתי לו, אולי לא זיף, אמרתי לו, זורי, לא בסקופון, אמרתי לחיילת שלא נזכר, I traveled with the soldiers, they usually let me Sasia. So we found this scroll amongst the perfect treasures of life. World treasures from God Israel. I found this in the treasure. Because of that, I found this very great message. Yeah, I heard that I find myself with the Shinda Afak Shalom, the other Shalom. Now, you also know how much sources of this. Shalom, all you told. And we found it here in the scroll. After 4,000, after 40,000, my son is after 4,291 years, how long people the world will cease to exist. So, Mohammed is in there, says, Mohammed Khalil, some of those years working wars of great sea creatures, Mohammed is going to Molo, second of the go to Molo, we shall be nice Mashiach, and less than the year to be nice Mashiach. Therefore, the start in the Hadith of Shalom, Allah after Shivas Afayushan. Kashawa only restarts now after 7,000 years. Remember again, this seems to be a locomotive of 6,000 after finishing 1,000 of Torah Bo and the restarting of the universe. But after the Rabbi, and the after conditions of Allah Shalom. But after 5,000 years, so you must say, Kanye was lesson only of lesson says, Nicholas that looking beyond alcohol. The following concept ultimately again literally pierces the world into the guts. That's what I say. He owned Chazon Marei, not advocates very Chazon. In Misimaneh Fatia he told Job, this is a process from Chabad. So let's try to get the process and then we'll interpret it. He owned Chazon Marei, there will be a vision for the appointed times. Nothing will be inspired Chazon. The end will come. The end will come and you will not be deceived. In Misimaneh Fatia if he's delayed with something, people will he will come and he will not be delayed. What could I be saying? Transaction at even the color people. Still, that's what I want to say. That's what I want to say. That the shots will only come as a defined financial good idea. Even I got on the side of the whole dollars, even calculate how many things we have to hard to do. There's some point. So it's like, what could I want to say? And somebody said, again, to increase the calculation of previous goals. When you probably smell like that goes, how can nothing do wrong, but I still think the most swish. And that was very small. So I want to very small. So now she's like, yeah, I still go swish to the Lord. First goes with the goal, with the goals on the goal, with goals, swish goals, I don't compare that as well as the first what we do is, we have it on like the Rabbi themselves, and then we small ways, they came up with defined amounts of time to finish the outcomes. Now look at those upon any of them. The one thing the Akiva, shall acknowledge all Akas and Akti. That we knowledge of Shalom and Sa'aris. Jesus also declared in the fourth Rabbi Akiva either. Like Rabbi Akiva also gives the calculation. Malchus Rishon, Shirim Shalom, Malchus Shnia, Talishim Stein, and Malchus Ben Ziva, State Shalom in Mechza. So let's say, what is this? Now we must look at the calculation. Malchus Rishon, and this is the sound like this. The first is in the flesh is 7 years. The second is with Malchus Shnia, Talishim Stein 52 years. And Malchus Ben Ziva, the third one is 2.5 years. So it's a what mean? The United States is saying as follows. The United States is saying what kind of sense? This is the shots there. So the idea is just this. And when I think the next time the Quran is shots, it's filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of constantly. There are periods of kindness. So that's what he's saying over here. There are the first things because ultimately I do it, but that's the purpose of itself. Secondly, some of ultimately 52 years, and then there's the 2.5 year reign of Chakotha. About football is actually a relatively good time to probably slow back to the like that. So the idea is it will be switched. People can't use will be service turbulent times to further tranquility. What we believe is at some point in time, the Mashiach is going to come. But we don't use this stuff in the calculations of those who try to understand these things because often those calculations are not correct. You know, like that. My Yachaf like it's right as it doesn't mean that. There's no my own and Peter Asman Shamakashi question. Again, the very children of the very become smaller of those who try to calculate when the Mashiach is going to come. And what I say, there is an exercise in futility to try to figure out when the Mashiach is going to come. So only should give him Shia as a hate to a bar, should be no bar. Because what happens for those who go around and try to calculate the Mashiach going to come, what happens? They calculate the benefit of time, and when the Mashiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? You see, he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of Messiah's arrival. Ella, what says the girl? Ella, calculate. What is our avodah of Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait. That is our avodah to wait. Shneimar, even if we believe, just wait. Shema Samar, I'm the captain of the maybe a sales looks again. She doesn't wait. I'm a little bit in the fact that Shema.
This is the best.
We're reading, I think it's reading, everybody's reading.
Papa went.
So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? He's going to do that. Midas Hadin. That's the ultimate thing, Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says, probably solve nothing is living on Mashiach. So the Gemara says, we see the Acha Shemidas Hadin Na'ateres. Some of them are but strict justice is for only Mashiach and coming. So the right way. And obviously, the reason is infertility, because we can't come Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabbalah says, because ultimately, again, is reward for waiting. Shneimar Ashrei Kol Kol Kol. What is the scene of this reward? Tremendous to come up. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. There's not going to say Mashiach. But the reason I'm doing the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if you know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting. What kind of reward is it? When you wait for something and you want it back, it builds up that anticipatory excitement. And if you get the anticipatory excitement, the more I am ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. Becoming a Mashiach and here I mean. Okay, let's say
Thank you, Joe.
Alright, fellas, good morning. Let us begin by taking all of our responses for this morning. Should to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tough Shoot and Waiting. First in the Shprach, I'm dedicating all of the Shur and this year. As is supposed to be so for us for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zin, Lavneri, and his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akoyen, Ziv Levin, and Birmingham families in memory of William Zev Shmuel and Yisrael. And we have voting sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judah Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Hamlozer, Zichron Rabbi and Meritvat Hamzora, all the Pnei Shem Sabnaria, families in the Hama, all those who were worship and give us home for the Israel, which brought the Shemir for should bring home all of our hostages, and all the soldiers should be successful before Nasi. Those with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Okay, today's daf is Tzadik Zayin, 97. We are picking up on Tzadik Vav on the base, second line down in the wide line. Once remember again, we left off on the hangry yesterday of Sanfir outside Jerusalem after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert. recognizing again the enormity of his actions and ready to go and enjoy the race of Rabbi Israel. So the Gemara now picks up on that. The Gemara says, Naaman, you're kosher. So Naaman was the general of Aram, also responsible for spilling much Jewish blood. So Naaman became a Ger Toshav. I will say, Ger Toshav usually means a non-Jew who repudiates idolatry, except Hashem says, that's the general definition of a Ger Toshav. So Naaman became a Ger Toshav. There was Zaron Ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to over here that the Zaron really became Ger Tzedek. He's a Ger. He converted. Sisra's grandson, remember against Sisra, the general who went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, we read the Afar of Shana, that Yantiv in Sisra, his mother's cries, served the basis. So a lot of what we do is the Shofar. The grandson of Sisra were in Torah Yerushalayim. The Baruch Santerev lived in Torah Berabbim. The grandsons of Santerev taught Torah in public. Umani, who were these grandsons of Sisra who taught Torah in public? Shmaya and Akayim. That's wild. Remember Shmaya and Akayim, who they were the Rebbeim of Hillel and Shammai. And so Shmaya and Akayim, the Hillel and Shammai themselves were descendants or grandsons of Santerev. Midnei Banav Shel Haman, Lamdu Torah Midnei Brak. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Bnei Brak. Va'af Midnei Banav Shel Osa Rasha, Bikesh HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Lachlisim Tachas Hashem. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. What happened? Malach Hashem says to Malachim says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ribono Shel Olam, Mi Shilechim Es Beisecha, V'sarchas Lefalecha. Tachlis Tachas Tanti Ashliya. So the Malachim said, no. What's going on over here? Could it be that someone would destroy the base of Mikdash? Someone would destroy your city? Someone would do so many terrible things to your children? Such a person like this should never have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah. Kind of this is also was interesting. Seems to be that the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar or Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Kind of the shit. Rafinu as Baba V'lo Nefeso. He tried to heal Baba, but it could not be healed. So we'll say this idea that Baba could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. So Baba was so broken. Baba was such a state of disrespect. Baba did so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Ula Amr Ula says that versus everyone else. Ula Amr is Nebuchadnezzar. This was Nebuchadnezzar. There's no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No children of Nebuchadnezzar. No cathartic change for him. Rabbi Shmuel Bar Natzani Amr Eilu Naros Baba. Tirgama.
I don't know what else for something. Just have celebrities talking while watching sports. They're doing it anyway.
The waters are very different, and there's no way to see in those waters. The Gemara says, it's a nice example. Rashi says, they call them Maridim Sha'omdim Benaros. Ultimately, again, they have bitter date comes. Not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately, again, the date comes that flow by the water are also bitter. So I will say, it's interesting, by the way, the Gemara says that the one thing we can't feel is Naros Baba. Reminiscent of the capital of Purim, Al Naros Baba, Sham Bachinu. Is a meaning of seal, like Sham Bachinu. Naros Baba, that image, is never anyone how these are being led out from Eretz Yisrael, because he sat by the rivers of Baba and 5 million members. Most of the Baruch also says, there are some things in this world that are unredeemable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. It's crazy as that sounds because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some evil that's perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. And once you know that we cannot undo to our people, simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. And the mindset as follows. So I'll say, but I'll just point out a lot of the time I ask the answer is actually clearly what's interesting is Nebuchadnezzar
his offspring, there's no indication that the Nebuchadnezzar ever wanted to convert, right? He had no desire. But his descendants wanted to convert. With his Zion did go ahead with him, right? So it's interesting, what exactly does that mean? Who converted? There's a sefer for Pinchas Hager. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about Jesus, and a lot of interesting things. He brings down a Shiloh, where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously a tremendous talent for what he did. He came before, I forgot the author of the name, and to convert. And it was a Shiloh. And they were particularly there, so how did you let this guy? Yeah, I don't know what he did. And to be sure to take it. And to the contract, because like I said, based on halacha yedesha, right? This is the expression. Halacha yedesha, like hold heart back, you should be able to convert. The halacha is if somebody cares about tshuva, right? And they know shaitan to the past, they should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert? How can a person like this be welcomed after everything that he did? How could it be? How could it be that a person with a belief in such an egregious fashion, with such crazy towards himself, and then be welcomed into our lives? So he passed him, don't convert him. He passed him, don't convert him. But what's interesting is, you don't often find this in halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because the legal psak is, you can convert it. If the guy's sincere, the mamish has challah, you can convert him. But emotionally, how could such a person like that be welcomed into his father's house? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Yedid Zoran became a ger, right? Who converted him, which Beis Din took responsibility for this. It is interesting to note that the lesson by Yedid Zoran is, alright, he ran away. Which indicates that he went off somewhere else. Not part of community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. Other people were converted. They knew that he went through a formal process. They knew that he just accepted it for himself. Because of the cross, we don't know. It's interesting to point out. Okay, we have a man's life. Amar Ula. Ula says as follows. Amar Ula, should be beach of Yerushalayim. Amar Ula, the dad will be Yerushalayim. Also, Kevin Bisham, when the Thomas studied the Torah of Yerushalayim, when Amar Ula heard that the Navi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim, Shalku, Nebuchadnezzar. They sent word to Nebuchadnezzar. What's pointing out of here is what prompted Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Sancheriah. What prompted him to do it? So the Gemara says, Amar heard the Navi prophesizing that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed. So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, look, you talk. Time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar, Klal Yisrael is weak. Klal Yisrael is going to be destroyed. Look the talk. Come and literally again, look and come. Amar, Mistafina Doro La'abudi to divide the Canaan. So again, Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to do to me what they did their previous enemies. Meaning again, he's referring to Sancheriah. Shalf Ulay, Ye'im Ha'ish Chinesa. The Ish is not home. Ve'in Hadarach Merachel. I'm sorry. Halok Megarach Rachel. So the word says Ve'in Ish Halak Merachel. So the Ish means to be said, the man is not home. Mishpash who has left his home. Shneimar Hashem Ish Milchamo. So ultimately again, they tell Nebuchadnezzar this is the right time. Mishpash who has abandoned Klal Yisrael, you should come and fight. Shalku the Kribo Vasi, so he says that maybe a close process is close by. In other words, maybe the notion, as much as it looks like he's not probably strong now, when they're in a state of need, he will return. Allah, the direct way. No, God has really abandoned him. God has really fallen away. Shalom, peace is Tzadiki, divine Akrami, Umaisi, what Christ has Tzadiki. Tzaddikim of the class of Tzidon, and when they die, they bring up the part of that. Shalfu they throw HaKesach Wakach Yado, and Kesach al Tzaddikim. Ish has taken his bundle of money with him. And what's the bundle of money? Because of the Tzaddikim She'amar, Ve'achali Bechamisha Sarkesach, the commerce of only the Shalfu, Hajri Rishi, the Shiva, Ubayma, Rachani, Umaisi. Most of this conversation is actually incredible. So the Nebuchadnezzar says, okay, well, even if the Ish is gone right now, and the Tzaddikim are gone right now, what's going to happen? So the Yerushalayim will be killed. So the Yerushalayim Klal Yisrael will do tshuva, and they'll ultimately again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the Beis HaMikdash. So we must shalpulei of our Kabbalah and Islam. So essentially, I'm going to mention this to it. HaKadosh Baruch Hu already decreed, and not only that, he even set a time for the destruction of his Mikdash Ne'emar, Yom HaKesed Yavo L'Beisa. Ein Kesed Elazman Shneimar, Ba'Kesed L'Yom Chagim Lashon. So Shalpulu, when the Chanessa said, Sisvon, so no Masina the Asim Kibla Olimitra. It's winter time, fall, winter, and I can't come because it's not because of the rain. It's the other way. But you clearly see here something fascinating, which is even Chanessa doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this. That even if someone is successful, that the pressure to them continues to be overwhelming. So I don't want to come to let the weather turns out. Shalpulei, they said, don't worry about it. When you come to the town, so navigate yourself around the mountain. Go ahead and travel by the base of the mountain. That way the mountain will shield you from the rain and the snow. Shalti Kar Moshe Aris, the southern Bara had snow at Har Basio. Shalatu, Yasina, Leslie Gupta, the Asignate. And Chanesh says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my family. And I said, don't worry about it. They sent back to Shalpulei, Kibos, Shalahem, Mulum, Kalkun, Shalpach. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than the palaces. Ba'is Inu Umashem, Matthias Asmos, Malki Yudah, Es Asmos Sarat, Es Asmos Hakohanim, Es Asmos Nazim, Es Asmos Yushi Shani Chivayam, the shots from the Shaman, the Yarek, Fosla Shresh Adam, Asha Abdullah Shah Akhari, Amalei Ramach in the Vista, Ishni the box, that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note over here, first of all, there was just general thing that the animosity for our neighbors towards us, right? Like, what do Alan and Love have to get involved in this? Those are our cousins. Like, why do they have to get involved? I don't know. Alan and Love come, and then said to this, I'm not trying to ultimately against the much against each other. Incredible. Just now, we want to switch us back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, I should say, up until now, the focus really was on Yemos Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a bit more on Mashiach. It's a really beautiful Gemara. I'm not going to be useful. Mishnu, the Bible says, this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nafti. What is Bar Nafti coming? Now, who Bar Nafti is good. When is he coming? So the Gemara, Amalei Man Bar Nafti. Who's Bar Nafti? Amalei Mashiach. Bar Nafti is Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Mashiach, Bar Nafti, call his name. Mashiach is called Bar Nafti. Amalei in, yes, he is. Sit, Hayomahu. Akir also couple of giant names on the name. Akir and Sukas David Kulopolis. Let's say it's incredible. Let's see how it goes. I will lift up, will be again, I will rebuild Sukas David Kulopolis. The foreign Sukkah of David Melech, a reference to the base of the country says, will be a Sukkah David Kulopolis. Malchus days David, Lahaki Hari Mashiach Hayaku. So what's interesting? Rashi understands over here, Sukkah David Kulopolis is not to be significant. Because Sukkah David Kulopolis is Davidic manner. So one of the things that Mashiach will do, Mashiach again, is the restoration of Davidic monarchy. That's why Mashiach is called Bar Nafti, the one who lifts up all those things. Let's say there's something to think to yourself. Out of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, right? Golden Mogo, yes, amazing things on the stuff. Right? The one thing that he's known is to restore the monarchy. Or by the way, also others understand that Sukkah Salah Nafas represents his Mikdash. Right? So that's what like. So there's sometimes the greatest avodah in life is to rebuild things that were broken. You know, to take something from new and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was whole and then broke it and broke it and then rebuilt it again, you don't get to put back into what they once were, is sometimes the greatest avodah. So what does Mashiach do? Everything that he has, he's able to take pieces. Halachim is able to take a monarchy that was destroyed and rebuild it. Take a structure that was destroyed and rebuild it. That's Mashiach, Bar Nafti. Incredible, Bar Nafti. So Joe said, I don't know.
within ourselves. What's the greatest accomplishment of the self? To become about Shura. What does it mean to become about Shura? It means to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own bar mat, take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. You want to look like, I'm going to help you, I'm going to help you. Like, George was this really detailed with George earlier. George and David Bach, Hamidi Chachamim Musafir. So we're going to see over here that there's a couple of different narratives, well, we know the two different narratives, about the generation and the time that immediately precedes the like what ushers in Messianic era. Messianic era. So watch this. The verse says as follows. So Rabbi Yochanan says as follows. George and David Bach, the generation that the Mashiach will come. There's a diminution, like less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are fewer Talmidim coming. So there's fewer Talmidim coming, and in general, a lot of suffering. Those terrible suffering. And new terrible decrees every single day. Shavuot ben David Bach year. Shavuot usually means like the 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shalom is Kayin Mikvazeh. So this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shalom is Kayin Mikvazeh. In Parti al Gira Afaz, al Rafas lo Antir. Some cities will have food, other cities won't. Literally, again, I'll make it rain in one city, won't rain in a different city. Shnia, second year, famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis, Rav, Gogol, Nisim, Anoshim, Noshim, Sim, Ma'anshim, myself. In year number 3, there'll be a great famine. Men, women, children die. Hasidim, Anshe Maisa, great people will die. The Torah, Mishtachachas, Milamdel. Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So material suffering, spiritual suffering, service, the 4th year, Sova Ve'ina Sova. Some places have food, some places don't have food. Different issues in the 5th year. Sova Gabon. There'll be a great satiety, more food. But open the Shosim Ismikin. People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah goes out from down. Tomorrow once can come back. So maybe the Shishis Kolos. In the 6th year, there'll be sounds. Rashi says over here, the Shishis Kolos. Yotsu Kolos Sheben David Ba. So there'll be murmurings, right? The people will be talking. The Mashiach is close. Mishadiyas Machalos in the 7th year war, which could mean go in Mago. The Mosei Shadiyas Ben Tzalibah. And the Mosei Shadiyas, right, at the end of that 7th year, meaning year number 8, that's when Mashiach is Mashiach. So this is a description, a basic description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption. In other words, the Moshe says, so what's happening? How much is the Habak means of Asa? The Yosef says, by the way, what you just described, we have that 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle of Christ. Like in other words, what you just described is Jewish history. And I understand that Mashiach has not come. So I'm Rabbi says, Mashiach is homeless. Mashiach is Mechamos Mi Habak. Rabbi says, was there every year 6? But ultimately, again, they were nowhere to Mashiach. And in year 7 of course, the death was never happened. But the Sidra Mikhaim. Furthermore, what Rabbi responds is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle. It's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened to the human response? The answer to that is, from the Gemara's perspective, is no. Tanya. So Yehuda says, Tarsha ben David Bach, Dei Sadat, Yelizios. So what says so? So what you see over here is something that's really amazing. You begin to see that apparently before Mashiach comes, there is a general spiritual decline. Now, I'll just put this on, we'll see this more clearly later, but there's like these 2 models about Messianic redemption. The Mashiach comes eventually almost like when things hit rock bottom, and therefore there's no choice but to redeem us.
Or is redemption something we can earn, right? And we can even expedite. So just hold on to that. We'll see this frame as we go on in the coming days. So the Rebbe says, first about the generation in which Mashiach comes, Beis Habad Gelesnos. I will say Beis Habad is the Beis Hamedrash. The Beis Hamedrash will be turned into a place for immorality. What's the pshat? Because there will be no congregation coming. Therefore, no one congregates there. When you have large empty spaces, and Bate Medrash Rashi points out, we're training like outside of the city. So you have large spaces unoccupied, literally used for public eye. What are they used for? This immorality. So once again, bringing a picture of a lack of Torah. The Haggadah Yacham, the north will be destroyed. The Haggadah Yacham. And ultimately, again, Rashi says, Rashi says, Vagavla Yesha also means other forgotten place. The people who live in the border cities, because there'll be a lack of general security, will wander from place to place. Although you the Chachmas, and they won't find any mercy. The Chachmas, Asof, and Tisra, the wisdom of the religious opponent will become putrid, will decay. The Yirei hate Asu, people who fear sin will be despised. Not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon. Ukne Hadar, Kipne Kalef. Literally, again, the face the generation of the face of a dog. Interesting, again, we saw the Balado, and that that's really bad. So again, which means that there will just be a general sense of spiritual decay. By MS Ne'adaras, MS will not be found. Shne'emar Bati MS Ne'adaras, Sarah Mishkala. So the Martin Mai Bati MS Ne'adaras, Amindirad, Velami Shnesis, Adorim, Bahodafasa. So literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around, right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become wanderers as well. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to be Samira, anyone who tries to do the right thing will be ostracized. Rashi says, so there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized in the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater Klal Yisrael. Rabbi says as follows. So let's say this is a tremendous thing. Right? Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. Joe says, an overwhelming statement. Rashi says, Ein Adam Ba'olam sheyidaber emes tamid. Let's listen to this statement. There is no person who always speaks the truth. Like Rabbi was saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. Rabbi said, I want to play that away. That statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, you have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, you're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me to be this Rav Talbot said, he went on record, he said, if you give me all the money in the world, I would not lie. I would not change the truth. Let's listen to this story. Zimna Sadik, like Rahu Asher, was now this Hagumi tells a story about himself. One time I went to a place. The Kushta, which is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the place, the name of the town was Truth. That was the name. Nimar says, V'lo hava mishani b'divrayim, v'lo hava mistinching hasam below his money. So let's say in this place called Truth, what was the residency requirement? Residency requirement was, you said out loud, you always have to tell the truth. But interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. Let's know what is that? No one died from it, right? Apparently no one died young. No one died young. People lived to like that age is there, and they died like that. So what happened? The units that I think were played for a lot, I decided to sell down. Nasibi is something. I married a woman from Ushta, and I watched this. So the Gemara says, I married her from there. We had two sons. So it was one day, my wife was washing her hair. My wife was washing her hair. Asai Shifta Tarfa Adasha. So the neighbor came along, my friend came along, knocked on the door and asked me, is your wife home? Now Rav Tazumi felt, Lav Orach Arab, Amrullah La Sahaka. Rav Tazumi felt it wasn't serious to say that wife is washing her hair. Like she's taking a bath. It wasn't right. So instead what he said is, no, I'm sorry, she's not home. She's not home. So that's what happened. My two sons passed away. The sons passed away. Also, my high. The house people came up and said, what is this? First, this doesn't happen in this town. Why did your sons pass away? I'm on the road, about my son. So I told him this is what happened. So Fadimi realized what ended up happening over here is he lied. He lied. That guy, he watched the dignity of his wife. Felt him like they said to him, they asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring death to our townspeople. That's an overwhelming story. So again, now this goes in line with what Rabbi was saying, but you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is interesting. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Pushta, like what was the population of Pushta? 4, how many people are there? Like, so that's fine. You can treat it like a pocket like that. Today, the normal way that people live, because we'll say sometimes life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth and predict certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, you know, right, Omer? David, Joshua ben David Bach. We'll say once again, the generation of Mashiach comes in, the Lord says, the young will embarrass the old. There's a king and young will explain the Arim, and the elders will be forced to give respect to the young ones. So it's going to be like this sense of like generational, like a sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. The last time the girl rebel against her mother, the Kalabeth Hamusa, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, the Pnei Hadar Kipnei Kaleb. The face of generation will be like the face of the dog. The aim had been inspired to others. And also, again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. By the way, I just want to point out, remember this tomorrow? In Surah Al-Murad, even in Surah Al-Murad, he steals the money from his father, but where does he read the meat and wine? Where does he read it? Someone else's wishes. Why? Because it's an inherent embarrassment that his son has, because his father is not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that his son doesn't even have any embarrassment from himself. What's the first line on Tanya? When Nehemiah says, Dorsha ben David Ba, Azus Tirdak. Azus means brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate. Vayoker Ya'aves. Rashi says, so you have to zeh upper couple. So there's such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. The wine will produce many grapes. The wine will be very expensive. What does that mean? The wine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So Rashi points out that means there's going to be a lot of wine consumption. In other words, it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. Even though there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand, and therefore the prices keep going up. And the entire monarchy will turn to heresy. And no one could rebuke anyone. So it's fascinating to see that there are these elements. So in other words, everyone is right, everyone's opinion is right, everyone's feeling is right, and even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. The Seder Rabbi Yitzchak, in Ben David Bach, I should tzaddik kol amalchus l'mius. So when David right, Mashiach doesn't come literally again to the entire market, the entire government turns to heresy. Amar Rabbi is in what the pasuk? Hula Hafak Lavan Tahar. Simple says interesting. If the entire body turns white, then ultimately again it's Tahar. So when there is this unfortunate comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical, that society as a whole just uses it. Interesting enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. Mashiach only comes until there is a proliferation, ultimately, again, we'll say, of the Musaros. Now, again, we'll see exactly what that means. Which is called Davar Akar, until again there is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Talmidim. Rashi says over here, so there's nothing in the coming, there's nothing in the coming. Ultimately, again, there's going to be 12 problems to the right path. There are Mosers, people who give over the Jews together. You have all of this together, and once again, you create a society that is highly spiritually deficient. Actually, take up with them in a case until there's poverty. Actually, essentially, Mashiach only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of ever being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope on redemption does redemption come. The FS Hatzor Ba'arthur Kiyachol is so many positive Yisrael. Kedra Vizira wasn't fashion necessary. Kedra Vizira, you have a mashgish Rabban than an Askibay. So we'll talk about this more on the days. In Rabbi Zerah, find groups of rabbis trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. What there is new on the days. A lot of rabbis spend a lot of time, 20% time, when is Mashiach? When does it happen? When Rabbi Zerah find people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming, he said, please do not believe the arrival of Mashiach. I tried to figure out when Mashiach is coming. Ultimately, again, you're delaying his arrival. This is fascinating. Why is this? This is incredible Gemara. There are three things that come when you stop looking for them. The Rosh is incredible Gemara. What are the three things? Number one, Elohim, Mashiach, Metziah, Va'akra. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding a lost object, and a scorpion. So let's work backwards. Right? Scorpions, apparently, again, the scorpions work out. She points out is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere, and they sting you. Okay, let's see. So we know this, right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost object, you're not going to find anything. But somehow, if you just find a new thing, you stumble across stuff. And the last is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. If you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, then we'll go and say, what's the shot with this? And this is so profound. You might say it like this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, live in the timeless life. Actually make it happen. In other words, sometimes we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing it. So if we just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. And you think about just about even at Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to be? When is my finances going to be? What are my kids going to do? All the results of group. So instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time, when? Let's just go about when. Just worry about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about how they're not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, they might want to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. Alright, so again, there's two different schools of thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what brings about messianic redemption, right? Again, it's terrible stuff, it's good stuff, it's two schools of thought. Contemplating, we're trying to learn when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So we go, Shit Alti Shayama, the world is 6,000 years old. So also, Everybody knows this, but we all speak on this. The world was programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How were those 6,000 years? How were they? The Chadchar, and then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, also, apparently the way that the world is structured to work is, the world is going to exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. What's going to do tomorrow? So what happens is, because you've been running this 1,000 years, never again, what happened? They give you wings and they fly over the water. It's a beacon were brought back by cancellation. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years, and then after 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. The world will exist for 6,000 years, and then for 3,000 years there is destruction. وشيشي يكون هذا ناقص في النفس يعني خلي كباطي نفسه the vice that supports us just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, is the Shemitah year once every 7 years. So to the world, so to speak, every goes to Shemitah once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the year and the 7,000th year, ultimately, like we have is like the Shemitah, universal.
Look at this website. Can't believe this. The Christ.
It's interesting, by the way, that often think that also the Niskav Hashem Levado, that Hashem will be established by himself. Also, the Gemara reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands that we know that the Levado refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset. They'll only be after the Shparos Living Universe for that 1,000-year period. Gomer, Mizmor Shul Yom HaShabbos, the Yom Shekul Shabbos. Incredible. What's the Yom Shekul Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Gomer, Yela Shana Le'Necham Kom Esrog, Yavar, Tande Elio, Sheshes Alafim Shana Havi Alma. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, so now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, this is retrospective. Right, the world that we're in. For the first 2,000 years, it was Tovavo. The origin was Tovavo. The Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Shnei Apayim. Shnei Alofim. Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. Ushnei Alofim also Mashiach. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are Yemos Mashiach. You must say now, again, we see this, we're like, that's us. That would put us. Right? That would put us. We're in the last 2,000. And there's no Mashiach yet. Sadi saying, oh, we can say, we need Rabbi. No, say no. Sherabu, not so they have Mashiach. So this is our profound statement. But because we've messed up, Yatsu Meham Meher Mashiach. When you say, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make short decisions, do you know what happens? Yatsu Mehem Mashiach. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in that spot and we wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got there. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them acute before, some of them nuanced for, and that's what got me where I got to. It's not like this. The good news is, the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully I changed my decision-making processes to get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often in life you can't reverse a lot of the damage that's done. But at least hopefully I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's the world we're supposed to be. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 to 6,000 is supposed to be the most ancient. That's what was because of our sinful behavior, Yatsu Meher Mashiach. So, I'm going to read the other Yehuda. I quote Rav Salah Hasidah. What says that? That's Ilya Navi talking. That is Ilya Navi. The Rabbi says to Yehuda, Ema Olam, Pachos Mishmonim B'Chamishim Yomos. The world will not exist for less than 85 Yom Shabbat. Yovel HaAchron, then double Vav. In the last Yovel cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. Amen. So Yehudi says to me, if he does have a cell phone, does Mashiach come at the beginning or the end of that Yovel? Oh, like, and he says, I don't know. How long is that coming? Does the Yovel cycle finish or not? I'm not saying, and Yovel said, I don't know. Unless they have how this is so profound. Why is it so profound? And we all know he's one way out to the level of Jesus. So let's say, he says, I don't know. There are certain things about this whole law that no one knows except for the Holy Shalom, which is why, by the Rebbe say, why we go back to the statement ultimately again of Rabbi Zera, that maybe our avodah is not to focus so much on when, and to focus so much more on what. Where is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I mean, this company, who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? And we all know the devil knows himself. So if we are not doesn't know, I'm too much to figure out. So if I can't figure out the when, then what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about the what do I need to do to bring about the what do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the crowd? It's incredible. So we're going back to the play. No. Ravashi says, how can I relate? As part of those study, they turn the either to study. Rashi says over here, I thought the road to study. I go to the road to study. Well, if you're not reciting, I don't know exactly what Shaq is coming. The only thing is clear is there's no point in waiting for him until that last yoga. Once that last yoga comes, then it's already again. But I want to put that to you amazing. These Gemaras reflect the mindset that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do, what you don't, is a predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. There may be a, like, what's the word? Like a defined ending. Mashiach must come by this date.
UFC and Joe Rogan live stream. How about you?
Of the blessing is arrival to our spiritually meritorious state. Brothers, like Shalom,
it's just a bunch of guys. But the thing is, Joe Rogan's live streaming it, and he's got Eddie Bravo on, Joey Diaz, and Brendan Chow. Yeah, so get your shit together and start watching.
Right, so I'm not going to zoom in over the scroll first. I'm going to do the Hayalos show me this. I travel to
all I want to hear out of you is I'm watching Joe Rogan. Yeah, Doug, that happened like 1,000 years ago. You know what's happening right now? Joe Rogan in a fucking fight companion. Turn his shit on.
After 4,000, right? After 4,291 years, how long the world will cease to exist? Okay? Mehan, says, some of those years will be wars.
Look, what did I say? Unless the next words I hear out of you are, I'm watching the Joe Rogan Fight Companion, I don't want to hear your fucking mouth, dog. But if you're watching the Joe Rogan Fight Companion, then I'm all in.
We start to work after 7,000.
Dog, it's youtube.com/@JOEROGAN. I gave you the fucking URL. Get your shit together, son.
Again, literally pierces the road until the death. He owed Chazon Lamoed. Yakov the case lo yichazik. If Yismameach chakelo, Kibo Yobo lo yachar. So it says so again. This is an incredible passage from Tzabach. So we'll say,
Good job. Now pay attention to it. Take notes.
There will be a vision for the future, the appointed time. Yafet locates lo yichazik. The end will come. The end will come, and you will not be deceived. If he's delayed, wait for him. He will come, and he will not be delayed. Here we go, that's it. Most Rabbi saying, Shay Darshan Atidan Idni Ikala Kibu. It's not like the Rabbanon who say, not like the Rabbanon who say that Mashiach will only come at a defined time. The Lord Perry Smaller, Shadorish, has counted Lachem Dimon, Patashkil with Mo'osh Shlish. Not like very small noise. I want to very small noise. Say that she says over here. Patashkil with Mo'osh Shlish, Kilomar, Seshkos with a drop of big ghost and go, Nicholas, Badal, Shlish,
did not see it. Oh, yeah. No, I watched it. Did you see the last 5 seconds of the game? Okay. Yeah, they did. Brandon, go to Kentucky highlights from yesterday's game. They won. They pushed it to overtime with a shot from half court. It was amazing.
Malchus Shnia, Commission Stein, and Malchus Ben Kosiva, Stay Shonim Umachza. So what is this? Rather, what's the proper calculation? Malchus Rishon, and that's what it sounds like is the first base of Mikdash is 7 years. Second base of
Mikdash, just watch the highlights from yesterday's game.
52 years, and Malchus Ben Kosiva, what we just learned about, is 2.5 years. So I say, what does that mean? The word seems to be saying is as follows. The word seems to be saying that we don't know the Mashiach's going to come. We have no idea the Mashiach's going to come. And what happens? Most of the time, the Kinyan Mashiach is filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. During the first base of Mikdash, ultimately again, there's 70 years. But that seems to refer to Galus itself. Second base of Mikdash, ultimately 52 years. And then there is the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kokhba. Now, the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kokhba was actually a relatively good time. So the idea is the world is difficulties.
Type in Kentucky Wildcats highlights.
But do not lose yourself in your calculation of those who try to understand.
Yeah, from their game yesterday. March 20th. Against Santa Clara, yeah. And you're going to see Santa Clara hits a 3-pointer with like 5 seconds left. Looked like they were going to win the game. Then Kentucky, with 2 seconds left, throws the ball up and it goes in. I checked how your teams are doing. You're doing better than 50% of all people, which is really great.
See, he's not coming. If King didn't calculate the date of Messianic arrival, Ella, what says it? Ella, Chakilo, what is our avodah by Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait.
Did you see it? How amazing is that?
Shema Tamar, maybe you'll say ultimately again that we wait and he doesn't wait. No, we're waiting for the 12th meeting. Everybody's waiting. So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? Who's holding me back? Midas Hadin. Let's say ultimately again, Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says Shal Yisrael is not yet deserving of Mashiach. So the Gemara says, but if strict justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are we waiting? And obviously, again, waiting is in futility because we can't come. Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabbalah Schai. Because ultimately, again, there is a reward for waiting.
How cool is that?
What does this mean if there's a reward? First of all, tremendous Nechama. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. The Torah wants to see Mashiach. But the meantime, again, the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if we know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting.
Okay, I'm going to watch what you're watching just for a second. I'm doing something else, but we're going to check out what you're doing. Go into your stream.
The more I am ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. The coming of Mashiach and Rabbi Aminu. Okay, well said, Shibaya.
Unlike ED pills that target blood flow, PT-141 acts on the central nervous system to increase sexual desire. You gotta get that. PT-141 is exciting. Break it down. Please do. I was always
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to Cape. Our annual cemetery sponsor for Tough Shoe Highway, the first in the Shvacha. The dedicated orchestra is working this year as is the first from the transfers for the month of August. Tell me Steve Zinn, loving every of Terry Father, Dr. Harry Khan, see her sheep and Yosef Hakoy, the sheep in the dinner and burning family memory of the Israeli Zip, the Shoe of the Nisar, the Holy Bracha. He got rain sponsors, link there about Adler, and then you have Judy Goldman, you use extra bank a lot of the Holy Bracha, and I've got three sponsors for today, Megan Diane Marks, and then you have Matt's father, Charles Marks, Helmy Ben Mordecai, the Holy Bracha. So remember, all of our Hanukkah, all of them are trying to start out here, the families in the Hanukkah, all those who are full shadows, they're close to Israel. All of that has to be, soldiers to be successful.
I'm watching, big man.
We'll do that. Let us begin. And a special welcome back. The full church of Rabbi Schwartz. Baruch haba, Baruch haba. Mishpat Hashemetz, to do the video in the floor. And yes, Hashem is to be listening. So let's give a short to have you back. And listen, we can't let us begin. We have a lot to say about Hashem. Again, listen, anyway, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got to prepare the rest of the messages.
Well, you watch. Watch what happens.
Let's take back the second book, 96. On the bottom of side the plate on the base, 95. And also, very important that we have to listen to our beloved Father. And I've got your number of Rabbi Eldam. Rabbi, I've got your Killer. I'm talking over here like lungs, like you remember these things right over there. He's a man who his brother today, Baruch Hashem, the Shvacha, the Shvacha, the Shvacha, the Eldam, the Shvacha. Okay, well, let's begin. So we have to do us. We have to do us on the bottom of, please up, we have to do up on the side of the base, 95B, and we left off 4 lines up the bottom. Here we have all. And the verse says as follows. The moment before culture, you watch the moment. As the prophet never said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. This is, Vayomer, Yigala Hashem, the Kairo Hashira, very nice, Vamelech Hashira Salosh, Yisrael Aglayim, the Gamazot in Tisra. So what's this? More than close to possible. Because it says on that day, on Kiviyachol, the Ribono Shalom was going to cut. We'll cut the beard, we'll cut the hair.
No, it's coming. It was the game of the tournament thus far. It's coming.
Just this ridiculous event, the right guy was army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So he's virtually appeared to every old man. Then he got this job. On the way, he has to get an office in Israel. Now,
the Alsurian Rebbe has received not anything. So the old man comes talking, like comes to say, he says, hey, you have to go back home and you have to talk to all the teams. Remember, they say, hey, it's raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So you have to go back home and face all of those kings, whose sons who you convinced.
Okay, watch this. Watch. It's the last like 10 seconds. Watch what happens. Okay, Kentucky scores. They tie the game. Then watch. Santa Clara shoots a 3. Boom! Kentucky looks like they're going to lose. There's 2 seconds left. Look at this. There you go, my man. There you go. And they end up winning the game. And I thought about you the whole time.
You should really change. You should really change that because you can shoot that shot. Shut up, it's the fuck you do so you have to do that. So I think that's fascinating. You know what you should do? You should change yourself not so whatever you have to do. Listen, you go home, no one's gonna bother you. Alright, the 9 issue, so how should I change? I'm gonna let you see this that's I got. I'm giving you a haircut. I give you a haircut, we'll change your person. It's website, so I got one going. What if it's done tomorrow? And this is such the timing of this is incredible because it's unexpected. And you like have to like it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over there. So some parents is in trouble. What does some parent realize? Some parent realizes the way I'm living right now. Like what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focused. And I say, we all have those at the critical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing is really not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could do more. So Sankhya has that at the critical moment. And he says, like, so he goes to a man, and says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change. And what's the word? So often companies when it comes to change. So hey, you know, that's a great idea. It's a good idea. And why should I change? I want to take a haircut. Listen, 6 things in life. You have like these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. And instead of affecting what you change, you affect cosmetic change. Cosmetic change, you know, you should change it. You like that hairstyle, you should change it a little bit, right?
Yes, it was. And you called it. What an amazing shot. Yes, sir. Yes, you did. So I'm going to start. So here, I'm related to call it. So since okay, there's no such thing as scissors, right? So you want scissors. Grind down the demeanor of base mix with us. Okay, what can I do with these scissors? How can I try to do it? Gotcha. I have a lot of stuff. So Sakura grand the kids, right? And the games are looking at the work of another hospital. This is okay. This is okay. Like neither of the largest armies civilized the world at this time. So let's say, it's incredible. Like
desperation, failure humbles you, and desperation, when the person is desperate, you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? You know, when you're riding highs, certainly there are beneath you that are not going to do. When you're in trouble, you recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. There's some people that like to bring the patient people back home. He needs to get a haircut, he needs a pair of scissors, he's got a blind date kits. You do what you got to do in order to get the job done. Anyway, I got a section. So about 10 seconds, the scissors to the old man, all you think about. I'm going to I see you. Now the old man says, the old man is pushed back. He says, listen, I can't keep a haircut for everybody. So bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, so also I see, the hadith cannot play actually the meaning of the beginning. So what happens? Also that relation is, so as I hear was bringing back the length of the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turns out it ended up sinking his beard. So ultimately, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. I'm going to end with the sin, the garments I got them to scratch. I'm going to pop a honey on which is what people say. The Yisala Arma Shakulay is the Yura of the beginning of the Sabbath Street Family. And I said, this apparently book, the famous Ali. She said, you know, the Yisala Arma Shakulay. And I kind of planted as Haramai, the book of my life, how about it visiting us? If you go ahead and you set fire to around you, and you like it, you can also go ahead and sing his beard. And it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay, you can look at what you want, right? I don't know, right? But it's a nice idea, the idea of the website. If talking about outside, I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara, and also sense is, life changed so dramatically, and we experience this in different ways. That a person could be on top of one moment, and literally again the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's so profoundly important, and again, to some haters, I think to some haters cut it a little bit, you have to be able to live with it. You have to be able to live it. You have to be able to know what to do in the commands of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you know this again, so now it's just the same thing. Get a haircut, get a haircut. Whatever you need to do. Once again, some people in life, life doesn't go their way, and the plan doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life did not materialize the way that I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the hate. Because it's such a thing to his hate. You don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. It's a thing that must have had a ridiculous compass. Part of the compass is the power of the pivot. You gotta be able to move into whatever life throws your way and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Remember, like, also, Ashta, Lapa, with the use of the what's it incredible. So Sankhya was journeying home. As he turned on what is it called? It's called the Return of the Stories. He finds a plane from Noah Steva. That was about a geographically more than one of the Steva. Steva told about what's the word? Geolarity, whatever. Stop. With that, should say. It was like a Russian, like a Russian ashore, whatever, that's grounded in it stopped. Like, which actually, by the interesting enough, geographically, works so long as he's heading back to our shore. So he finds a plane from North State. It's like, you can't really see each other, man. Like, you know, like, just how you feel. This is quite a day for Sankhya. He landed up in his car. I guess I got to take for that. I'm going to find out. The rebellious from Oyo appreciate the Sankhya. You see what that means? You see what that means? Because again, Sankhya, you just don't remember, this is because we saw last week. Sankhya was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he went after Yerushalayim. That was his mistake. That was Adam's way. He defied the divine mandate. He was a Shaliach HaKadosh. But he had a step. You don't become a Shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of responsibilities. See, Melech HaKadosh. He met the Rebbe Shalom. Next, he finds a place from Rock Stable. Amar. Also anstatt Jaffa, which is usually our labor, the season of the rest is the Lord. And he said, this is the great God who saved Noah from the flood. He saved God from the flood. not really trained enough to know. So Santina says, you know what, if I go on success, in other words, if I go and open up an able to survive and reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my 2 sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. The God of Noah, the interesting was that it seems to be that he's describing some type of divine power for the actual point itself. Anyway, he pledges to go and offer up his 2 sons. Well, as I was going to imagine, Shammah, his sons heard about this. They weren't overly excited about this promise. And therefore, the Katu, the children. So Caleb was assassinated by his own sons. והעמק יצב והיהוד משכח על השיס להסיר חלקות ועד המלך משרעת בנות because so Caleb was worshiping deity, and as he was worshiping his own sons go ahead and let's say, by the way, it's actually interesting when you think about this imagery. So Caleb is trying to hold onto from Noah Steve. So that means when the Lord tells us who else holds on to Noah Steve on the sea, and then there's an right? There's held on to the river of the sea. And let's say in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. The issue is in life, you have to make sure that you're holding on to the right thing. Even here, Santana is always the tragedy of Santana is not tragedy. The tragedy of this condition is so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages it to get together. In other words, it's like everybody finds the plank of the things, and he's like, you know what? When he goes from, you could be my life this one. Like, I can hold on to you in terms of, and you see this constant thing that then he brings up offering his sons. It's always as if he misses it, just by a few steps. So close to be able to affect that immediate change. In order to turn things around, but always missing it by not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So it's about Kalakali and Lyra. So the boss says, let's say switching gears here with just learning, this is Abmalini. Now this is in the spirit of the ancients, remember when there was the battle of the four things against the 5, the 4 defeat the 5, Adam goes to war against the 4. So the prophet says, Kalakali and Lyra. But literally again, the little translation is, they split the night, Adam and his servants, and they smoked. They smoked the 4 things. I'm going to get there.
It's so cool.
He was helping Adam to fight his battle. And the angel's name was so ultimately, what it means is that the stars, like the stars actually fought for the Hagmani. They actually did battle on the Hagmani. They fought together alongside Adam. So they are in Shemayim, something called Sisra. The words of the neck of the blacksmith, the Yitzchak, the Yitzchak, are better than the words of the Yochanan. The Yochanan is known in Shah sometimes as Baina. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so this was the perspective chooses the Yitzchak of the and the stars were going to be against the 4 kids. Those are the things that I'm going to have. We get to clean hands out during the shots. Why does you learn how to eat stuff? Okay, so simple answers for the stuff. Those are the deeper messages. A lot of times in life we think that if we have a perception, that's my clear from becoming an outstanding competent. I'm going to that later. So what could we do? By the way, to be a blacksmith, you be a little bit older. You can be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of shots. You don't have to work for it. That's just the way it is. See, that's not how much it is. And that's people in the career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah. Not true. You have an obligation to be excellent in your professions, and you have an equal obligation. It's not a zero obligation to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what you can become, even though we all have day jobs. Now, you got done, so let's say again, the prophet said, I'm going to pursue them, 14 up until done. So what happened is, the earlier when I gave it to what was excited, I'm done, touch us photos. You know, so I'm going to start, when I'm going to pursue the king, because that's because you're done, suddenly your judgment's strength was diminished. Why? prophetically that his descendants will worship Avodah Zarah in heaven. So because the Arabic spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan Shneimar, and they said, what happened in Dan Shneimar? Vayasem es ha'echad b'Yisrael, ve'es ha'echad nasam b'dan. He's got referring to Yehoram ben Nevat. We spoke about this last week also. Yehoram ben Nevat, the first king over the split kingdom, Yehuda and Yisrael, installed two eagles, right? Two calves, two golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of the so even though this wasn't going to happen until centuries later. Centuries later, and then that's how the strength was diminished when we got to the future state of Avodah Zarah children. Also Rasha, known as Gaber, actually real day. So to again, we have also Avodah Zarah also. We're not stressed with and got to Dan Shneimar, we done Nishma Nefras Susa, Oranzira. Avagam Yishalach, what we say in this region, also great for this. So the following message was given by the Yehuda ben Yisrael. He's going to be talking to Shachar for Yehuda ben himself. And also, be careful to have a talk on him. He lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. And also, sometimes in life, a person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether it's just part of getting old in life. Be careful with a company for that learning. Even if I can say how to reach that learning is full of parts of the inlet, and therefore you have the obligation to go ahead and respect it. Which of us also teaches us tremendous life lesson as well. How the Torah has upon us is not only in the knowledge that we retain. This is a very important source of business, especially for us, back learning, etc. And a lot of times, the most beautiful things about back learning is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about back learning is come the next day, I have absolutely no idea what I did. Right? So some of these are very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Now, again, the answer to that is what's the answer to that? The answer to that is Chazara. Chazara. That's why a person wants to conjure with that. You know that. I want to say this is that. The new power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to you as a shaman. It has nothing to do with retention. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I am still a changed human being. So, you know what it says? You have come from exactly, you forgot his name, you think that because he can't recall it, therefore, again, it's the Torah impact on the rest of us to show them. Still the same holy Jew, because Torah has imprinted on his nation and fundamentally changed it. Furthermore, he's not a good reason. Also, we can't go to reason. So, when you see how much memory in the last cycle of children in the end of this, when you check the bird, you check photos, there was a blood vessel that made next to these sacraments. It is focus of whether that artery needs to be cut as part of Shvika, that you decide you should be careful to do it, because that allows the animal to breathe out faster and drain down the blood faster. That's called the breathing. So you know what it says? Example of breathing, that he reaches the Yehuda. Let's say, watch this. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehem hates Torah, because from them, from the children of Amei Ha'aretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. And I say, this is an astounding remark. Take a look at that in just a moment. Just the last Rashi on the right side. He's on the Ha'aretz. Shemehem doesn't count. He's talking about over here, children who grow up to are children of Amei Ha'aretz, or children of ignorant people. Now, in this context, Amei Ha'aretz is not using a disparaging way. It's using a factual way. Right? A person goes up and homeless parents are all ignorant. Ignorant does not mean they're not ignorant, just means they don't know Torah per se. So that's children. And those children who grow up in a home of Amei Ha'aretz, become Talmidei Chachamim, last one check, make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim, whose parents are Amei Ha'aretz, make sure to give them the greatest amount of cover. Why? Shemehem hates Torah Yisrael. Because those that come to come in, we're going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Yahweh, Yatu Shmaya B'Acham, you might say, see examples of like, what's a shot? that is the children of Amir Haaretz who make the greatest impact throughout Israel. Not the children who are the children whose fathers are coming to come get us and like, what's the child? First, I think it's a very simple reason. When a person wakes up in a home of Amir Haaretz and then decides to become a Amir Haaretz, they have to work sometimes harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that they actually do not receive growing up. The push, and the commitment, and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have, sometimes people easily accomplish, don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is faithful over the hundred. It's an incredible idea. So, listen, what you have to notice over here, the Gemara says, be careful. You have yet to tell someone to be careful. What does that mean? Right? Well, people generally, again, are not careful with this. Okay? Why? Because it's so interesting. In the world, it's so interesting. In the world, we put so much time into the concept of ethos. Ethos, this one is ethos, this one is ethos. And ethos is wonderful. Ethos is wonderful. Like, ethos is beautiful, it's fantastic. And sometimes we are beautiful. I mean, stuff me up, but the best ethos in the world. So, as I'm telling us, the strength of ethos, but just understand, it's often those who do not have the distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. The ones who society say, like, oh, listen, you know his job. Somebody's telling me, one day, that's really the truth of it. We didn't have this same standing. Pretty sure, how's Shiva? Yeah, I just able to watch it. It's filled with flip-outs. Flip-outs. So, you like watching flip-outs? It's trying to make you grow up more, like a little bit more younger, and then you feel much more nervous. Flip-out. So, first of all, I see. So, people like you go to everywhere, right? When you say flip out, you're like, so people started something and then decided to get lost. It's so warped. It's so warped. But like in the world, somehow, someone started to get lost. And then chose more. That person is a savage Shabbat. Like that person goes on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to do work to accomplish more. Even though perhaps they didn't have a growing up. Even though perhaps again they didn't parents, they like it, don't like it, aren't supportive, whatever it is. But they decided they want more. It's just so interesting. Sometimes it's such a warped view of real actual goodness and beauty comes from. It's very nice if you come from a family of righteous people. That's fantastic. So Esau, he's one of them. But that does actually do nothing for you except step you off at a higher place. It's tough to accomplish yourself. You pray for you right here. Yeah, I just see that. That's okay. I mean, listen, so that's how the Gemara has to say, he's only give me Amir Haaretz. Be careful with the children of Amir Haaretz. You think that the belt is not. Because sometimes, you know, also the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth. And instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who affect change. Incredible. says to help yourself in the Sabi Akasha, the other day, مش ممكن أبغى أستمع دي أبغى أشوف شغل كوبوسي ده شغل كوبوسي بعد يحصل كم شغل يأخذ حسب this is Leo. So you all will be asking, what's the part of this possible going to focus on here? What is going to possibly focus on here is that why is it that social search or why is it that the wicked seems to go ahead and trust us in words like this? Mashallah, sorry, my husband, what's back to you already? Yes, that's a sabi on the Utar, they have this fire as a piece of our child after the day, they pass out the way out. What does this mean? Mashallah, show you and knowledge to ourselves in the system. So let's say it's a much listen to it. So the guy claims that he can run faster than anything. He can run faster win horses. I could run in terms of muscle cars in a lot of areas. I can run 3,000. But right, and I can even outrun horses. They say nice. Right? So you can run in swamps. Obviously, that's how to run in the swamp. So what happened? It was Daniel Rabbi that thought. So now he was racing against the human runner. I don't even runner. Right? The fun of seeing it will be about 7 years. And this runner, this human runner, outpaced him 3 years, which is a much lesser distance. And the Abasha on one round. So the runner says, I'm a guy. The man of the guy who packed the voice is Allah has got the camera. And he said to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner, you certainly can't outpace. You certainly can't outpace horses. And my church is really talking about ourselves. If you can't beat the runner for 3 minutes, you certainly can't go ahead and you really can't outpace him to be about ourselves. You know, so the matter about ourselves, I'm just saying I'm not going to come. And if you can't outpace him on track, then you certainly can't outpace anything on this one. So I talk. So to you, Leo. So to you, Leo. So let's just say, okay, what is this thing? At the end of the day, there's anything Leo. Is that you don't understand who is up on the positive. That's simply it. You think you don't understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. You're not just out of the seals. Shelat Leo so Rasha. Shelat Akar Kivodu. Akar Love. We're going to see this morning. So you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I do this, I allowed this myself to be successful in something to learn. But just as you can see, we can go back and reward the steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the rewards that we do come back for taking 4 steps, then ultimately again you will be overwhelmed. When I reward Abram Yitzchak Yaakov, Shirat to the Chana Kesusi, Arachas Chana V'Chana. So, in the Mishnah, I just 4 steps towards reward. To be overwhelmingly see the reward, ultimately Abram Yitzchak Yaakov, the land before me, like horses. You're going to see that train just a little bit. So, the Mazda Yitzchak, the Revier, Mishbar, the Yitzchak, Kalatz, Moshe, Yitzchak, if you give our Abram, and you are showing you give our Kashok. And the Handa says, now, you've got to learn how to do it. What's that story? It's true, because you know the story. It's the Isa Shala, Meruda, the Lagon, then the Lagon, Melech Baba's son. So what happened that Meruda, the Lagon, that was his name, then the Lagon, tried to see the king of Baba, sent a letter. It wasn't a rest of the possibility. He sent a letter to this CEO, because this CEO was known, and then he was killed. Okay, so you know, downstairs, you should keep up with this guy. So you know, it says, because this girl got sick, so this king, the king of Balaam, sends a letter, and this girl, what's going on here? Just the man says, hey, you judge as much as Haya. So you know, actually, yes, because Balaam, was very interested because he said, well, this girl is healed. Miracle occurred. He said, well, what about this miracle? And he said, you know, I've got to find out about this deal. What's his story? Identify some of these incredible stories and just so what happened? Always I knew Shemace no Achaz. The leader Achaz died. Who's Achaz? Achaz was the father of this flow. Achaz was the tremendous Russia. And the day that Achaz died, Shtim Sha'os Chaya. So the father shortened the day from that week. And sent after 2 hours. Now, why do you do that? You do not want Achaz to be the junkie. You don't want Achaz to be buried properly. So you dramatically want to have time, for the day comes the sun to set. To set the change. So what happened? So the Gemara says, that they thought of his skills, and they thought, do you contribute for the Anachaz or Shari healing? And this is animal. When his skill is healed, so ultimately, I got to come back to return those guys. I think the skill is healed. They return extra hours of pretty life in that day. It's really incredible. So I think it's followed by 10 hours because of the skill. Obviously, I can do it for by everyone. So Balaam and Meroda, the Roda, Balaam,
Miranda Colada ultimately service 10 extra daylight hours of just for another year. So the Gemara says, so Mala Pasashani related to only reaching as Sarah and Malos, as Shayaga Malos, Hakon Shem Shakos, as well as Nation by Shemish and Shamalos, the Malos and Shayaga. Only my life. So Miranda Colada. What is this? I'm going to skill how much? The thing is, the skill is real. He became cured, and I was pretty much going to give him back 10 hours of daylight. All I see is, I'm going to get down a few high, and all that you should really shout up. So we got to some road that pull out this said, listen, and there is a man like this. You just 10 extra hours of daylight for the sun. How could I not like him a letter and say a shalom? Like, I mean, you got to get to know a man like this. So he wants his customer to listen to this. So this is the letter, here's the letter, that Meroda, the lot line, sent to this deal. Here it is. Shmuel says, that's right. Shalom Michael Fiskia. Peace be unto you, King Fiskia. Shalom L'Chai Kedushay. Right? Peace unto you, Shalayim. Shalom L'Elokar Rabbi. Peace unto the great God. He's unto the great God. Together, so we also said what happened. You come inside, Sapper Gibalade. So you come inside, and then also the same you come inside again. So never keep that. He was the scribe of the king. He was the scribe of Meroda Colada. So we know it says, listen to this. So apparently, the come inside wasn't there when Meroda Colada wrote this letter. So when he comes back, he finds out that Meroda Colada wrote this letter. Yes, I'm going to maybe proceed to we're probably more with the letter that was written. I'm going to he got to we're talking letter. I'm going to I would say that I came out of you got to see what it says. So he calls his own word. I said, that makes no sense. Because you call the God of the Jews straight, but you put him last. Right? You say, Shalom Aleichem, great king, great king Israel. Shalom Aleichem, great king Israel. Shalom Aleichem, great God. You just have to give him a sense. If God is great, where does he belong? Only in Christ. What's the difference? He's really come outside. He's come outside. So Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem. So we come outside, and the Knesset says, the house is ready. Shalom Aleichem to great God. Shalom Aleichem to this Shalom Aleichem. So it says, you want to I left for 5 minutes. I can't get the letter right. So what happens? I'm going to let it shut down. Kind of the young girl, he really had his eye on himself. Listen to this question before that. Literally again. Kind of the guy that literally means he can use the letter, so he's the one who goes ahead and delivers it. The idea of doing that. So if you have a good idea, execute. The idea execute. Don't come, you're a bastard, just the idea. The idea is execute the letter. So you look at that. The letters in transit. You think that it should be done. Okay, go out, give a job, and run down. So I said, this. Rabbi says, so what's he doing? 2 steps. You take the Kanetai, runs after the career. Right past way, take the right out of the CSS, he took 4 steps. Also, Gabriel stopped. So I'm not joking. The moment we're talking about we do the higher optimization is to this. It is what is the Kanetai do? The Kanetai is running after the career because the Kanetai is concerned about the public of the scholarship. Gabriel stopped it. Because how you look at it and run any further, it would have been willing to stop the future punishment that is now. So that's what we said before. There was split of the island of Suez. The 4 steps of the Ukrainians are running after the curry because the fucking letter is not really didn't find enough weight back in the scholarship. That gave the Ukrainians are ultimately against the very power of the Saudi Islam. And the now everyone not stopping where he was, he wants to show up with punishment. Which are actually amazing. But that was amazing. Sometimes it's always interesting to see how investment makes great people. How do one of these successful people become successful? So you work hard for all these things, you're so much to learn.
So what we see in this story from the that side, so it's just on a basic level, and reading this particular idea and taking it. A lot of times in life, we're chock full of ideas. I need to go and I need to go and I have ideas. Oftentimes they try to do anything you want, and then I'm ready to give them over to someone else. And then someone else does the execution. What makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas, and they are willing to put in effort to implement. They don't delegate. They do what has to get done in order to get the job done. And if you have that side, has this insight, it's not like I can tell you what they call it. Again, if you the sensitive think about it, that's a really important position. You couldn't tell someone else to write out the career, and instead you just have to do it yourself. Just make people recognize that if you believe in something enough, you know what you're speaking to the don't wait for someone else to do the heavy lifting. Do the job. You said it's like the other Michael Robin than the Robin. You know, it's the job for you to the skin. The person said for that, the skin is the king of God of the trying to get that next house. So here we go. Here is the Lord of the Laban, then the Laban. What for shadows? That's a pretty strange thing. You know, the one who Balaam and Balaam is the Israel. Say, okay, Balaam not Balaam. Balaam was his father. Balaam, the father, was king. What happened? The Ishtam Abi Bahabi Kalba. And I some type of illness. His face looked like a dog, transformed into a dog. But again, I know the dog practice. It's beautiful, so wonderful. You shouldn't see how Chazal feel about dogs. Okay, so anyway, she wants to be able to look like a dog. So since he gave the home, he's not the king, violence and base the level. He can't become a king with a deformed face. So he abdicated the throne. I'm not sitting there outside myself. So the son Yehoiada becomes king. You have a person showing that was around the Napa. How does it sit there? How do I suppose it's like it's actually very beautiful. So his son Balaam becomes king. So that was part of the way that his son gave his father covered is he took his father's name as his own. So instead of just being Rosa ben Balaam, he became Rosa ben Balaam. It's just covered to his father's name. As you see, then you have that, the other Gadora. So this is what it means when it says a son will honor the father and a son will not. Then you have that, it's actually pretty strange, it's just interesting to see the examples that Chazal want to bring on this passage. And then you have that, which is from Allah, the word portrait. The example it gives, open up again, is Melodic, Balaam, and Balaam. There are a lot of other examples of people out there. It's interesting to see that they choose to choose this one. You know, so the Abaddon, what the Abaddon is sitting in the context of the Mishnah, the Mishnah, so the example of the servant who was here his master, the servant who was here his master was another transition back. Remember, just you get Nebuchadnezzar is the king of Babel. Zoran was his top general. Zoran was a cool and bloodthirsty man. He was giving operation the chief butcher. The chief butcher. In fact, we speak about Zoran in the Guinness and Kishaba. We see specifically that Zoran's bloodthirsty children. Who he had really charged children. So the Lord says over here, and says there's nothing possible that says that the Zoran's what you had, the current house of the Trophy and the palace of the king. And the palace said that the Zoran is standing before the Kodesh. He is standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. He wants to say, anyways. And he signed Nebuchadnezzar in Shalom to us and said, now let's just get the job together. Zoran is in Shalom because he's just destroyed the base of the Kodesh. He destroyed all the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babel. But Nebuchadnezzar was never in Shalom. You know, when he said to Nebuchadnezzar in Shalom, that's it. Bayani and Sambaspada with his son. So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Israel. He was one Tokyo. That's what he was. So how does it say that the Zoran signifies the chance of a son of the Lord, 60 feet on down? This is a stuff about Jewish Shaganai. It is the European Isaac that we get on the top show. That the Zoran had such cover for his king that he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar really great for his child. He felt that he was always before his king. The Haggadah Ema Gisela, Aisama, Zone, Shana, and then he says, so much reverence. So much reverence that is as if you're standing before the King of all time. So you must always have a lot of satisfaction. So never drop the ball a little bit. So you wish that path on you shall not. Whereas it's time, trust, and put dice setting down, let the person up, the shot time person, who come next out, and send it to the Israel, wagon loads of green horizon of the sharpest axes. Axes that were so sharp that the metal could cut through metal. The job has struggling with the hands of calling by a single cloud of Israel, and all the axes broke, trying to break down the one into every Israel. Shneimar, Yisukai Yachad Shield, Sohayakos, Yalamu, Sohai, Roy, Yehada. Omar, Mustafino, the Abdi, he repeat the Abdi Center. So since this is the Zara, he's ready to turn back. I had to turn back. Why is the Zara to turn back? It wasn't so long before I know what happened. So right? So in other words, everybody knows something. He pointed at the sharpest axes, now that they cut the metal, and all of them break on one blow of the sun does not equal what would break over. So the Rizal is ready to turn around, go back home. Not the color of Amar, Shabbat Bar Shabbat. So that's the connect. That's the King Shabbat. What's that? Shabbat literally means jumper. So they jump. Rashi says when Shabbat is the right hand column of Rashi, about 10 lines into the short lines, don't use about Davis, people are covered to Shabbat. When it's on Karma, so it says this, which is so apparently, so the Gemara says, so apparently that having the jumper, because interestingly enough, the Zoras was part of Sankhir's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, what's another thing? What was Sankhir's mistake? He missed the window. So apparently, the Zara was the one who was holding Sankhir, that's why it's called the jumper. So he was ready to the jumping the battle. So the gospel comes up and says, Jumper, don't abandon your friend anymore. So the Lord says, Shabbat Bar Shabbat. Shabbat, do not deceive them, because it's the Shachari. So ultimately, when it's time for the Israelites to be destroyed, but it's a better to point out that these people are very detached. Because a lot of times when we suffer misfortune of the hard generations of the world, what's compounding, what compounds our pain is the notion of a feeling of abandonment by a benchmark. Now, it's interesting that the says, Chazal always tell us, nothing ever happens to us unless it's a rebellious or over wants it to happen. And even when there's pain, and even when there's suffering, even when there's loss, it always comes from God. Now, on one hand, it's sinful because that's what we discuss. On the other hand, it's interesting enough for ironically enough, a certain because it's not something that someone else is doing to me, it's something that I can share. Last few weeks, which means that the devotion is choreographed in this way. It's just the stuff. People think about as it is, and I know it's not my husband, I know it's not random, and it's coming from so much heart. So the gospel comes out and says that we don't abandon the ship, there's time for the push to be destroyed. Watch this. Actually, have America. There was one ox left. Also, not be the completely ship. So this is not one so now it's pretty interesting. The design is a very smart man. So the design realizes now that he's got a very genius crossroads. And we like Sankhya, and we like that also, and we're going to be into the actions. So what does he do? He takes the last facts. He goes over to the gate of Yerushalayim. He doesn't hit the gate, with the start part. He hits the gate to make the hand with the dark part. Why? What's his logic? His logic is like this. If you sort of if you don't want to destroy those images, the gate will open even the one part. So when I tell you to show up, he not against the gate with the dark part to the gate celebration. And now the organic community, the man of the stock is Hadinos. Have a suffer the Azu Adamatu Lahayalek. So what they say now, this is a tragedy of war in this story. And you find out about the chief butcher next that we need to do Shalayim. He's literally going to kill everyone in sight. I think that's what he's on this question. Adis Day Yula. He set the Beis Hamikdash. He sets the Beis Hamikdash on fire. Was there is the ultimate Gemara. Gava Echol. As the Zohar lights the Beis Hamikdash on fire, the Beis Hamikdash itself begins to ascend heavenward. Almost as if the Beis Hamikdash is trying to save itself from what is upon us. We imagine the Beis Hamikdash uproots itself and begins to go and literally ascend heavenward. And what happens? Yalku Day Yerushalayim. So we notice all them pushed it back down. The Beis Hamikdash itself is trying to escape. The Beis Hamikdash itself is trying to say, you know what? Sometimes even the Beis Hamikdash sees all the pain, all the suffering, all the hostages, and everything that happens in this world. And the Beis Hamikdash just wants to remove itself from this. Which the Beis Hamikdash doesn't understand. But no. In a sense, there's a point. And that point is because the shul itself takes its hand and literally pushes the Beis Hamikdash back down. Overwhelming. Shneimar. That Hashem Yeshua Pasiriba. Chazir Chadakir. So we both imagine at this point it becomes a Zion, scheming guy, the only arrogant. After again, he's met with ridiculous success, right? Burning down the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now the Vaskava Amramei, Amra Bekima Kaklis, Tekula Kalya Kalyas, Kim Kota Shina Kaklis, goes on combat. He killed a dead nation. He destroyed building, literally again, he ground up reach that was always flat. There was part of color, and he was using to do outputs. You're carrying out mind, don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? And that this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only done because I'm allowing you to push. The Shira Kaya Shakti Kaya, Shari Kalashok, the Kashi, Shiva, Ron, Shok, Adinara, Sleeping the Landmark, and the Kaya. The Kaya saying that we have so again, flower. The same way that becoming a blind flower, that's all the flower left doing anything. So you've destroyed people, you've destroyed global. So you guys just go here. How's that coming to Zakaria? Probably Karasa. It's less than 3 rounds of power. It's tragic story. So the Paris from Rabbi Zakaria had given this to Paris by saying if you have to be true, are you going to be destroyed? How did Paris go do this message? They killed Zakaria. Now they killed Zakaria in the Beis Hamikdash itself. So what happens? So the Vijay is standing in the Beis Hamikdash. And he sees how the damage is how the cover has. He sees that the blood that's boiling, bubbling blood, is like that. I'm going to remind you, because the Bible says that people are Jews, and it's like that. What is this? How many bodies walking in each time? The guys are getting like that. That's a sacrificial blood. That's scary. I'm going to read it. So the Vijay himself is quite doesn't make any sense. What does he do? I'm going to read. I see the family party. I don't even. So he shuts it out, takes the blood and shuts it out, compares it to his blood that's very expensive, it's blood doesn't really take on blood. Doesn't really take on blood, I think they don't to me. You know Sally Philip with the Salai food and Mr. Abraham. So he wants us to tell me what this is. Everything again, I will peel the skin off your body with iron coals. So I'm ready, high cones and everything. This is the blood of a 9-year-old coin and the Nabi. The indeed will be the Holy Yerushalayim, Mikatliku. To prophesy to the Jews about the destruction of the Hamikdash, and the Christ shall be killed. To kill them because he didn't like his message. I'm going to live, I'm going to fight Syrian. So the Zion said, I told I will please. All pleasing. I see Rabbanon, Papa, and you know all of them is the old God. It's all about me, it's all God. So what does he do? The Zion said to Rabbanon, the Rabbanon leadership. He killed them all, and the blood gave his prophet to the public. I used to be keeping it out. He brought the school children. Hallelujah, he slaughtered them. And the blood did not stop. I see children to whom a couple, he brought young Kahanim. Children, and the blood did not stop out them. So he was, as the couple of Hallelujah, Tishni, the other result. And so he slaughtered 940,000 people. Below enough. And ultimately, again, the blood did not stop. How did it go that way? So the result goes over to the blood and it says, Zikaria. Kobe Shabbat Ibada. And then the Gemara, so the Gemara says, literally, I got slaughtered the last of Klal Yisrael. Those that were really Biktarim in the Kulim should have killed more, Miyad Shia. And that moment began. So the blood of the fire stopped by the national. Such a moment, you should just know, by historical accounts, it's interesting to know that over close to 1 million Jews were slaughtered when the Beis HaMikdash fell. It was a strike. So a lot of times, like, you know, sometimes numbers are hyperbolic. It's interesting, the 940,000 number is, again, close to 1 million people fell aside. And you figure out something the Beis HaMikdash wasn't like just the structure of the structure. But if you think about just the colossal loss of life, over almost 1 million people. So the Gemara says, so now you have to make a solution to the results. It's a fire. The last killed the Rabbi, killed the children, killed the Bishop Gorilla, killed the best of Klal Yisrael. You want more bloodshed, and then the blood stopped on it. So I said, you might as well stop here and respond. The Gemara says, here, should have the right hand. So this might be like some of the amazing happen, which is, so the result says, like they say, like, Mashu don't know, right? This is not good. This is not the normal stuff of this field. Right? When he has thoughts of Shiva, why does he have thoughts of Shiva? He says, my name Shiva, if you all never shot us, the God that we might for every other. So the results are like this. Why we show this heart is such a good accountability to focus on one person and the heart. So the result says, what's going to happen to you? I've killed over 1 million people. What's going to be with me? Allah, Shadia Kosisa, they say, that is Yahya. The Zoran sends a letter to his house saying, I'm not coming home, and he goes off, and he converts. He goes off and he converts. So they say, absolutely everyone likes it. Even the Zoran, Rabbi Kabek, the chief victor, saw this overwhelming moment of seeing the Jews. I sort of found out over here, the Russian is king of the Shuvah. You know, the Russian that I'm on the net is Shuvah. This one, I'm just seeing so quickly. Russian on the net is Shuvah. Is Kishiyas Shuvah. Kishiyas Shuvah. Apparently it's Davos. So if you just know what is the Kishiyas Shuvah? What is that? What is Kishiyas Shuvah? It's there, it's like Shiva, and the beautiful simple type of real Shiva. So picture that. There's another thing I showed this one as well. That the first step of Shiva is hearing Shiva. What's hearing? Hearing is a thought. Before you even do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in Shiva is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are. The first step in Shiva is this level of cognition. I see what I said? That's it. I think things just have to be different. How, what, when, where, that remains to be seen. But I know that the way things are now should not be the way they go forward. The Zoran has that moment of fear. That's his standing there with blood of precious Jews on his hands. Standing there like a Beis HaMikdash that is going up in flames. How this cathartic moment of yourself, you know what? I don't know what I'm going to do, but I know that I can't take it understand. Once you know everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a judge, goes on to become a member of Congress. On our side, the stories that I went, but we're going to stop here for today. The last technique was Zoran story, and so other great thing in what I showed you tonight about, when I start to the one side, Shkara. All right, come on, all right, well, say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei the Kosim Mishpacha, dedicating all the Shomer Drushos this year as is a plus for the Sorah Shabbos All Around Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yossi McCoy, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman family's memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, the various of our week of learning sponsors, Nate, Beth Adler,
in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar, Zichron Rafa, and our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Helman Ben Mordechai, Zichron Rafa. We hope that in the merit of our Tanakh, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who live for Shalom to the Kol Chali Yisrael, Mishpach Hashem, Yeretz Hashem, Revom, all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. So call Maseh Yedei. Well, with that, let us begin. And a special welcome back. Before finishing up Schwartz, Baruch Haba, Baruch Haba, Mishpach Hashem, we continue to give you the floor. And Yeretz Hashem, we missed you. It's great to have you back. And as well say with that, let us begin. We have a lot. Baruch Hashem. Again, also, by the way, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got to capture, I got it to story, the lesson, the messages, everything rolls into one. We're going to have a little bit of halacha as well. So listen with that, let us begin. Today's doctor is Sadik 12, 96. We are picking up Yeretz Hashem on the bottom of Sadik A on the base 95B. And also, he's not here today, but we have Kedusha Mazal Tov to our beloved father. And our Dafyomi member, Rabbi Avron Elbaum, our Rabbi, our Dafyomi pillars. I'm taking the year long years that you remember to be sitting right over there. So he's got married off his daughter today, Baruch Hashem, B'Shah Tov, Mishpachos, Mazal Tov to the Elbaum, Mishpachos. Let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's episode, Sadik 96. We are picking up on Sadik days 95B. And we left off 4 lines up to the bottom. From Rabbi Avon. And the law says as follows. El Moli Miklakasa the Yashalom. As the concept not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. It's it. Bayomahu, Yigala Hashem Metara Hashira. Babinar, Kamelach, Ashura Sarosh, Usara Glayim, the Gamazok and Tiska. So this is more very close to the passage. The passage says, on that day, the Ribono Shalom will give a haircut. We'll cut the beard, we'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So the Gemara says, also Kucha Ribo, they even make a Gavra Saba. So what says, remember again, Sanherib has been defeated. We saw that story already. He suffered a humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of his PL. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of his father, just this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Rebbe appears to him as an old man. Something like a Gavra Saba. Amalei, he also took up an Malchus Mizrah. Malchus Mizrah Kumayra. The Aisinu, the Benai, the Katasinu, my Amiklu. So the old man, like comes to Sanherib, and says, Sanherib, when you have to go back home, and you have to talk to all the kings, remember again, Sanherib raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So when you have to go back home and face all of those kings, whose sons you're convinced to come out and be battling with you, and now those sons are dead, what are you going to say? They're going to say, so Sanherib says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear, but what am I going to say? I'm going to love it. So Sanherib says to the old man, what should I do? You also have a question that's so interesting about this is remember again, fascinating how things change. Sanherib was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice, what should I do? Amalei? So ultimately, again, this is incredible. So the old man says to Sanherib, listen to this, Amalei, Zil Vishoni Nafsha. You should really change. Rashi says over in Shinafsha, Shana Atzmacha Kadesh Yakirucha. So it says, it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sanherib, you should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you. This is when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, the my ishni. So how should I change? I'm related still. I see you, Mispera Vazaga. Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. We'll change your hair. So the girl says, I can't find out before we go on. So I found Gemara, and this is such the timing of this is incredible because it's almost endless, and you really like have to and how like it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sanherib is in trouble. What does Sanherib realize? Sanherib realizes the way I'm living right now, right, what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focused. I will say, we all have those epiphanical moments, right, when I realize that what I'm doing is This is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could do more. So Sancheriv has that epiphanical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to the old man says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change. And once so often happens when it comes to change, Sancheriv says, that's a great idea. It's a great idea. And how should I change? Oh, take a haircut. Listen, sometimes in life, we have these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. And then instead of affecting real change, we affect cosmetic change. It's kind of bad change. I really should change, right? That hairstyle, I really should change a little bit, right? You don't need much of it. But you understand, right? In other words, we just, instead of focusing on real change, cathartic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change. And that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. Anyway, and I will say about that to the point back. That's what's happening with Sancheriv over there. We're going to see this tomorrow a little bit more. Sancheriv suffers this humiliating defeat. We'll say there's nothing that gets you to think about change more in life than humiliating defeat. We've all had it. We've all experienced it. And those are the moments where often you're most open to anything and everything. Okay, so get a haircut. I'm going to hit the icy. So Sancheriv says to the old man, where am I supposed to get a pair of scissors from? I'm going to all around the so the icy. So what happens? So he says to Sancheriv, look, there's a house over there. Oh, we want to get a pair of scissors from there. So Sancheriv goes in, he finds scissors. Also, Malachim tries to make a guy. Listen, this is a tremendous setup over there. Malachim come into that house, and they appear like people. They were grinding kashrus. Rashi says over here, it was date seeds. So they were grinding this up. So Amalei, how would we spiral? So Sancheriv says, can I borrow a pair of scissors? Amalei said, Chad, give me the kashrus. So it says, okay, there's no such thing like this free scissors, right? So you want scissors. Grind the Yuya of date kits with us. Okay, work a little bit and we'll give you the scissors. Kachan Chad Yuya. Kashrus. So available in this kind of stuff. So Sancheriv ground up the date kits, right? And they gave him the scissors. Also, another tremendous Moshe skill. This is Sancheriv, right? Commander of the largest army in the civilized world at the time. And I must say, it's incredible, like desperation. Failure humbles you. And desperation, when a person is desperate, you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? When we're riding high, so there are certain things that are beneath me that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, you recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So Sancheriv now is afraid of facing the people back home. Right? He needs to get a haircut. He needs a pair of scissors. He's got to grind date pits. You're going to do what you got to do in order to get the job done. So by the time Sancheriv got back with the scissors, so the old man already came done. Now the old man says, and the old man is Fishbile, and he says, listen, I can't get a haircut in the dark. So bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, so what happened? So as Sancheriv was bringing back the lantern, the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. This is what people say. So we'll say this gives this apparently birth of the famous adage. Rashi says, if you go ahead and you set fire to your Rami and he likes it, you could also go ahead and singe his beard, and it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay? You do that what you want, right? I don't have anything on it, right? And so nice again, the idea over here, we'll say, talking about Osa, I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara and the first is life change so dramatically, and we experience this in different ways. That a person could be on the top of the world one moment and literally again the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's so profoundly important, and again, two Sanherims, I think the Sanherims credit a little bit, you have to be able to roll with it. You have to be able to pivot. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you notice again, Shemans is just a Sanherim. Get a haircut, and get a haircut. Whatever you need to do. Listen, there's some people in life, when life doesn't go their way, and if time doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life did not materialize the way that I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the pivot. And I think you see this person here to his credit. You don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. So here, must have had your freaking co-hosts. Part of those co-hosts is the power of the pivot. You gotta be able to move into whatever life throws your way and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Also, Ashka, Rafa, is incredible. So Santev is journeying home. As he's journeying home, what does he find? It's also incredible stories. He finds a plank from Noah's Teva. From Noah's Teva. That was the better geographically we know that remember again the Teva kind of what's the word?
Yo, what up? Are you at least 18 years old?
It's like a lush, like whatever.
All right, tight, dude. How are you?
Like
How are you? Excellent. I'm just chilling watching Joe Rogan. You know who Joe Rogan is?
Yeah.
Feel free to enjoy, my man.
You're
welcome. Let me know if you need anything.
Because again, Sanherib, interestingly enough, remember, listen to what we saw last week. Sanherib was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he went after Yerushalayim. This was his mistake. That was out of bounds for him. He defied the divine mandate. He was a Shaliach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but he overstepped. You don't become a Shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of forgiveness. See, met HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He met the Ribono Shel Olam. Next, he finds a place for Noach's Teva. Amar. Chaza Anshak Dapa, Yitibus Ezra. Amar. Amar Hainu Elokah Rabbi. Yeshizve Noach Yitifuno. And he said, oh, this is the great God who saved Noah from the flood. Amar, Yisrael who Gavra Matzah, Mashkav Lahu the train So Sankerib says, if I go and I'm successful, in other words, if I go and ultimately I'm able to survive and reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my two sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. The God of Noah. Now, it doesn't go say it seems to be that he's ascribing some type of divine power to the actual plane itself. In any event, he pledges to go and offer up his two sons. Well, as one can imagine, Shammah, his sons heard about this and weren't overly excited about this promise, and therefore they killed him. Sanherib is assassinated by his own sons. Sanherib is worshiping his deity, and as he's worshiping his Avodah Zarah, his own sons go ahead and kill him. I will say, by the way, it's also interesting, when you think about this imagery, Sanherib is trying to hold onto a plank from Noach's Teva. So the Medrash tells us who else held on to Noach's Teva and was saved. Oh, the Medrash says that Melech Abasham, right, was held onto the table and was saved. I will say, in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. The issue is in life, you have to make sure that you're holding on to the right thing. See, even here, Sanherib is always the tragedy of Sanherib. You don't feel about Sanherib. The tragedy of his condition is so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages it to get together. In other words, this idea that he finds the plank of the table, and he's like, you know what? But eventually, you could be my life preserver. Like, I can hold on to you and turn this around. And we're going to see this come through a little bit, but yet, then he brings up offering his sons. It's always as if he misses it, just by a few steps. So close to being able to affect that real change.
turn things around, but always missing it and not being able to put the pieces directly together. It's incredible. So I want to say, so the Pasuk says, I want to say, switching gears here for just a moment, this is Avinu. Now this is in the spring of Bereshis. Remember again, there was the battle of the four kings against the five. The four defeat the five. Avinu goes to war against the four. So the Pasuk says, Vayichalek aleim laila, uva avadav vayakeh. Literally again, the literal translation is, they split the night, Avram and his servants, and they smoked. They smoked the four kings. I'm going to be open on. Also, Malach is done in the Avram Laila Shmo. There was actually an angel who was helping Avram to fight this battle, and the angel's name was Laila. Shneimar v'halayla amar horogever. Rabbi Nafka says, Sha'as imo maisa Laila. That ultimately, again, what it means is that the Rashi points out the stars, like the stars actually fought on behalf of Avram. They actually did battle not on behalf of them. They fought together alongside Avram. Shneimar Mishamayim Milchamua Kachavim Yisrael. Something we call it Sisra. Hamesh Lagish Tava Nefka Yidabayim Nefka. The words of the Nefka, the blacksmith, the Yitzchak, that's what Yitzchak Nefka, are better than the words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan was known in Shas sometimes as Bar Nefka. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, like Rish Lakish chooses Yitzchak Nefka's idea, and the stars went forward with Avram Avinu against the four kings. Those are just pointing out everywhere how we've mentioned this many times out of trainings in Shas. Why does the word call it Yitzchak Nefka? Okay, so simple answer is because there's more than one Yitzchak. What's the deeper message is, a lot of times in life we think that if we have a profession, that's my tour from becoming an outstanding Talmid Chacham, a Gadol Batorah. So what does the good name? By the way, you could be a blacksmith, you could be a Gadol Batorah. You could be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. You all have to work for a living. That's just the way it is. Well, that's the thing, that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah. Not true. We have an obligation to be excellent in our professions, and we have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There is no telling what we can become, even though we all have day jobs. The year of Ad Dan. So let's remember again, the pasuk says, "I'm not going to receive them." The first thing is up until Dan. So what happened in Dan? Ad Dan. So I'm not even stop. When I'm going to pursuing the kings, when we got to the area of Dan, suddenly again his strength was diminished. Why? Because he saw prophetically that his descendants will worship Avodah Zarah in Dan. So because the Avravinu's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan, Shneimar, it was that what happened in Dan, Shneimar, Vayasem es ha'echad beis el, ve'es ha'echad nasam b'dan. So this is actually referring to Yeravim ben Nevat. We spoke about this last week also. Yeravim ben Nevat, the first king over the split kingdom, Yehuda Yisrael, installed two eagles, like two golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of this. This is incredible. So even though this wasn't going to happen until centuries later, nevertheless, Avravinu's strength was diminished when he got to the future site of Avodah Zarah of his children. Na'af also Rasha. So to again, Nebuchadnezzar, the Zara, and also, we're not stressed until we got to Dan Shneimar, Midan Nishma Neklas Susel. Already say that. Avagam Nishala, maybe we don't see this, unless I get this. So this already there, so the following message was given by the Yehuda ben Sarah. Bizarre was looking to Shabbat, the Muda Machmas also. It was like, be careful to come Chacham. He lost his learning because of his changing circumstances. Also, sometimes in life, a person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether again it's just part of getting old in life. Be careful with a Talmid Chacham who forgot his learning, even though he doesn't necessarily have the youth for it. That learning is still a part of who what he is, and therefore there's an obligation to go ahead and respect it. Which also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon us is not only in the knowledge that we retain. And this is a very important source of wisdom, especially for us, Daf Yomi, etc. Because a lot of times one of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about Daf Yomi is come the next day, I have absolutely no idea what I wrote. Right. So something that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? We'll say, of course, now, again, the answer to that is, the answer to that is Chazara.
Chazara. That's why a person has to chazar the daf. You know that. Also, in addition to that, the real power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to you in the neshama, and it has nothing to do with retention. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I'm still changing. That's what it says. You have a Talmud Zaken who forgot his learning. You think that because he can't recall it, therefore, again, if the Torah impacts him any less, Chas v'shalom. He's still the same holy Jew because Torah has imprinted on his neshama and fundamentally changed him. Furthermore, the Zara Bevridim, also be careful with the breathing. So it's interesting how, remember again from the last cycle, including we learned about this, when you check the bird, when you check the ophos, so there's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. This is my focus as to whether or not that artery needs to be cut as part of Shechita. Rabbi Yehuda says you should be careful to do it, because that allows the animal to bleed out faster and drain the animal of blood faster. That's called the breathing. The Gemara says, Izava breathing, Rabbi Yehuda. We'll say, watch this. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen Teitzei Torah. Because from them, from the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. You know, say this is an astounding Gemara. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. He's talking about over here children who grow up who are children of Amei Haaretz, who are children of ignorant people. Never said in this context, Amei Haaretz is not using a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way. Right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. Right? But ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant, just means they don't know Torah. They don't learn Torah per se. So Rashi says here, and those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim. Last time covered. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei Haaretz, make sure to give them the greatest amount of cover. Why? Shemehem Teitzei Torah Yisrael. Because those that are Talmidei Chachamim are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Share Yatzu Shmaya about time. We're going to see examples. So it's like, what's the pshat? What's the pshat? That is the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact on Am Yisrael. Not the children who are the children whose fathers are Talmidei Chachamim. What's the pshat? What's the thing is very simple. It says, you know, when a person grows up in a home of Amei Haaretz and then decides to become a Talmidei Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Some certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they did not receive. The push, and the commitment, and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have. Sometimes people who grew up with it don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others. It's an incredible idea. So Gemara, and again, I would say, if you notice over here, the Gemara says, be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this, right? Why? Because we'll say it's so interesting in the world, it's so interesting in the world, we put so much primacy in the point of Yichus, right? This one has Yichus, and this one has Yichus. And Yichus is wonderful. Like, Yichus is beautiful, it's fantastic. We all have beautiful Yichus. We're not the best Yichus in the world. We put so much up. So Chazal telling us, good, Shpeich and Yichus. But just to understand, it's often those who do not have the distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. The ones who society say are like, somebody was telling me the other day that a certain yeshiva, really didn't have this same standard. So yeshiva, post-high school yeshiva. Why? Because it was it's filled with flip-outs. I'm like, what? Flip-outs. So, you know, the notion of flip out was someone maybe who grew up, like a little bit more modern, and then became much more religious. flip out. So first of all, I see. So you mean like people like we want to emulate, right? When you say flip out, you mean like so people who started with something and then decided to get more. That's a good. It's so warped. It's so warped that like in the world somehow someone who started with less and then chose more. That person is a tzaddik, it's tzaddik. Like that person goes on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to be more, to do more, to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up, even though perhaps, again, maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, aren't supportive, casually supportive, whatever it is, but they decide they want more. It's just so interesting that sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice if you come from a family of righteous people. That's fantastic. Zachisa, incredible. But that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher place, which stuff to accomplish yourself. Are we throwing fishes over there? Okay. Right. And I will say, so that's why the Gemara has to say, Hizaru, careful with children on the arts, which means that the belt is not. Because sometimes the Rabbi said the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with spiritual silver and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who affect change. Incredible. Whereas Milsa Modinale. Where it says Milsa Modinale.
Not only the world champion, I'm the number one contender. The only person I gotta play is myself, baby.
So this is Eov. No, sorry, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu over here is asking, what's the part of this class we're going to focus on over here? The part of this class we're going to focus on over here is that why is it Derek Hashem said, why is it that the wicked seem to go ahead and prosper? So the Gemara says like this: Mashallah Adam. Sorry. Maya Hadulay. What was answered back to you, Rabbi? He has Raglayim Ratzasavi Alucha, the eighth Kach Tisfara as Asusim Ba'aret Shalom Akabatea, the eighth Kasar Gorayadu. What does this mean? Mashallah Adam Echad. Shama Yotval and Larutz Gil Parcels in Asusim. So what says the Mashal? So was a guy. The guy claimed that he could run faster than anything. He could even run faster than horses. I could run 3 parcels. Most like parcels a lot of area. I could run 3 parcels before, and I could even outrun horses. Being busy at night, right? I could even run in swamps. Obviously, much harder to run in a swamp. So what happened? So now he was racing against the human runner. Ragli was a runner. And this human runner, outpaced him 3 even, which was a much lesser distance, and the Abasha on dry land. So the Gemara says, and we say to this guy, if you can't beat your human runner, you certainly can't outpace horses. If you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and you certainly can't outpace him for deal ourselves. So the Gemara says, and if you can't outpace him on dry land, you certainly can't outpace anything on the swamp. So to you, Yirmiyahu. So let's say, what is this mean? At the end of the day, what they're telling Yirmiyahu is that you don't understand the ways of Hashem's. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day you don't. We're going to see this in just a moment. So Yirmiyahu, you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I gave this, I allowed Nebuchadnezzar to be successful in such a dramatic way. But just you should see, Nebuchadnezzar got the reward of 4 psios, so 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the reward that Nebuchadnezzar got for taking 4 steps, then ultimately, again, you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shiratzu l'fanai kisusim alachas kama v'kama. So Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward ultimately of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who ran before me like horses. Again, we'll see that story in just a little bit. So the Gemara says, "Dichsev u'leviim nishpar libi b'kevi stochu." Kalas mos ha'isik yishikar v'kegibar avu yam ne'Hashem u'nedivrei kadsho. What do you mean? When did Nebuchadnezzar walk before HaKadosh with 4 steps? What's that story? The Siv, it goes to the incredible story. The Siv, Isai Shalaf, Merudach, Beladon, Ben Beladon, Melech Baal Sfarim. So what happened, that Merudach Beladon, that was his name, Ben Beladon, son of Beladon, right, who was the king of Babel, sent a letter. That wasn't there. The rest of the pasuk is, he sent a letter to Chizkiyahu, because he heard that Chizkiyahu was ill, and then he was healed. Okay, so the Gemara understand. So the Gemara says, because Chizkiyahu got sick, so this king, the king of Babel, Merodach Baladon, sent a letter and he gives to Chizkiyahu, what's going on over here? The Gemara says, Lijosh es Mofes Haya. So the Gemara says, yes, because Baladon Merodach, or Merodach Baladon, was very interested because he said when Chizkiyahu was healed, a miracle occurred. And he was overwhelmed by this miracle, and he said, I gotta find out about this guy Chizkiyahu. What's his story? What was the miracle? Listen to this. Rabbi Yochanan. Also, Yom Shemes Bo Achaz Yosef Aleh. I apologize. I know we're going quickly at some point. So actually not the one so the maybe Shavuos night this year. We're going to do Perek Achilach. It's going to be our topic for this year. Mine is just like identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a worthy endeavor. So what happened? Also, Yom Shemes Bo Achaz. The day that Achaz died. Who's Achaz? Who was Achaz? Achaz was the father of Chizkiyahu. Achaz was the king of Russia. On the day that Achaz died, Shtei Sha'os Chaya. The Baruch was shortening the day dramatically, caused the sun to set after 2 hours. Now, why did he do that? He did not want Achaz to be eulogized, and he did not want Achaz to be buried properly. So he dramatically went ahead and caused the sun to set prematurely. So what happened? So the Gemara says that he called Chizkiyahu v'itbach adrunu kutrabi chol ha'hanaf asar shayim. It was incredible. When Chizkiyahu was healed, so ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu returned those 10 extra hours. That's how beautiful this is. And then Chizkiyahu was healed, there were 10 extra hours of daylight in that day. Isn't that incredible? So the day was prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed. Obviously, again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So Baladon Merodach Baladon ultimately saw this 10 extra daylight hours. What's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so Lana Chazashani Ilay B'Sif Nini Mishid Sel Hamalos Asher Yadu Malos Afa Isham Shachanis as well as the Deshu Hashemish Asher Malos the Malos Asher Yarda. Only my high. So Merodach Baladon said, what is this? Amalek Chizkiyahu Chalash V'Itbach. So they told him Chizkiyahu was ill, he became healed. And actually, Moshe gave him back 10 hours of daylight. All right, so Amar Ika Gabra Kihai, the Loba Inu Meshadur, the Shalma. So it's incredible. So Merodach Baladon said, listen, there is a man like this who gets 10 extra hours of daylight for us. How can I not write him a letter and say a Shalom Aleichem? Right? You gotta get to know a man like this. So the Gemara says, Kasvah, listen to this. So here is the letter that Merodach Baladon sent to Chizkiyahu. Here it is. The Gemara says, Kasvah, Shamal Malkat Chizkiyahu. Peace be unto you, Chizkiyahu. Shalom Lekardet Yushalayim. Right? Peace unto Yerushalayim. Shalom Le'alokar Yabos. Peace unto the great God. Peace unto the great God. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so what happened? Nebuchadnezzar suffered the Baladon. So Nebuchadnezzar, and then it said, this Nebuchadnezzar was young. So what was his job? He was the scribe of the king. He was the scribe of Merodach Baladon. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So apparently Nebuchadnezzar wasn't there when Merodach Baladon wrote this letter. He was on break, so he comes back, he finds out that Merodach Baladon wrote this letter. He also they tell me what was the letter that was written. They told me the letter. Who? So the guy says something amazing. The guy says the letter makes no sense. He says, you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him last. Right? You say, Shalom Aleichem, great King Chizkiyahu. Shalom Aleichem, great Yerushalayim. Shalom Aleichem, great God. Because it doesn't make any sense. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. This is Nebuchadnezzar. All right, Shalom Chizkiyahu. So Nebuchadnezzar says, the house is right. Shalom Aleichem to great God. Shalom Aleichem to Kislev. Shalom Aleichem to Yerushalayim. So I said, can you imagine? Everybody's one of these ones. The like, guys, I left for 5 minutes. Right? You can't get the letter right. So what happens? Unrelated, they said to him, kind of the yarda, you may have a pardanka. So I said, you've seen this expression before. That's literally again. Kind of the yarda literally means he who reads the letter should be the one who goes ahead and delivers it. The idea being that, if you have the good idea, execute. The good idea, execute. Don't come with a basket full of good ideas. You have good ideas, execute them as well. So the letter is in transit. You think that it should be redone? Okay, go after the courier and get it. So listen to this. Listen to this. To his credit. Runs after the courier. Roy Basrei, Kidiroid Arba Psiosas, took 4 steps. Asa Gabriel stopped him. So I'm Rabbi Yochanan. The Molly the Bog Gabriel Bamizu, no, I got to call the same shit. Listen to this. What was Nebuchadnezzar doing? Nebuchadnezzar was running after the courier because Nebuchadnezzar was concerned about the covet of the Ribono Shel Olam. Gabriel stopped him. Because had Nebuchadnezzar run any further, there would have been no way to stop his future courage against Klal Yisrael. So I want to say that's what we saw before in the schus of the Arba Psios. The 4 steps of Nebuchadnezzar running after the courier because he thought the letter was not written in a dignified enough way to Hakadosh Baruch Hu. That gave Nebuchadnezzar ultimately against the tremendous power of Klal Yisrael. And had the Malach Gabriel not stopped him where he was, who knows if that's the show to courage. Was he absolutely amazing? Was I just point out this amazing? Sometimes it's always interesting to see what makes great people. How do everyone be successful? So the Gemara tells a lot of these stories so that there's something to be learned. So what do you see in the story from the Nebuchadnezzar? So let's say just on the most basic level, a willingness to take an idea and to implement it. A lot of times in life, we're chock full of ideas. It's great. I'm willing to take all of my ideas, alphabetize them, categorize them, anything you want, and then I'm ready to give them over to someone else. And then as long as someone else does the execution, what makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas and they are willing to put in the effort to implement. They don't delegate. They do what has to get done in order to get the job done. And if Nebuchadnezzar has this insight, it's not like, okay, who wants to run after the courier? Again, if he's the sofer to the king, by the way, that's a pretty important position. He could have gotten someone else to run after the courier, but instead he decides to do it himself. Because great people recognize that if you believe in something enough, roll up your sleeves and get it done. Don't wait for someone else to do the heavy lifting, do the job yourself. Incredible. Remember, it was like the brother, my Baladon ben Baladon. Yours goes back over here to this king. I must say, I just want to point out over here, this king is the king of Babel before Nebuchadnezzar. So who is that? His name was Merodach Baladon ben Baladon. What's the pshat? That's a pretty strange name. What does it mean, Baladon ben Baladon? Listen to this one. Amri, Baladon Ma'akal. Baladon was his father. Baladon, the father, was king. What happened? The Ishtoni Abi Bahavi Kikalva. And apparently, he had some type of illness. His face looked like a dog, transformed into a dog. Right? Again, I know this dog talking. It's so cute, so beautiful, so wonderful. Right? Okay, good. You clearly see how Chazal feel about dogs. Okay, good. So, let's see where it says over here, he looked like a dog. His face became deformed. He can't be king. That's a list of Babel. He can't become king with a deformed face. So he abdicated his throne. So his son Merodach becomes king. It's actually very beautiful. So his son Baladon becomes king, but as part of the way that his son gave his father covet is he took his father's name as his own. So instead of just being Merodach ben Baladon, he became Merodach Baladon ben Baladon. This was covered to his father who was still alive. So the Gemara says, "Enu b'tziv ben Yechavidav ve'eved Adonai." So this is what it means when it says a son will honor a father and a servant his master. Ben Yechavidav hada amar. It's actually pretty striking. It's just interesting to see that the example that Chazal want to bring on this pasuk and Ben Yechabedab, which is from Malachi. The example it gives ultimately again is Merodach Balad and Ben Balata. There are a lot of other examples of people that way, but it's interesting to see that they choose this one. The Gemara said, "Ever Adonov, what's the Ever Adonov? The Ksiv, the Chodesh Hachamish B'Esrael, the Chodesh Yishnas Shas Yishon Melech Nebuchadnezzar, Ba Melech Bavel, Ba Nebuchadnezzar Ravak Havachim, Amar Lefnei Melech Bavel Yerushalayim, Yisrael as Beis Hashem as Beis Hamelech." So what's this to this? So the example, who is the example of this servant who revered his master? The servant who revered his master was Sorry. Now we're transitioning back. Remember again, this is Nebuchadnezzar is the king of Babel. Nebuchadnezzar was his top general. Nebuchadnezzar was a cruel and bloodthirsty man. He is given the appellation of Rab HaTavachim, the chief butcher. The chief butcher. In fact, we speak about Nebuchadnezzar in the keynotes of Tisha B'Av. We speak specifically about Nebuchadnezzar's bloodthirst for children, cruelty that he exhibited towards children. So the Gemara says over here, the Gemara quotes the pasuk that says that Nebuchadnezzar goes ahead, he burns the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the palace of the king. Now the pasuk said that Nebuchadnezzar was standing before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He was standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. The Gemara says, "How many days? When we saw Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim," so I say, now let's just get the job right over here. Nebuchadnezzar is in Yerushalayim because he's just destroyed the base of the Mikdash, destroyed ultimately again the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babel. Like Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, "We saw Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim. God is over. Bayam also Melech Babel with his son. So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. He was in Tokyo. Right, that's where he was. So how does it say that the Nebuchadnezzar stood before Nebuchadnezzar was like started on his own to learn down? Who's our Yitzchak? The most that Nebuchadnezzar had such covet for his king that he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar literally engraved on his chariot. So he felt like he was always before his king. And the other thing is he had so much reverence for Nebuchadnezzar, so much reverence that it was as if he was standing before the king at all times. Incredible. So Rabbi says as follows. So now we're jumping back a little bit. So the initial attack on Yerushalayim. So it says, so Nebuchadnezzar had sent to Nebuchadnezzar wagon loads of 300 of the sharpest axes that were so sharp that the metal could cut through metal. And all the axes broke, trying to break down one gateway of Yerushalayim. Amar Mistafim Abdullah Abdu Bi Ki Echid Abdu Bisantir. This is Nebuchadnezzar is ready to turn back. Now why is Nebuchadnezzar ready to turn back? Listen, because remember again, it wasn't so long beforehand that what happened? Sancheriv, right? So in other words, everybody knows the story of Sancheriv, the massive defeat and Hashem. So now you have 300 of the sharpest axes, metal that can cut through metal, and all of them break on one glory of Yisrael. Does not look like a good home. So Nebuchadnezzar is ready to turn around, go back home. Nafka Kala Ba'amar, Shavar Bar Shavar. So Baskal came out. Baskal came Shavar. What's that? Shavar Bar Shavar literally means a jumper. Someone who jumps. Rashi says that Shavar Bar Shavar is like in the time of Rashi, about 10 lines into the short lines. Doleg by Doleg, come for Kavash in Yerushalayim. And the Tsar in Kalamar, so apparently that called him the jumper, because interestingly enough, Nebuchadnezzar was part of Sancheriv's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, let's remember again, what was Sancheriv's mistake? What was Sancheriv's mistake? He missed the window. So apparently, Nebuchadnezzar was the one who was urging Sancheriv, attack now. That's why it's called the jumper. Right? He was ready to leap into battle, to jump into battle. So the Baskal comes up and says, jumper. Don't abandon your plan over here. So the word says, Shavar Bar Shavar. Nebuchadnezzar Shavar the Narcos Dimna, the Mikdash Charev, the Eichel of Mikdash. So ultimately again, it was time for the Beis Hamikdash to be destroyed. I will say, by the way, I just want to point out that these Gemaras are very profound because a lot of times when we suffer misfortune at the hands of the nations of the world, what's compounded, what compounds our pain is the notion of a feeling of abandonment by our. Now, what's interesting for this is, as I always tell us, nothing ever happens to us unless the Ribono Shel Olam wants it to happen. And even when there's pain, and even when there's suffering, even when there's loss, it only comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, on one hand, it's painful because HaKadosh Baruch Hu do this loss. On the other hand, there is, interestingly enough, or ironically enough, a certain element of Nechama. Because I know it's not something that someone else is doing to me, it's something that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is doing. Which means that Rebbe is choreographing even this overwhelmingly painful situation, which is difficult as it is, but I know it's not haphazard, I know it's not random, I know it's coming from a Kodesh Baruch. So the Basel comes out and says in the Zohar, don't abandon ship, it is time for the Beis HaMikdash to be destroyed. So watch this. Pashlei Chad Nagda. There was one axe left. One axe left. Asya Maki V'Kuka. So as it says, one axe left. So now, this is interesting. The Rebbe is a very smart man. So the Rebbe realizes now that he's at a very, very dangerous crossroads. Am I going to be like Sancheriv and be wiped out by Hashem, or am I going to be the agent of Hashem? So what does he do? He takes the last axe. He goes over to the gate of Yerushalayim. He doesn't hit the gate. With the sharp part. He hits the gate with the handle, the blunt, the dull part. Why? What's his logic? His logic is like this. If you saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if you want wants him to destroy the Beis HaMikdash, the gate will open and it says, and sure enough, the Iftach. He knocked against the gate with the dull part, and the gate fell down. Shemai Mar, Yodei, K'negin, the Ma'ila, the Svak, is Harimos. Havakato, the Azimata, the Hekane. So now, this is a tragically overwhelming story. When the Zan Rabat Habachim, the chief butcher, knocks down the gate of Yerushalayim, and he's literally again killing everyone in sight until he gets to the Beis HaMikdash. Adlik Dei Nura. He sets the Beis HaMikdash on fire. So this is an overwhelming Gemara. Gava Hechalim. As the Zohar lights the Beis HaMikdash on fire, the Beis HaMikdash itself begins to ascend heavenly. Almost as if the Beis HaMikdash is trying to save itself from what is required. As he imagines the Beis HaMikdash uproots itself and begins to go and literally ascend heavenward. And what happened? Darku Beis Min Shemai. The Ribono Shel Olam pushed it back down. The Beis HaMikdash itself is trying to escape. The Beis HaMikdash itself is trying to say, you know what, like, sometimes even the Beis HaMikdash sees all the pain and all the suffering and all the hostages and everything that happens in this world. And the Beis HaMikdash just wants to remove its suffering. So the Beis HaMikdash doesn't want to. Enough. Shkina says, there's a prayer. Whatever the plan is the prayer. So the Shkina itself takes its hand and literally pushes the Beis HaMikdash back down. Overwhelming. Shnei Amar, Gak Darach Hashem L'Rasulas Pasiruda. Kazeh Kadaitim. So one can imagine at this point in time the Zaran is feeling Shtigal Bagaiva, a little bit arrogant. Absolutely, again, he's met with ridiculous success, right? Burning down the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Naf Kabas Kava Amra Lei, Amok Tekila Katlas, Hekala Kalya Karyas, Kim Kvota Hina Kahinas, the Zaran Kamba. You killed a dead nation. You destroyed a destroyed building. Literally, again, you ground up wheat that was already flour. Whereas the Trump was telling and the Zaran is, you didn't do anything. I did this. You're carrying out my will. Don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? That this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because I'm allowing you to. If you're a kind of the gospel, you cannot. It doesn't say anything about wheat. It says again, flour. The same way that if you come in, you grind flour that's already flour, you're not doing anything. So you've already destroyed people, you've destroyed building. Which is another story. Chaza Dama de Zechariah, Rabbi Karas. So another Zechariah. So the Klal Yisrael, Rabbi Zechariah, had given Moshe to Klal Yisrael saying that they had to do tshuva or they're going to be destroyed. How did Klal Yisrael deal with this message? They killed Zechariah. Now they killed Zechariah in the Beis HaMikdash itself. So what happens? So now, the Bujar is standing in the Beis Hamikdash, and he sees because of Damit is Zechariah the grass. He sees that there's blood that's boiling, literally bubbling blood in the Beis Hamikdash. Another one, my high. So Zechariah says to the people, Jews in the Beis Hamikdash, what is this? I said, don't worry about that. That's just sacrificial blood that's spilled. So the Bujar says that doesn't make any sense. What does he do? I see the RC in the Damukasi. So ultimately, one of the Buzarim does, he shechts an animal, takes the blood from the shechted animal, compares it to his blood that's blood in this way, so the blood doesn't look like the same kind of blood. Doesn't look like the same kind of blood. It comes along with me. One of those blood means you know so the Buzarim says, either tell me what this is, or literally again, I will peel the skin off your body with iron combs. So I'm going high Kohen.
This is so cool. This is
the blood of a man who was both the Kohen and the Navi. The saw the Korah of Yerushalayim. He prophesied to the Jewish people about the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, and the Klal Yisrael, we killed him. We killed him because we didn't like his message. I'm on the book, I'm the Faisila. So the Zohar says, okay, I will appease his people. I see that Manon. I'll avenge Chizkiyahu's blood. So what does he do? He gathers up the Rabbanan, the rabbinic leadership. He kills them all, but the blood didn't stop bubbling. I used to die to keep the day Rav. He brought the street children. Called Hallelujah, he slaughtered them below Nach, and the blood did not stop. I see Pirkei Kehuna, Kata, he brought the young Kohanim, killed them, and the blood did not stop bubbling. So the Gemara says, Ad Dikatel Iluya Tishru Ba'Adarival, until he slaughtered 940,000 people. Below enough. And ultimately, again, the blood did not stop bubbling. Karav Regabe. So the Zechariah goes over to the blood and he says, Zechariah. Tovim Shebahem Ibarka. It says, oh my Gemara. So when the Zechariah says, Zechariah. Literally, again, I've slaughtered the best of Klal Yisrael. Should I kill more? Miyad Nach. In that moment again. So the blood of Zechariah stopped on him. Say such a one. You should just know by historical accounts. It's interesting to note that over close to 1 million Jews were slaughtered when the Beis Hamikdash fell. The Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. So it's interesting. A lot of times, like Gemara, sometimes numbers are hyperbolic. It's interesting. The 940,000 number is again close to 1 million people fell. That's why when we think about destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, we have to think about just the destruction of the structure. But we forget about just the colossal loss of life over almost 1 million people. So the Gemara says, so now so literally the Zara says, Zechariah, what else do you want? I killed Rabbi, I killed the children, I killed the Pirkei Kehuna, I killed the best of Klal Yisrael. You want more? You want more blood? You want more bloodshed? And then the blood stopped on there. So we'll say, the Gemara will stop here in just a moment. The Gemara says, here, Shuva B'daite. So this morning says something amazing happened, which is, so the Zara says, as they say, like, Mashu lo normal, right? This is not normal. This is not a normal Zara. Right? And he has thoughts of tshuva. Why does he have thoughts of tshuva? He says, Mahem shelo idu ala nefesh achas, kach ugavra mat tehebi alei. So the Zara said like this. Klal Yisrael was held to such a degree of accountability because they killed one person because of Zechariah. So the Zara says, what's going to happen to me? I killed almost 1 million people. What's going to be with me? All right, Shadet Rotisa Levese, that is Gaia. The Zara sends a letter to his house saying, Chevra, I'm not coming home. And he goes off and he converts. So we'll say absolutely overwhelming mercy. Even the Zara, and again, Rabbi Kabokim, the chief butcher, says this overwhelming moment of tear butcher. I just want to point out over here, the Lashon over here is tear here butcher. You know, the Lashon that I'm on the middle of the Shuvah, I'll just say this very quickly. Lashon of the Shuvah, Parak Arach Halach is Kishiyas Shuvah, Chayav Leizrados. So it's interesting that what does it mean to Shiyas Shuvah? What is that Lashon Kishiyas Shuvah? The Gifter of Shiva has a beautiful sefer called Hurei Tshuva. A gift to write. Rabbi Soloveitchik has this idea as well. That the first step of tshuva is hirur tshuva. What's hirur? Here is a thought. Before you even do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in tshuva is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are. The first step in tshuva is this level of cognition where I say to myself, I gotta change. Things just have to be different. How, what, when, where, that remains to be seen. But I know that the way things are now should not be the way they go forward. The Zara has that moment up here, right as he's standing there with blood of precious Jews on his hands, standing in a Beis Hamikdash that is going up in flames, has this cathartic moment up here, says, you know what, I don't know what I'm going to do, I know that I can't continue this way. Runs away from everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a guy, goes on to become a member of Klal Yisrael. I will say, the story's not over, but we're going to stop here for today. The rest of the Vishvaran's story, and the story of other great gaming Yes Hashem tomorrow's daf, want to start today, I will say, Shkoyach.
March. It's June. Come on, spice that card up, baby. You do something with it. I think that's it.
All right, so let's say good morning and let us begin. We will be taking all of our sponsors for this morning's shiur to thank our Kamei sponsors for the year exception for the first instruction. Eventually, all the droppers this year is this. From Soros Troubles for Rabbi Yisrael, our Kamei sponsors for the month of Adar Haba reading the Torah of Harry and Steve Zinn, Rabbi Yemi and his father, Dr. Harry Kirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Zig Rubin and Jeremy Family's name are Mr. William Zig, Zig Ben Shmuel, Zig Shmuel Ben Yisrael. And we have many sponsors, we can have Adar, many of Zig Gordon, Yudis Esther, Bas, and Moshe, and America, all of the shows that Maria. The family's name is Hama. Obviously, we can share with you contact police, like the purpose we make sure we have hostages, and allow our Holy Soldiers to be successful in all of the Nazi movement. Looking back, let us begin a lot to reclaim about Hashem, to reach back to second down 94. We are picking up on Sunday Gimel on the days 93B. Rabbi Amar Gemora Vadon. It is about 10 rounds up from the 46 yards. Rabbi Amar Gemora Vadon. He goes in this quite fascinating. Rabbi says, who has the ability, now really saying, Mora Vadon means the ability to smell and judge. Mora Vadon, someone has the ability to smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and the mercy. The signal, not a spoke. The Shabbat is telling that the operation is what does this mean? That someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and intuit. Rashi says over here, my belief is more about God. Shemariah Adam Shoke, the idea of Mi'achayu. Shnemaroma, the idea of here is that the people who possess such an acute sense of judgment that they're able to perceive that which is right and that which is wrong, without considering all of the details, are simply able to almost smell the MS. So the Gemara goes right to the Gemara says, Bar Koziba, Gemara tells you a bit of a story. Bar Koziba, also known as Bar Koziba. Bar Koziba, so Bar Koziba, that she says in the end, the mountain toward this area. He was one of the Herodian kings, like one of the descendants of Herod. So he was the king over Klal Yisrael. So the same amount of Christian years, the powerful. So Bar Koziba was the king of years. I am Mashiach. But the Lord Himself declared Mashiach. On the way, the Mashiach said, the Moravagon. And Mashiach says that he's able to go and smell judgment. Doesn't need to hear all the details of the case. That is able just to go and literally smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So the Gemara says, let's see, I'm not more Vadon. So back what you think it's Mashiach. Let's see, can you smell justice? Given because you know more Vadon, once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so they said he was his false Messiah, and they killed him. And this is interesting, right? Because there's some level of historical belief exactly what happened with that culture. King was included that Bar was killed
by the Jews. Other parents have the Bakoko killed by the Romans. So it's interesting, either way, Bakoko ultimately again leads to the fair revolt. Just to point out the memory again, Rabbi Akiva thought that Bakoko was Mashiach. So Bakoko had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential sales figure as well. Okay, the memory is like this. The Leo, Harei Yishah Ba'azai B'Sivu, Ashe'ir Ba'an Kol Me'or, we're talking about that. The Maskim Chokma, Chokma, the Yodi Bas, and the Dina Yod, Ashe'chok Ba'an Ya'amod Erekal HaMelech. The Rabbi made paper for Lashon Hazbin. Because it's not good topic highlighting the thinking of Harei Yishah Ba'azai. So the Gemara goes through it. So again, we are Harei Yishah Ba'azai. Maya She'ir Ba'an Kol Me'or, what does it mean that they had no blemish? And that because of Achim Ya'amod Afilu, Kirita, Kushisa, Mohababu. They didn't even have like the punishment of a needle of blood that occurred. They're healthy. Hashem, they never even needed blood letting. My Vashem, Vashem, Nabal, when doing it, he had the strength to stand in the palace of the king. Or in China, we had depending on the king, Einstein as Asman and Astot, and we have Sikha, and we have Shiva. It means that when they would hold the king, they would replace it any type of laughter, any type of frivolous chatter, from sleep. And they would abstain from going to the bathroom. When they go back to the news, with me, it was not because of the reverence for the mind. So if you ask yourself, so what's the check? Obviously, what is it matter? So that's an interesting information that's nice for what is it matter for us. Let's say on a very simple level, perhaps the idea is teaching us this. The Harei Yishah Ba'azai, we're able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and even able to restrain their bodily needs because they're in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of the king, then Allah has come as a camel. The ability that we have to exercise self-esteem, and the ability that we have in order not to engage with the ways of purity, because we too stand before the king at all times. Incredible. Otherwise, we don't need to do it. So those are the says that all of us, so we also have will all come Shiva Yehuda. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel Bar Amar, Rabbi Yehuda, Harei Yishah Ba'azai Mishak Shvati. So disagreement. So again, so Rabbi Shmuel Bar Amar says, no, the Rabbi Yehuda, but everyone else was from other stuff. Asher told you deep truth behind Switzing and the Bible says from your sons that will come from you, the king will take you as Switzing. Switzing, my Switzing was a Swiss. So Rabbi was Switzing on me. That says, and then we move on to the unit. But the king will often castrate his servants in order that they should not be distracted by other things, and which way is going to go to them. And Kalama, she starts out with Rabbi Meir. No, it means that the result was like cut off. Horizon was just castrated during those days. When they had the ability to remove our horizon. This one, my brother, starts out with Rabbi Meir, and thank you for yourselves. That horizon was supposed to be castrated during the day. And you can see the Chava will eat the whole. I know that was Swiss in my Chava, not the Chava, will eat the whole. But thank you for yourselves. If you're a little Swissing, so that's the pshat in the passage. So the Gemara says, my the Chava will eat the whole. Chava the Riwa. The news that ain't supposed to be again, the Chava back. Fire had no effect on them. A reference to the Kish Shala'ish. The story before the spoke last yesterday. About Sid. But we have to know what that's fine. The Chava will eat what it means is again, if there was no fire, there was the scent of smoke. Impact on his love. Which one of them is the stuff of the Mayhem? So this would be like that was cut off during the days. I think it's a trauma to the side, so much initially a shop society. Element the honor, Swissing manish, the strength of the music is according to the people that says that they are manish Swissing. So ultimately again with the pressure of Hashem with the force of this level of domination, Swissing of this other half, the half of the days, 3 days both. But literally the king casting the words, but also with the cut off of the result during the days. Incredible. You know what I said. Literally, I'm going to speak in English. When you see influences the English speaking, the passage says that they see the promise and the ambition told you burning in the balance. The God says that the meaning that they found in themselves is even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense to have your physical offspring. And when the English starts up, it's not the main one. My told you burning in the balance. And then, my mitzvah, you burning shahari laham tzivah in this. It's better And apparently, good guy Rabbi that before they were made decent by the king, they had children. And unfortunately, again, those children through the
That was amazing.
what is it I'm giving them joy or like our from Joshua Kappa, Bitsipuri, Zes Sefer Daniel, Shenikra al Shmo. That's called Sefer Daniel. That's ultimately again Sefer Daniel is named, obviously again,
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
With this, Moy asks the Joe Question, Daniel, the Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. So that's an interesting question. Commonly the Ezra Nechemia, Ben Chachai. Commonly the Ezra, Nechemia Ben Chachai Amiru. So interesting enough, says pretty much all of the words, what's one of those that Rashi points out in our Tanakh, as we have Sfarim, Ezra and Nehemiah. In reality, there's really only one sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So notice this thing very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah. So that is why it's called Ezra, not Nehemiah. So most of my time will take you Sefer al Shnei. Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah? And then you're by other relations, that's more. Because ultimately, again, Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Shemar Amar, Zohar li Elokai l'Torah. Remember me, my God, for good. I, the David Nami, Neymar Amra, Zohar li Hashem b'Toranecha, Paktim b'Shuasecha. I, God also said to Baruch, remember me. Taking credit almost like we had a little bit of requisite merits. In order to go ahead and have his tzedakah. It was David Rachmi of Kavai. David was asking for Rachmanis. That was like Rachmi for Klal Yisrael as well. And he was saying, "Wait, Shasir with Musa Shalishim." So I said, "This is incredible." So Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the sefer in why? Because he spoke disparagingly about the earlier ones. So what does this mean? Shneimar, va'apachos harishon v'shevet hanai, ekbidu al ha'am, vayikhu mehem balachem v'yayin v'achaket v'shkalim arbaim. So once this is incredible. That Ezra disparaged the leaders, Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before him. Ultimately accused them of exploiting their condition for personal gain. Now, what's fascinating what I say is, even though he may have been right, that it might have been what he said was factual.
I love this kind of music.
In the line of the Jews. Can't really do. What's going to say this in yesterday's Bible?
What's it? Easy listening. Nice.
He said, what does that mean? The big corporations of the world to speak negatively about colleagues from the non-baby. You can't speak negatively about this. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew, never shall deconstructing the other. So therefore, it's going to become Nehemiah. Craft truthfully, but nevertheless, negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael. Therefore, it was time having a sefer in the way. You must have told me about the secret. He was spoken negatively about Daniel. When we know on the government, by the way, how do we know that she wasn't there? How do we know that he's greater than him? So the Gemara says, Rashi said, okay, we'll do it next cycle. You know, you'll be able to say, but I see any Daniel Levadi as Hamara, but I know she mentioned how you need no as Hamara about Halaga Bidon Nafla Aleem, how you do both Behabe, but I should mention you know this. So how do you know that Daniel was greater than these other people? And the possible because the episode where it was a dramatic vision, Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it. No one else saw that Daniel. In fact, that Daniel saw it, so if he thought that Daniel was greater, the Gemara says, in my immunity, I'm not sure who these other people who lived for the other things in division. I'm going to give you a return.
What's it called? Split sacrifice. That's my jam.
So they were there with Daniel. They did not see divisions.
Did you like that? Dog, that is such a cool way to watch sports. I'm surprised that they don't. Like, who would you want to see? I don't fucking know. Lord, I mean, like Shane Gillis. And Matthew Nikki Glaser. Where's Amber? You want to watch them? Fucking watch. Oklahoma State. Really? Why? No.
So listen, the thing after the puzzle might kind of it is again, here's the problem. If they didn't have the vision that they have had, then why were they fighting? Why are they fighting? What caused the fight? So I'll say this is very interesting. I'm sorry. Afadat the Inu lo chazu Yidi Mazlai. Sorry. Afadat the Inu lo chazu Yidi Mazlai chazu. Even though they didn't see anything, their Mazal saw. And I say, what does this mean? What does it mean their Mazal saw? So often Mazal refers to like astrological signs. In this context, I think what it means is as follows. Every person has a malach, like every person has like a ministering angel who advocates for them, who looks over, watch over this, but like a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my muzzle, that my malach sees, but I don't see. But yet again, there is like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach. And therefore, the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something and my malach sees something, so that has an impact on me. So I'm not reading Shemiyah. Haiman the Mabis Apagav the Ulu Chazi, Mazle Chazi. This is fascinating. Sometimes in life, sometimes like a person can be gripped by fear, and the fear doesn't really make sense, right? The fear itself could be illogical. But what does it mean sometimes when a person is gripped by fear that they don't know why? Sometimes that can mean that my muzzle saw something, my malach saw something, even though I didn't see it, my malach saw it, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the most Maita Kanto. So what's the technique for that? We're supposed to, let's say a person is gripped by fright. We're not exactly sure, right, what the fight is, but I know that I want to be out of this emotion. Make sure you look at
That was so tight.
So what should you do?
That's a kill
Jump away from your present spot.
Really?
Jump away down on this.
Really? Really?
Or say Shema. Re'i Kaip and Makom Havitunokas. And ultimately, again,
I want to see something. What's really? Who did you think won that last fight?
Say the following.
Really?
The goat of the slaughterhouse is
Yeah, really good truth.
He was teaching us, what he was teaching us,
This shit.
profound ideas. There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. I was like, what's the cup of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is
that tight?
because fear has the ability to literally
That's
paralyze you all keep you in place. What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? So there are three possibilities. Number one, jump around this, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only $1. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is, if you remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place. Right? Nothing happens. So first thing when seized by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit around, move yourself forward in life. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. When it's enter yourself in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shema is the ultimate, which I tell myself to the greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So you're seized by not like unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema, connect yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That will be the clock to move forward. But also, lastly, what should you do? Say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than you. What is that? Sometimes it was like fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't real. This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than you, which is like a statement that I can't. How do you feel when you say that statement? What's the reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? It's like a smile, right? Like the idea of here is so many times we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is you break the whole idea by saying something like super nonsensical. Because even though nonsensical kind of like changes the mood a little bit, and you have to move yourself forward. You breathe by paralyzing feelings, and move yourself forward, anchor yourself to others powerfully, and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. So you move yourself forward, even when you're saying this to make a lot of feels incredible. So you must live in that. So you know, it says, you might have sure that I should. And it's not that they might comment so that I'm saying that Pasua is that such a terrible site in general of men in the Austin, Texas. That is open. And only remember the end of the word is quote, the next word, mem in the middle is closed. Because that's what's the skill Mashiach. So this is incredible. So this concept is by the skill. The skill, the king of Yehuda. So Kosh Baruch Hu, the skill Mashiach, the Sanchim, go to Mabel. And then again, Sancheriv, who comes out to do battle with this Gil. Hashem wanted to make him go Gumogel. Remember again, there's this word called Gumogel, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Messianic era. So Hashem wanted to make this Gil, Mashiach, and Sancheriv. לא גומגל, אבל בגלל שאני יודע כל כך לא שואל, כמעט כמה פיסול, שמה כמה שירים זה שתמר זה בנבא, להציס המשיח, שבמידה סגר, actually the strict justice towards you, לא שואל, לא שואל, okay, so it's like a system of checks and balances, like the Hagar of Bible, no sort of ready to go and make this deal better. You just think it's like, W was greater with this deal, and you didn't make W Shia. So the Gemara says, right? So this girl also called Mishnah. But what other thing so again, this girl, he gets so nervous for it. And yet, unfortunately, he didn't some shit that would say so much shit, take it away. This girl is very nervous, so he did some shit. You're going to make it a shit, the cop, you stop it, you never can let. And then was closed. It was closed. Hashem wanted to make this girl a shit. It was closed because the Midas had been shut it down. We don't think this girl can come to shit because they don't see the way. What prevented this girl from coming to shit? Is lack of shit. Lack of shit. Seek and make a tower of gratitude for the Rebbe Shalom. And we go to the biggest of God, the reality of Shia, we see at all times. Shia in times of good, Shia in times of challenge, Shia in times of happiness, Shia in times of tragedy. That is what both of us do. That is the poverty of Shia. You don't need to say Shia is that it's not no matter what's happening in the world. You know, like, Miyad, plus for our family, for the Rebbe Shalom. This is such a beautiful deal. So Hashem, I knew about the Baruch Mashiach, Paradise Tzaddik Zeh, V'aseh Mashiach. Wow, V'aseh Mashiach. The earth says, please, what's the Shia Mashiach? How do you say Shia? I'll say Shia for this deal. I'll say Shia for Zah. You guys are Pastor Mashiach, Baruch Shema, Tzidiyah Ta'arz, Shia, Shia, Tzaddik. I want to tell all of the Baruch. The Baruch Shema, Tzidiyah, Asam, Tzaddik Zeh. So the Sarah answers the God, just let's go. We can see on the ship. Now the earth has said she on his behalf. And if you didn't say she says she on his behalf, so that's what the Rabbi said. The secrets of the world are for me. She changed my mind to nothing. And she still is not going to be Mashiach. I'm going to read. I read. I don't know side. The Rabbi said, no clean, like study, how long? Now the Rabbi knows the Mashiach has not yet come. So when the Mashiach comes, you have to go back to the Allah, both things about being about the stuff. That's what I really got. Stop makes it great is that you can see the incredible stuff that suffering and it's made by small businesses and it comes anywhere with a combination of your winter cocktails, cozy breads, and delicious it's free to sign up and you can see all the podcasts we talk universe lost in Shia. And everything is constantly teaching from Shia. So he knows the color Shola, Asa Boshe B'Ramayla, and Kibayim Bayim Shiva Asayu. So there's also a repetition. So Shola says, Asa Boshe B'Ramayla, Kibayim Bayim, so again, he's going to look out, he's going to come, and at the end of the day, only after a thing, like as we said, Asa Boshe B'Ramayla, he's going to come, he's going to knock on the side, on the shoulder, and Asa Boshe B'Ramayla, Allah will clear to your brothers happen. Morning will come, but before morning will come, so he wants this,
Robin did straight. Really phenomenal.
So let's say other possibilities. Once again, this was not known as the descriptive name. I lost the ultimately because of strengthening the bond between God and Son and the Holy Spirit. That is something that was such a lot of things to make it still going to bless Brasa, Ranessa, Shamanessa, Full, Sango, Asampa, Rabba, Vietnam. Okay, I agree because actually, what about which is where it says women are also that's descriptive. Where it says Shesi Kasa, you invite false son in the way that he spoke. And so here's the thing of the going to see spoken false and thousands of reference from the Raha. The stop to meet that and follow the talking Mara. But really again, he spoke and then he went to define with his words to not so powerful. Very incredible. So it's only a very very much a also actually goes up as Santa Lara Viativa. So it's a very interesting. So it's a very good thing that some of these things, he's going to do something. So that's the thing. So he's significantly highlights this as Santa Lava Viativa. So we do this as Santa Lava Viativa means grace and precious. How is something that being used in the official secret the user size so let's say this is wild. It's just something that does that we cause much destruction. We never spoke disparagingly about others because we are not actually for that copy of some Alex Gadsden. So let's say this thing together. So thirdly, Alex Gadsden Jews. What do we say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. You can't just say a land that is like your land. Rather, it says a land like your land. He was careful about how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So that is what it said. So Chagir Amar Tikei Chaya, Chagir Amar Tikei Chaya. One said something he was very wise. The other said that he was very foolish. Also, one Amar Tikei Chaya, one is the one who said that he was a smart king. The other one, the Kamishakis. So also, so all the Lord says he was a smart king because so him with me. If you were talking to him, thinking you should have learned, there's nothing that he knows. And he dismisses his words as just being foolish. Like, you know, going on Tikei Chaya, you have to think this is not to use your land, I like your land. You might not know Tikei Chaya, the people that say that he was a foolish king, he merely like, I like you. I'm sorry, might not know Tikei Chaya, in came my Rabbi said, trying to say that he was foolish, I thought he said that he was trying to get the following of the Jews. So if you were getting to help your kids to follow what they're being used to insinuate type of land, why would they find it? Is your voting is better, or you can have more another report into it? Okay, into the one that says, the main part of it, whatever you say, it's still going to have that says that it's often Irish feedback for who are, because we do not speak negatively about them. So, Jews, exiled Jews, each of us, we never spoke negatively about them. Such an incredible idea. So one is like, when we're talking, we can say things exile the Jews too. So you might say, okay, La Hallelujah. And so, first, things that you exile. Others, you start sick with the news of Israel. Unfortunately, as much as some things never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael, probably some did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Kimatu is sauce, and the Greek is called sauce. They called it sauce, meaning the sauce because they said, oh, it's the land, it's just as nice as our land. Kimatu Almud, when it came to this for Almud to Almud. They said, oh, this is like our land as well. Kimatu sauce trade, when it came to a place called sauce trade, Almud are church. They said, this is twice as good as ours. So it's like unfortunate people sometimes the downfall of the after users. They find themselves being abused as and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are, we have to be better there. Just like, not that it's okay, not that it's maybe just the grace, but I think that we have to follow someone else to see the better there as well. So again, something for the words for everyone who can associate it. So again, I'm just curious about how you spoke about the same thing, or how you spoke just about the Lord. It's incredible. So the Lord says as follows. Sacas que voltou, ponto que voltou, Sacas que voltou, this is talking about the Holy Ghost and His army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So it was Sacas voltou. So His army were able to see their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their shamas incinerated. So it was just like a beautiful part of the mind of the not inside. Like the real world is closing those things that give you honor. What's in the statue times that is that you know that so yesterday, but even in this time of suffering, a person should ensure to keep himself in top. Like you know, that's why I'm trying to tell you, even when going to the furnace, the nature of the race happens. So the clothing is a whole big thing that keeps you on. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. How you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs so much about the importance that you display without particular effect. So as a example, your clothing is what gives you honor. You know, the rest of the past, like, well, so that's very honor. Not that only should just show up with the time, outside is because the show up with the time. So it's different by the death of the iron sign. But as the iron sign, remember again, the fire kingdom is similar to the shows, but their bodies were intact. So to those Phoenix army was killed, their shows were incinerated because their bodies remained intact. So there's a function of your shoulder papa. Hello, Shahir God's name is like I'm talking over the expert. So this is going on. Hello, who is going to be blessed. I shouldn't say like the fire says, we have shouldn't judge no further. So hello, himself, blessed. His punishment comes directly from the punishment. So here, Shahir goes on the base, So here, Shahir, I will be shut up. And so here, ultimately, again, because of blasphemy, I could probably use from the middle to focus on the middle idea. So ultimately, again, that is probably exactly punishment funded in the Sharia. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see how you can see that you have some shots from the corner. So how is that? So what's that shine? So how is that exactly who is that shine that I should listen to? Who is that the probability of this? Probably exactly punishment funded himself. The sin that I know Hashem as the giant so I by Hashem himself scared of the words of the sin that I felt by Hashem. So they didn't say, we got Hashem. So ultimately, again, so we talk about programs that Kings doesn't say straight up. He's speaking of blasphemy, because it is physically invalid. So therefore, again, this is what it says. We talk about probably more Inshallah. It's not exactly punishment for me. Usually it has what we see. By listening to Hashem, by Yah, the Machane Hashem, Noah, is small in the Phoenician Arab. Because there's never again, this will be just, this is like the incredible story where this flow essentially says that it's probably, it really applies what you do. Of something. So this is also this guy goes to sleep and then it's like probably and you go to sleep and you miraculously that night 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So that if you notice the next day by using Malachashem, it wasn't like it was probably to be a whole thing itself, but ultimately again Papa Rabbi said, Mother Pizza, Rabbi said, Mother Pizza. So what's the name of the thing? And he knows that Mother Pizza is really means again, the heavens are this above. And then it says Mother Pizza. Mother Pizza means like a downside, a dwelling. But Rashi says over here, Mother Pizza in Shaya, it says Mother Pizza in the water. Mother Pizza knows what Tina Shamata. What's it say? So one talks about the blood of the historical empire. In other words, I'm not what you're Russia. The Tila Akro Tina Shamata, Lapaka Akro Tina Shamata. What's it? You can see the unholy aspirations of Sanhedrin. And Sanhedrin says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then after once again, I'll destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere. And it's already 96 Atar. המגלה די השם, הריסי על המקום הזה, להשליסו. Hashem Amar Eli, Allah al-Arz has no shisa. So this is very interesting. So there's some fascinating ideas about Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin himself will receive divine instructions to go and destroy all this stuff. He thought that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So that's just what we are. So again, the point of that is, so Sanhedrin says, when I march against Jerusalem without explicit instructions from God, Hashem Amar Eli, Alei ala Arz Hazon Shlish Isa, Hashem has said to me, come to this land of Jerusalem, which is pretty wild. So Sanhedrin is essentially saying that he's asking exactly 5 years of God. So my question is, what are you talking about? Maybe Sanhedrin, he's trying to start with the idea such a thing like this. So he goes to be shown that he got Kila Sa'alazat, Asmin, Ashira, Kahol, the Abraham, and the source as Rakshan, and Kemazah. So that's the sort of thing. So the people grew up. So Sanhedrin probably grew up and you're the Rabbi talking, Rabbi decided talking, and Rabbi says, it's actually Pfizer has forsaken the first party, that's a mass. If you get the first party, I don't think, again, it's not Shira Hall from the Akbar, but forsaken the Shira waters, which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to not so that in my way, so they will see all of this news in this way. And many people have not having done a power. The reason is that it was not the explanation of this person. We have no idea what it's talking about. We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Lord says, my comma. So the Lord says, comma. Because I'm not having the essential to this topic, so this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Like this nation has forsaken, not just this topic. The God that behind the Lord has creation, not it. There are counterfeits. It's between something where the Shiloh words, like the Shiloh was like the spiritual. So this nation was governed by not just this topic. We governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way. And we did that a lot. I think they're forsaking us. Israel production to back the value now. Instead of people they go ahead and they go to other things. Right? They go ahead and they essentially grab over desire. I'm not going to remind you, see, you ask the solution is this thing over here. So here, the Rabbi completely proudly solved the text. And it's such a thing. I think that's the right thing. Obviously, we're going to tell them to use and that's just what they most do. And so it's like, I mean, you have to remember, see, Ma'as Hashem against Russia, the Northern Side of Yehuda. Ma'as Hashem against Russia, what does it mean again? The answer is the course that Hashem is in the house of Russia. Zah, Pekach Keremayah. So what's the battle? Pekach Keremayah was the king of Memphis Israel. And he's going to Memphis Israel. Who is Russia? See, how is it that Russia? Over many sides, those who did not see them. He would be living against 40 pigeons. What is that? Pigeon was a big dessert. Was a big dessert. From not being tried, right? And so when I say that, he would eat all of these pigeons and still not be told. And I say, what is that kind of cook? And I thought, the yummiest type of rice. It was like, you have all these in general, whenever you see a desire, when you see a type of desire, eating is the thing. And the type of always for what's the difference between having desire and sexual intellectual power of the flesh? Having desire is unique God in your image. I go to some centers and look myself and go, well, where's everybody never got a body desire? Where's the people expressing your issue real quickly? But a body desire, people who try to worship a body desire, it's not like they stop worshiping Hashem. Very often, they are still worshiping Hashem with a body desire. So for worshiping Hashem, why do you need a body desire? Because a body desire is good. How is a body desire? Right? These are like absolutely, but you know, not so easy simulation. You want to study all of that, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do. Like all the stuff you really want to do. Then some of the things is not theology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do, suddenly you're not only look for it, but it's a new stuff. And it's not all the stuff that you don't get necessarily make that all the less options. Right? So all the stuff you really want to do, you want to values, you want to practice, you want to commit to that becomes all of the mitzvahs. Right? That's our whole desire. That's our whole desire. So wherever you see our whole desire, you see it highly humanistic, because that's what it's all about. It's actually not about the theology. It's really not about the theology. It's about that the responsible is very high expectation of us. And therefore it tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? Because it's a high standard. I've always asked you, why do you want to do that stuff? So create a new system of theology in order to allow all of that to occur. So what happened in our life is even all of these people, but you can't consider sure you are. Because if you're only about desire, or you have a one aunque es una verdad que una vez sabe que va a ser cuestionada, yo also listen like to see that. Together, when I was whiskey engineers, whiskey engineers, vegetables, and you told. I said, there's a king, he had anything he wanted. But he didn't realize. He did not realize. But also said that sometimes they become a little bit too wrapped up in material, that may be an implication that our Holy Spirit was probably might not be that material. So remember, all of us have a void. We have an emptiness in life. We're always trying to fill it. The issue just is having a relationship with that kind of property, and a thing with the right thing. A relationship with property, and a thing with all of the right things. So you know they're right there. You know, so like, hey, tiene eso nada a ver, es no nada, so you got like, you stay up there. So then you put the price of working, and the same says in your brain, against you, the thing about the see, the kind of you, we just shut that to the other outside of the idea. And my time of yourself is not again. So it's like human business, so human business, all this stuff. And here, the nothing really says, once it goes like that, so here is what the king of Ashur. The nothing really says, because of your non-compliance, right, because of your terrible behavior, I'm being against the king of Ashur. So it's like here it says, okay, God wants me to do this. So God wants me to do this, so if that's the case, then I'm punished. Why is he punished? So here it actually gives the will of God. Why was he punished? You know, it says, Rabbi says, I'm swapping this Rabbi, either you're practically Yerushalayim. Very simple. So here it was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Yerushalayim. And so here it set his sights on Yerushalayim as well. And on the other hand, he will look more at Hashem with such law. In other words, he has done Nisa and Ali for Rabbi Mexico. So ultimately, again, so the Rabbi tells Santana, you understand. You have those up, that's who got punishment from the 10 tribes. The 10 tribes. You set your sights on Yerushalayim, so that you don't have any power. And ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead with the Anha-Iris, so entire nation, as it is the entire nation, which is the entire nation. But interestingly enough, not higher because of suffering, higher because we foiled it. Higher because we're constantly building a relationship that comes part of it. So ultimately, again, the nation that's higher cannot be rated over in the hands of the enemies. You know, it says, my case, I will show her, I says, God said, upon the after which we got higher, and I did go higher, what can show you, Shekina and Torah. So ultimately, again, we are not just the Orient, this reference to Malchus Israel, which we are from them the Torah. אבל אחרי מבקשים שהחליטו עליהם אופרות, ומאיגן חלום לעשות להם ריסק over היד, וכתיבה אחרי היד. Those are these possibilities. So say, hey, you cannot control over Malchus Israel. Why? Because Malchus Israel flew off the field of Torah. When you can't deal with Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus Yehuda. Because on Malchus Yehuda, they took upon themselves the yoke of Torah, and they did the serving of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the Yosef and the splitting of the Yalgor. So we might say, close it on Utah, with a lot on the ass, so no, God will back on you. So, hey, if you turn back, and you goes to war against Marcus, you're going to be fine. Not ultimately, as they are turning into a degradation amongst the nations. Like Rashi says over in Chosr Asakirivka, in Ma Asa Osim Dami Labayi, Shemadav B'Letaka, they refer a source of degradation, like a laughing stock. And like this to Sarkira. So what's this? And keeping it up, Sarkira did hold a divine mission by the head of Marcus' skull. But his mistake has been after Marcus Rigo and put after him as an important Shanghai. So you know the writer. So Akai Advarim, Vahana Sarabasa Hemel Hashor, Vayavon Rigo, Vayikon Ala Arma Mitsuas, Vayona Mikaam Elad. So if you're against that, it makes the mistake. And he goes out on, he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, "How Yishna la'arkan Russia?" Rashi says that if you would be in government Kaza, the other Kaza, if you Yisha is the Tiskiel, that's okay. So it's like everyone asks the interesting question: why is Tiskiel deserving of this? I act like the Tiskiel is exactly. So why is Tiskiel deserving of having some fear against this? In other words, it's like, as much as this deal is successful, almost like there's a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of difficulty. So this deal is such a side of why did you deserve to have this fear of something like this? Which I have very high on this. So I'm like, the Akar Shataka is talking in respect. So so I thought he swore that Sarkis was going to come on, was going to go out and march against Hiskiel. What happened? Well, you don't know Hiskiel. My son is Sarkis. In the south of the Yada, here's what happened. This was like this. If I got Hiskiel, then I'm bringing Sarkis against you. But don't worry, because you'll be successful. What is Hiskiel going to say? All right, well, how about the US? I love this is a baby. It's probably your favorite. I appreciate what you're trying to do. Remember again, by bringing Sarkis against Hiskiel, and then by delivering a stunning victory to Hiskiel, it's not enjoyable. The brother wiped out the entire army of Sarkis. It was a massive tradition. It was a massive wave on Amina. If Hiskiel was severe about, it's okay. Let's call it even. Let's call it even, right? Let's fix it okay. Let's go bring the coverage. Right? This tradition is already too much more than 25. Just leave it alone. You're not covered for something in this spot. You're like, see it already. It's not to be able to small. It's a real unbelievable cycle. So you're like, which fashion is about costing more? And no fashion is easy to myself. The fashion actually is fashion. It's for our show that I see that how the selling the selling I learned only the salon that I actually play a show. So if there's nothing that's going to take level to a whole cycle, you actually everything is like that. And you read the thing, it's like bigger than the schedule, you're going to come up with trust. You're going to trust that the CEO and this kingdom. That's how it goes out with a profound humanity, right? Sometimes I think that we love this stuff, and we do it for practice. We do this time by lack of evidence. But after lack of time, after lack of groceries of the lives, and so your first Shabbos says, the first appeal to that, the lack of the first appeal to this first and so happy that your sisters and I can be if I even work that well. But I have a counter proposal. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead of us, leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Everything's scared me, again, 20 plus years of doing something. That's why the Pasuk says, that you stop something, offer that covenant to your king, you stop up. But Yaakov offered up covenant to the God of his father. There was his father. He's not the Eidos Hazim. Strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says, we don't understand why he's not justice. So for example, you go over here, he's not really, that he divulged his tongue with his skill, and if you get the skill and say, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily hereafter, just leave things alone. This is so many times a night. We have this fundamental fact. Yes, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, look at that situation. It turns out well. And it's such a job. But there's like this piecing of things. But why did you do it? I'm very nice about the salvation, but the same God who brought the salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. So that uncomfortable as a perspective. Don't bring the crisis and you bring the salvation. So that's the conclusion. That's what the universal money for the world is somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the solution that's necessary, but the crisis itself was necessary. Sometimes those are things that you just will never understand. It's totally like that. So, are you by your Yes, סיפור מאשת יפה, ואין לעוין מהלחץ על יפה, וחובה אין בני שמיים. So it's like, well, because this guy, don't worry, okay? And you don't say, hey, if you lifted upon me, you made Shema. Don't say Shema, you literally use the oil. Let's see, all these like not fun is beautiful. Koga also says, hey, the Mishma of this guy. Literally, the yoke of some Jayat was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of this guy. What's the oil of this guy? What's this beautiful? Don't give up the communities, what the Midrashos. It is constant oil, constant flame, like constant like oil represents life. Constant life burning in the bottom of this Medrash, all over my conceivable designs this guy. Ma'asa, what did this guy do? Ma'as, Khaled, Akasa, Bezanadrash. He put a sword at the entry gate of the Medrash, and he said, Dama, Kamisha in Osik Torah, you got your Khaled Zoo. He said, whoever is in the Medrash, will be stabbed with this sword. He's not this sword. I'm not saying what is this sword. No, it's figurative. But this guy was trying to tell Klal Yisrael what the following idea. Torah is not a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you don't have life. But exactly the same. What's that? Sometimes we look at Torah, and what's Torah? It's beautiful. And Dr. Leonard Kirsky has a beautiful idea. He says, he points out, he says, the way to be true to how people fall asleep during the Russia. So that's what it is. So people fall asleep during Russia. So it's everything. Now it's what we saw. We have seen the other right? But both words are so fast. So it's really magic. Right? They're lost in a bad mood. They said, these are the things, this is the thing we must have before the days. You're a bad mood. And you go to a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. But you know what directions you're in. Right? Just making it not wrong. So that's going to save your life. So if you realize that words of Torah literally are life-saving. The words of Torah are life-saving. Let's say that then we never know some crazy guy speaks to me. Right. And it's not everybody who ought to do. Okay, fair. Right? But the Mesa, a lot of it is us. It's easy to think someone else walking with the thing up or reading it. A lot of it is us and how we make the Torah. And if you was not going to read it up, it's a beautiful book. It's a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what the story is going to have. The story is there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately you're very close to trying to find myself in such a negative state. So you know that the thing that is also, you know it says, hopefully done by Sheva, they check them down until Sheva, or a much on the earth is based on their goodness. There is not on earth, no one who is here with the Torah, only from Gvas as well as goodness. But a much of Tiyot, if you know against Isha, and everyone was well versed in the laws of Torah and Torah. So we got to first of all just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Israel. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone was what happens when you get to the Torah? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and say, how long is this going on? All right? Let me just go to you. Let's say, let's not let this be like everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachos of Torah and Torah. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, I am a read each and last published it. So people had very similar material aspirations. Right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep in their house. They had come up with a Yasham Allah, Yachim, Kasa, Ishmael, the luscious year, Apapisha, Allah, Yachim, Kasa. Which one of us is the first I listen to this? So you're happy with very smoking material from the north. They have vines.
What is that,
sir? And it's just kind of long waist.
But it's not zero. I love Joe Rogan when he says that. It's not a lot, but it's not zero.
to be successful.
It's not a lot,
Much more to say.
but it's not zero. Yeah, big dog.
What's up?
Just watching the show, big man.
You see the camera? You see my camera?
No.
I got a friend in there.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm sitting there.
Excellent.
Alright, let's say good morning. Let's begin. Beautiful Dr. Elabas. Today is Dr. Sadiqin 95. We are picking up our Sadiq Dollar on days 90 for B, and we are picking up Omega 246
You're good, big dog. Okay. Very cool.
Answer my souls, back to Sanhedrin. So Sanhedrin went ahead and traveled 10 journeys over the course of the week and stopped over the course of that day. Shemaiah, from Yeshaya. Bo al Ayas, upper
I'm watching something. What's going on, Brandon?
No,
I'm watching another show right now. I'll take a look at it when I can. Very well. I think you chose Illinois. Very well, man.
There's more than 10 steps mentioned. It's also
I'm pointing.
Excellent.
So say that last week we opened again. Sahel Kalim Pascal will be raised to what is back Galim. The power of the beliefs is a message that is saying to Bobby Surah.
I think so.
I'm turning.
Very cool.
Listen to that Galim, daughter of the waves, is a reference to his province, right?
Hey, I'm your skin.
The daughter of the ones who gives mitzvahs in the wilderness around.
Your new scanner? Oh, that's really cool. I'm watching a show right now, big man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're okay.
Who was like a lion cub, but instead he ate up the beast on that side, who was like the roaring lion.
You're good, big man.
My Aliyah Arasos. What does it mean? Literally, Aliyah Arasos. That answer.
I see talk right here.
Then Hilkiah, when the snap to Asik Yemia ben Hilkiah, when the snap the Alame Arasos. So what's a Yemia ben Hilkiah who's not the Yemia? You don't think he goes to Allah to prophesize from the city of Arasot. Arasot is right outside of Yerushalayim. Right past Wisconsin. Such a good so right in the city of Aratot, that is where That's where the 11 year Yo prophesies. So Yo prophesies from Aratot. See, Yo Hashem Aratot carries from Yom. You might meet them. Some light. Shafi one pasuk it says light. The other pasuk it says light. Shisha Shalom says Slavi. A line is done by 6 different names. If that's the case again, then ultimately again there's still less, which there are more than 10 locations mentioned in the Pasuk. So there are more than 10 locations ultimately mentioned at the top of the site, which the Gemara says, excuse me, there are less than 10, excuse me. Which the Gemara says, are actually two different places. Okay, my Oda Yom Yom Lama. So what is the Pasuk when it says, Oda Yom Yom Lama? It is still day to stand in note. It is still the day in which note stands. What does that refer to? Osayo was in that day when Sancheriah marched on Yerushalayim. Yishtayeh me'avona shel Noah. Was that the sin of Noah was still in existence. Now, what's the sin of Noah? Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul. David is coronated as king. Shaul has been effectively killed and admit his mistake with another. So what happens? He pursues David. David chooses to eliminate. He's not going to fight. He's not going to fight Shadrach. He's not going to fight fellow members of God. So he runs. He can't tell anyone about what is happening. So what is this? The city of Noah, which is going to be the city of Noah, Mishkan is there. And what happens? He says down a secret mission from the king. I need food and I need weapons. They give him food, they give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was the sword and shield of Goliath. Anyway, David takes it. Who sees all of this happening and discuss all this? A man by the name of Doeg, who was one of the trusted servants of Shaul. And no back because Shaul, that the city of Noah, has sided with the rebellion of David. How do I know that that would be more idea? Because then you're having bacon, they're helping the king's son-in-law on a secret mission. So what happens? They make a very long story short. Shaul brings some of his soldiers to know. They wipe out the city. There was one survivor from the city we always discussed. They wiped out the city. This was a huge sting. You see on Charles on Shaul and on David for reasons we discussed. So the Gemara says over here that on that day, look at Rashi for just a moment. Osayon Mishtayim Me'avon Shalom was a 4 lines down the short lines of Rashi. Also, the Shayah on Me'avon Shalom. If they Avon Shayah on Mishnah, actually never found a note because Chayim will kill that with the bottom of note. How that would be brought by Onish at Osayon. For Osayon, Gilba Mishtayim Mishnah Onish, Gilba Milkom Mishnah Osayon, Kosha. What's the reason? Devotion has a particular window in which he was going to the exact retribution for Klal Yisrael for the massacre of Noah. The last day of that window was the day that Sancheriah marched on Yerushalayim. And had Sancheriah attacked on that day, he would have been successful against Yerushalayim. She says the Gemara, so the day that he marched was the last day in which God introduced the exact retribution for Klal Yisrael for the Noah massacre. And therefore, had Nebuchadnezzar had Sancheriah attacked that day, he would have been victorious, as he would have been the rod of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to exact punishment for Klal Yisrael from the city of Noah. Now get ready for this. This is amazing. So the Gemara says, I'm not going to also understand that I'm like, Kaldoi. He hasn't said so interestingly enough, so on the day that Sancheriah should come to Jerusalem, I'm trying to see outside the world he's a scholar who's telling the king, if we march now, we will be successful. So what happens? The elo, but ultimately again, if we don't do it till tomorrow, we will not be successful. So Sancheriah responds, all thought regarding this like we sorry, Yoma. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the elo lo yakostam. Furthermore, when coming to Sha'an, Sancheriah had what we call princess again. The journey was short. The journey that would only take 10 days took 1 day. She must be Sarah. So also the idea over here is that there is a perfect storm. The recipe is perfect for Sancheriah to conquer Yerushalayim. He makes incredible time getting there. And number 2, this is the last day of the Noah retribution. He must be Yerushalayim. When he came to Yerushalayim, suddenly this guy, at the summit, Yasser in Yiduri Shia, at the Azur the Yerushalayim. So what happens? So Sancheriah shows up in Yerushalayim. What he does is he keeps piling rugs, one on top of the other, until it's high enough that he can see over the walls of Yerushalayim. Very good. He looks over the walls. He has he's to the end essentially, when he goes in and sees the city, he says, it looks tiny in his eyes. The Amar, Halo Shor, he carries it to Yerushalayim. He says, is this it? Is this the Marichus? Is this Yerushalayim? So Allah, I'm anxious. Sharsi, that for this I went ahead and I used my whole army. But Allah cautious called me Judah, and for this I went ahead and I conquered all of the countries until now. Hello, you see, you know the Halosh and called Karki Alamaya, he cautious to talk up Yodi. See, he says ultimately again, this is the weakest city out of all the cities that I conquered. So he says, Allah becomes Umani Bereshe, both of the nice city are they up 3 days on the Dutch to the Tzion, so what happens? He waves his hand dismissively across Yerushalayim Harabai. So Sancheriv is exceptionally unimpressed. Exceptionally unimpressed. What happens then? So, we cook gets like the tried very hard to attract Russian business from Europe to relocate their businesses to Eretz Yisrael. So it's a story that's told that one from the particular from Poland who had come to Eretz Yisrael to check it out, to see the land. And so he goes around his whole tour, he's about to leave his book. The cook says, it's just to know what he had to say. So he said, so, whenever somebody says, he wants to do up. So he says, of course. He says, the truth is, it's not so beautiful. It's not so beautiful. It's garbage on the street. It's that. It's not so beautiful. Directly to see beauty is directly proportional to the amount of personal spiritual beauty you possess. If you possess much spiritual beauty, you see the beauty in the land. If you don't possess spiritual beauty, you see garbage. And that is actually the nature of Eretz Yisrael. You have to see Eretz Yisrael with the use of your eyes. You don't see Eretz Yisrael with your eyes. Is it the most beautiful land? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. If when you see Eretz Yisrael with not your eyes but with your neshama, there's nothing more magnificent than any entire universe. So the Khanazah is the Sancheriv sees it, but he sees it through the Gentile eyes. So the Gentile eyes see it, the Gentile eyes say, that's it? And the guy he was like, he's reading this whole campaign. This soldiers have been on the road for who knows how long. This is it. It's like one shawarma starting on this is the whole thing. So he says that there's a huge, by the way, coupled this with the fact that he was also a ridiculous guy. He was ridiculously arrogant. So he says that this is ridiculous. This is what I marched for. See, he goes on, he says the following. Suppose this is saying something. So everyone knows this cloud level life, where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So we see the soldiers begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The astrologers are saying, go now. Sancheriv is saying, this is rough, this is a cave. It's easy, right? It's a cave. So the soldiers say, okay, let's go down. We're ready. Let's go get it. I don't know. Somebody soon, a bit tired. I'm a bit tired today. We'll go tomorrow. I see the contact becoming Andrew tomorrow, each of you will give me a piece of the air. So it's an incredible guy. And I want to understand, here's the downfall. Right? What's the downfall? The downfall is that day was his window. That day was his window. That day was the last day for the attribution to the city of Nob. That day was his window. Had he marked, he would have been the conqueror of Yerushalayim. But as most things in life, guy gets in the way. So what's remember again? What happens? You know what? That's tonight. Relax tonight tomorrow. What happens that night? That night is when the Malach comes along and kills 185,000 sleeping soldiers. Yeah. That night, the most comfortable, confident of the victory they have stayed. The Malach comes out and kills Mayor Ishmael Khamisha Allah. They Ashkima, they wrote there, you know, Tula, regarding this. We wake up in the morning, we're going to do survivors, we're going to discuss.
they find 185,000 corpses. Hayu was there. Papa says, this gives us a very important lesson. Fastina, Batalina, which was a little bit to do with the fashion from the end of the short line. Fastina, Batalina, Given Shaman, Dina, Batalina. Sometimes when you don't pass judgment, the fight goes away. So, which is another way of saying that it was like when you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. When you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. Opportunity will go down. Even for a second. You miss the opportunity. Again, I'm going to fight for that. But at the end of the day, it's dramatic how the emotional gifts can be passed down. The emotional gifts and the opportunity can be squandered. Because again, because again, the message is procrastination leads to loss of opportunity. The Yishbi below was again like this is amazing myself. The Yishbi below Asher Yulidi Harpa, which was now the Rabbi over here, this Shmuel Beis, speaks about a man of Yishbi Nov, who was of the descendants of Arpa. Arpa is Arpa. We're going to see in just a moment the sister of yours. Mishkan Mishkan Moshe, who Chagar Hadasha, Ayara Lahakos says that. So as we're going to see, Yishbi was the brother of Goliath, the brother of Goliath. After David kills Goliath, so Yishbi has what we call the blood feud. Blood feud with David, and again, he's a big man himself. Knew his armor, spear, everything, and he says he's going to kill David. So the Gemara says, "I be Yishbi below." What does that mean? The Yishbi below. So the Gemara says, "I'm going to Ish Sheba of the schema." Let's say, get ready for the schema. Rashi said he was a man who came to David and Melech because of the episode in Nob. Now, what does David have to do with Nob? Get ready for this. I'm going to talk to David. I must say, he says, David, David, how long are you going to hide this sin of Nob? Through you, the city of Nob was wiped out. Because of you, Nishrat Goikadom. Remember again, Goikadom opened the gun because he has to go to the city of Nob. And because of you, Shaul and his 3 sons died. Remember again, how do Shaul and his 3 sons die? They died in war against the Philistines. Right? They're fighting against the Philistines, they died in war against the Philistines. So the 12 is coming to cause all of this stuff. So what does this mean? So the Daniel Young says something amazing. He says, Sabbath is responsible for negative things that happen as a result of his actions, even if his actions were not very good. So at the end of the day, David's actions set off a chain action of events that result in the massacre of Nob. Now, David HaMelech was trying to do his best, ultimately to shield the people of Nob. He was doing his best to try to operate on it, but at the end of the day, it was his actions that caused their death. So this is a dramatic idea, because many others says that in Hazard system, sometimes in life, we go ahead and do something, and there's a negative repercussion, and that wasn't my intention. And again, I acted in good faith, I did, but understand that as a result of my action, someone else encounters pain, someone else suffers, even though again that was not my intention, and I acted in an appropriate way. It just happens to be a byproduct of my action, someone else is being suffering. There's a sense, there's responsibility for that. Now, obviously, by Sunday, that's amplified painful. So to be honest, all of the your actions set off a chain reaction of different events that ultimately result in massacre of Nob, the death of Goliath, and ultimately the death of Shaul and his sons. Remember again, Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Philistines. Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Philistines. Why? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Philistines? Remember, in your extensive Navi studies, right? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Philistines? Because Shaul diverted all the resources of Klal Yisrael to pursuing David, because he was reckless and he was responsible for military decisions. They were under
They're chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Philistine has invaded. He thinks twice. Should I continue to pursue David or should I go after the cat? That's how so messed up everything is. He says that David not his fault. It's not his responsibility. He's like, it's even the understanding that the Russians have this action. So it's a dramatic idea. So Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, so guys, David, you have all this responsibility. Here's the choice. David, here's the choice. Let's listen to this. Listen to this choice. I could either wipe out all of your descendants, or you could suffer. Which one is it? Your children going to suffer, or ultimately again are you going to suffer? Which one is it? So you know, I'm going to go to the Rosh Hashanah. Mudam em sort biyad al yedel kol zav. So God says, I would rather suffer than try to show how my descendants are. What's the difference? So one day, so one day, David went out. Let's say again. So he went. Rashi says, Safar b'zoy. He went out. He went out to hunt, and again, everything's going to be back. Also, Satan, we eat me like you have. So what happened? So Satan came along and appeared to David as a deer. Hassan big deer. Well, I'm changing. So what happens? He's done a shot now, but he missed the deer. So the Rashi is mash. So hello, mash. I feel the earth fish. So what's this one happened? David was running after the deer. So I realized he wanders into Philistine territory. David wanders into Philistine territory all by himself without an army. And the Pash was not to be armed enough to take it in. He doesn't want to run. So what happens? If it has a Gishbi Pino, who does he run into? Gishbi, Goliath's brother, is the first guy he actually run into in Philistine territory. So Gishbi sees him, and he says, I the constantly with Goliath up. This is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do? He grabs David, ties him up. It's interesting what he did. Osvei is shouting to save David Padre. He puts David, ties David up, and he puts it in between the two stones of an olive press. Now, what does he plan to do? He's going to sit on it. So usually he's a big guy. He's going to sit on the olive press. He's essentially going to crush David out. His argument is some Makale Arami to say a miracle occurred in happens. The ground underneath the bottom of the press. So usually sat the press sunk instead of crushing down the melon. The Gemara says, "Any perceive apparently the Sadi Kakoi, the Roman who tries to run. How we are, but what's the Sadi said? So either way, so usually realizes he reads it for later. He's tied up. It was like that day was Erev Shabbos. Abishai ben Tzruya, Habakkuk Hayit Shade, David Guy tonight. It was like governor of one of the shepherds, narrating of Abishai ben Tzruya. So he's going ahead and washing his hair. So apparently the Gemara says he used David Guy tonight, 4 hours. Kaziu has made David. He saw drops of blood in the water. And he understood that what he saw wasn't from him. Something was going on. He get the army Asayona Ikshuk coming. Others say that a dove landed in front of him and started like flapping its wings in a violent manner. Others necessarily Yona a mistake. Shneimar Kanta Yona Public said, Shmani David's mouth when he saw it savage. So what happens? He sees the blood, he sees the dove flapping around. He realizes it's probably just compared to a dove. It must mean Kalisol is in trouble. Now, Kalisol is just fine. So who must it refer to? It's also referred to the king. The king is in trouble. Also, that's what they say. The last people is the palace. Like he says, king that home. And it's Erev Shabbos. So, Amr, Shai, in Rokan Al-Susol, then Yoshua Al-Kisol, then Mishtamshim Bisharbiko. The Shas HaSakara, that's what the halacha is. You cannot use the king's horse, you cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot use the king's scepter. So part of the covenant of love is you can't use the king's staff. The Shas HaSakara, without when the king is in danger. The king is in danger, so what Abishai ben Tzruya is, the king had the fastest horse, the fastest mule. So can I ride the king's horse? That was the Shaila. So say what happens. Also, Shal ben Mizrash. He goes to ask the Shaila in his medrash. Amulei, the Shasa Sakana Shapir. Ultimately, again, kind of Sakana, yes, we can go. We can use it. So what's the first of all? It's an amazing idea. The Jew always has to know what the halacha is. Always has to know what the halacha is. You have to ask the Shaila. I shall Sakana this, of course, I have to think about the process. We have to do everything in our lives is governed by everything in our lives is governed by Torah. So a person when they make a dramatic decision, right, has to ask themselves, that's what I want to do. What does the Torah have to do? Should say about this? What's the Torah have voted on this? So it's sure enough, he gets the psak. Yes, I'm not doing the hard day. He goes ahead and he jumps on the mule. Come ba'azil, come, so let's listen to this. Come ba'azil, come shali adam. So it says, yes, he has incredible miracle. He gets the pushed him very quickly. So this is like what they call the star-studded cast of characters over here. So as he's riding the Israelite to push the area, who does he see? Arpa. Arpa. Who's Arpa? Arpa was the mother of. Now, whether this is actual, he sees Arpa. She wasn't the mother of, right? Arpa was the mother of Boaz and the mother of Ishmael. So what happens? So you see, Chazi and Arpa she was spinning while she was reading. So what happens? Ki Chazi say, so what happens? As Arpa sees Abisha the tree, so Arpa must have known that Ishbi had captured David. Arpa now sees Abisha the tree running, Tars pushed him. She realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes the spindle and she throws it at Abishai in an effort to kill him. So she misses him. So after she misses him, she prepares. Like she had no ill will. Amrale, Alam, I sleep, Alam. Excuse me, young man, I dropped my spindle. Would you mind checking? So what happens? So he sure does. Husky, Beresh, he brings it back here, throws it at her head, and kills her. Fine, Arp was out. She says to Gemara, Kat Chazye Yishki Bino. So the Gemara goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now David HaMelech shows up ultimately again. Now we'll say, remember, now we understand also the pasuk also Yishki Bino, because this is part of David HaMelech's punishment for that which occurred in No. So the Gemara says what happens. He's Yishki Bino. Amar Hashta Habu Train. They cut me. So what happened? Now Yishbi realizes when he sees Abishai coming that he's going to be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together is a bit too much to handle. So what happens? He goes there, he says, now I'm going to be outnumbered. So what do you do? Okay, get ready for this. So Paskina David Milay, Birat Lurunke. So what's Amar Nepo Ali Klikos. So he wants to try to get out of here. So what does he do? He throws David up in the air. This was incredible strength. Puts his spear down on the ground, obviously facing up. The figure that I'm just going to land on the spear and done. So what happens? He shows up just this time. Amar Abishai Shem. Abishai comes right with David in the air. He said to Shem, I'm going to Shem Hashem. Ultimately, David being Shemai in the Arab. So ultimately, again, he says to Shem Urash and suspends David HaMelech mid-air. Suspends David HaMelech mid-air. Let's say, get ready for this. Get ready for this. Says the Gemara. So the name of why is David the same? And David also knew the sacred name of God. So again, why did David say the name of God to suspend himself? Here's what I was like the fastest way. Because it was like the incarcerated individual cannot extricate himself from his jail. It was an incredibly important soul, which again, generally we take for you. And sometimes again we go on this on Shabbos. Sometimes when you are in a situation you can't see the trees from the forest. We spoke about this in the Mishkan saying of Halal. How again God doesn't have to be the red or red book. And God just needs someone who's precise through your life. Someone who can see your life, to see you outside of you. God is in the thick of this. He cannot think clearly. He cannot act clearly. And therefore, he knows the same shape of words Abishai are. So let's go for this. I'm related. My boy Zacha. So the first thing Abishai says, that is, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? I'm like, Haki, I'm really good Shabiku, Haki Hajla. So he tells, see, so he would have done nothing here. So listen, I was chasing her here, and I was ended up here. How did you not realize that this is a shot like this? So he tells Elisha the whole story. What is the whole story? The story is that, oh, yeah, punished. He asked me, do I want to get punished for my kids? So I said, I'd rather get punished than have my kids right now. I'm like, I'm both sin is sin. So Elisha says to David, change around your tefillah. Ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish your children and not you. So he says, God break this book, but I'm going to die. So as people say, better for my grandson to sell wax than I should not suffer. This is what is that? Because the natural bonus on parents that have a bonus on their children. So what the judge is like, think the judge is like this. But I usually it's real says, all you can fight for is the presence. Right now, the Baruch is giving the opportunity for second someone to show that your presence. So take it. Allow people to now and the future. Because don't get time. You have to follow this discussion about your children. You have plenty of time to speak and to light your future. But if the Father is giving you the opportunity for transformation now, grab it. Take it. Use it to change your circumstances going forward. So swap your tefillah around, push it around. Amalei is Marziaki, Saya Bahadar. That will be said by Angela Abishai and Sri. So ultimately, David says, David, but Abishai, can you help me down? This is what the pasuk says. And Abishai and Sri help me. Amra Yehuda, Amra Abishai, Abishai, David had big zero reverse. Amra Abishai, sorry. Abishai, the act say, other kinds of fast fight. So what says, so Abishai David have run away. So Yishvi is running after them. He loved it to beat when they come to the city of Kubi on a cool day. They had a gun for a second. Let's just turn around and fight. Kimata, they betrayed William Hadrola Aliyah. They said then they had a second gun. They kept running. Then when they got to the they said, you know what, 2 lion cubs cannot defeat the mighty lion. Whereas even though they were 2, Yishvi was much stronger than them. So he rises, I'm related. See what happens. The Moses, then you be like, however, at some point in time, they couldn't be done. So listen to the plan they did. I'm related. They turned around and they said to him, Seal Ishtaka the Arba Ine, the Kibra. Why don't you go visit the grave of Arba your mother? And what they just told him was what? Right? You killed your mother. You killed your mother. So this is this. The Akura Leishne, Kahash Eli the Taka. Back when she was dead, it weakened his strength, and they were able to that's sometimes even the hardest of people, right? Even the hardest of people. Everybody has a self-establishment. So for Yishbi, he was a novice boy. He might have been a big warrior, but he was a novice boy. When his mother was killed, it hurt him. And at the end of the day, we gave him the overtaken, and he killed him. And he said, so what's that? So listen to this. So this is the meaning of the pasuk. As nishpumu anshi David Lamar, what takes you? Oh, you don't come up. Well, sit best there. So listen to this. So they said to David, after this event, they said he swore, and then David said, you are not going out anymore. You're not going to battle anymore. Well, sit best there. And ultimately, again, the light of Israel happens. So what's at this time? So essentially, what they did is the king of Israel is grounded. King of Israel is grounded. His soldiers say to him, you're not going hunting anymore, you're not going to war anymore. Moshe saved us all this time, but you're not traveling without Israel anymore. What's amazing? It's work. 7.5 years. Just to go ahead and see if you guys because the story is overwhelming. Because so many critical lessons just from one little story. Then I have Shlosha Kapsula Amadah. There are 3 columns. There are 3 people who had the miracle of Shasagara. But the miracle of having a long journey short. Who were they? Eliezer Eved Aram, Yaakov Avinu, the Abishai Ben Tzruya. Okay, so Abishai Ben Tzruya just spoke about Eliezer Eved Aram. Eliezer son of Abraham Ben Sid. But I came that day ultimately again to the Ayin Remember that who Yom Hanafak. So this is Eliezer in Parshas Chaisar. And he comes to look for a wife for Yitzchak. And came back to like Shabbos Club to to Haran and made it in the same day. Yaakov, you have Yaakov, all of these was a Sid, a youth Yaakov, the Shabbat, Harana, positive Yaakov, the Shabbat, the Haran, the Sid, a youth Kaka, Makom, Bayamasha. And it says ultimately again, he stayed in that place and he slept there. Kiva Shemesh, because the sun set. Kiva Shemesh, was wherever Yaakov. When he came to Paras, remember this is Yaakov Avinu running away from home. Running away from Esau. He's going to Lavan. Lavan lives with Paras. He must have when he gets to Paras. Amar Efsha Amarti Amakom Shespalu Lubo Abosa. Va'ani Lo Yismalav. Is it possible that I passed by the place like my forefathers gathered to see up in the Harabais? I passed through Harabais, the place where my forefathers gathered, and I even stopped to gather there. So he decided to go back to Harabais. So things like this, the other cup to the Arab, he decided to have to understand, he already got to Paran. He said, I can't believe I passed Harabais that time, and he wanted to go back. He was to perform the miracle, and I get back from Paran to Harabais expedition. Very quickly. So what happens? Now the youth come up there. You're right. Ain't the year and it's good. What they're about the youth come up there. Here means prayer. והכל אצלנו בעדה, וזה בפיסה בעדה, מינו תירה, תתקבי, היום עכשיו, קיבה שם, she slept there because the sun set. Both sides of the sun were part of it. It was after Jesus is there back from Haran Arabais, he wanted to go back to Haran. Amar Akuri, Baruch, Tzaddik said, "One of the base below, the bodies below, he passed it over, the limbs are also kicking. The Rosh says, "He, Tzaddik came to my home, came to my inn." So the Arabais is the Rosh's home. The people that Tzaddik came to my home, I'm not going to have him sleep over. Yeah, it's Bashan. Miraculously, the sun set. And you can see that use of Bashan, looks like Edo on the Pasuk says, after the fight with the Malach Pasuk says that the sun rose. The sun rose for him. Did he rose for about Tata? Did it only rise for him? He rose for everyone. On the Yisbach, Shemah, Sheba, Ba'abulo, Zerfa, Ba'abulo, ultimately again the same sun that had set earlier for him. Was it that's reference to Yaakov went back to Harabais because the sun is set early, so that he would be forced to sleep at Harabais. Also, after the episode of the Malach of Esau, rose early. Yaakov has two miracles with the sun. One time it set early for him in order to get him to sleep at Harabais. The second time it rose early for him in order to heal him in the aftermath of the struggle with the Malach of Esau. And we know because they David. Okay, so now let's go after just a second. So David reversed his bakasha. At first he said, God, I'm willing to suffer, leave my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said, Bosham, visit the punishment upon my children, but let me not suffer. So where do we see that David Melch's children indeed did suffer? The Gemara says, Yefsid, va'atal ya'im achazyo, ra sab'yistina. So what's that tell you? Who was a crazy maniacal woman. She was a mother who had gone crazy with grief. Her son Achaziah was killed, so he makes it up that Kalgan Batova is called Zerah. So she decided she wanted to be queen, and she wiped out all of the other male heirs to the throne. One second, it's not Shavuos, it's the Gemara that says she wiped out pretty much the remaining members of the Davidic family. So that was the punishment of the His children were wiped out. That's not his children were wiped out. The Davidic family was done because they were Joash. It's okay because in the city of Nob, there was also one survivor, a Kohen by the name of Ebiasa. Yasir by Malik ben Achola Akimelech ben Achu Ushmo Ebiasa. So first was it just like there was one survivor from Nob, there was one survivor ultimately from the family of David. Amr Abiga, and Molo is tired of Yasser Lakina, but after you they were trying to dash for the show. Therefore, again, the man says, we're not to go one survivor from those, like Akimala, excuse me, Ebiasar, David Melch's entire family will be like that. Amr Abiga. So once again, Mark describes how David's army, in which he marched on his own. He comes with 45,000 officers who are sitting in golden chariots. Meanwhile, Shaglonos Visonos. Now, the officers brought with them their princesses and their harlots. Yes, what does that mean?
what this princess is decided to do. They are so confident about their ability to be the first in the life that they bought their women. Like, you never, like, no one ever brings their women to the battlefield. They were so confident. They bought their women yourself. Over Shmolim Ellis Goren and Gusha Shir Kuba. And again, it had another 80,000 strong soldiers wearing coats of iron. Over Shishin Elif Abuzek Air Bratzim Rapara. And another 60,000 infantrymen. That sharp Russian, in bow, fine, it's not Russian. And look, the other Chinese as well. We'll discuss the size of the army, the size of the army gets even bigger. The Gaybal Azam wasn't the same size force which marched against Amadi, where he's got to walk forward against the fight. The Gaynasidim level is gold in level. There was an army of this size would be even 2 by gold in level. You must listen to them. Orat Makameu, Alba Merikasi, was essentially the length of Sankeda's army camp was 400 houses, was a sea. Rochav, Saba, Sisab, the width, right, of the total necks of the horses, are 1 house, 45 votes. Saf Makameu was the relations. The total number of people in Sankeda's camp was Masayim, Yeshishim, Ribo, Apayim, Fasotai, was 2,600,000,000 minus 1. Was the country's is hyperbolic. The idea that we're talking about is they never saw such a large army. Remember again, I understand some favorite performance season shot. Really? Can you imagine the taxpayer dollars are into this? It's going to be ridiculous. But nice again, with the level described in this much over here is an army the size that no one has ever seen. I'm sorry, this is before the all this is before the we must buy a buyer. So what it means in minus 1. Kasi Ria, or Kasi of Nad, Kasi of Alpha, or Kasi of Male, Kasi of Cat. This means less than 1,000,000, less than 1,000, less than 100, less than 1, which you guys are taking. Second version, I think, when anyone wants to take over you, you really need to watch. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, we're not asking you already. This one, I'll tell you that. The point of the end you might have is, like I said, this is a huge army. You might have like, you might have said, it's running up with the Shepherd, but this is this. You might have described this army passing through the Jordan River. You have said to pass through the Jordan in order to get to Israel. So what happens? Go ahead and this. So the first group who passed the Jordan was the Shepherd. So now, all of people said, the first group passed the Jordan, they had to switch with the Jordan, and it started up with the Tacoma. The second one, she went as well, it didn't have to swim, but they had to stand erect while passing through it. Because it was weird. And you had such a large number of people passing through a body of water. They diminish the body of water with each stream. You take water, when you walk through water, you automatically lose some of that water just with your clothing. So the first group had to swim. The second group had to walk. Shinema had something like the Afronim, Halu, Upper Rain, or Matu Manu, the third, actually, you might not from after the Shasu. Shinema, I mean, Karasi, the Shasu. The third group who came, they were kicking up dust with their feet. Which shows that means that by the time the third wave passed through, there was no water left in the Jordan River. So they had to bring water from elsewhere to be able to get the money. I helped see. I do it's no okay, but they color two of them. What's the top? Reason the cost told us we probably about 2,600,000,000 dollars. Every single other price out of 5,000 soldiers. And that was the size of the camp. So which one is it? Which one is it? Yeah, it says, Hamalu, Roshek, those 5,000. Those were the commanding officers. So what the Malach did was, the Malach wiped out the leadership of the army. Once you wipe out the leadership of the army, you know what? Everyone else is doing it. I'm not actually commanding the sick. The Mishmanab Razon, Ishmael and Jason. That's how the country Mishmanab Razon literally again gave it back to the stage, the training to the spirit. The fact is reference to the officers really command. I'm Rabbi, taking out the sick, I used to Hashem Arach, and the hate to keep up higher, and now give the ceremony.
Vayavot Beisalach. We would say, "Of Shani Shmani no." The Maki, so what's this Rabbi Gemara goes back and says, "What did the Malach kill the soldiers with?" So the Rabbi Elazar or the Yad. Rabbi Elazar says the Malach killed the 185,000 officers with his hands. Neymar, Yari Yisrael Yad Abdullah Shasi when he got his hands to it. Probably saw Slavic with his hand. The great hand that ultimately rejected the tradition from technique. The Shora expert says the Malach killed the army with his finger. Shneimar, Vayomar HaKartunim Haro Etzba Elokim. The cartoons at the Haro, this is the finger of God. Sia Etzba Shasi V'Parisachim. This is the finger which will ultimately get to the Gabriel Magel Pamikusha. So Gabriel is your Magel, is your sickle ready. So Gabriel was dispatched to kill Rabbi. The sickle ready. So it's Alefan Moshe Amikusha. So Gabriel says essentially, I was born for it, right? I was right. My sickle was ready since the 6 days of creation. The time of year was the time of the crops became ripe. So I'm like the prophet of Gabriel, he shot the Yosi of Ashaperos. So Gabriel apparently is the knowledge of the child of agriculture. So when you go out to check on the fruit, take your sickle and take care of the organization. Now, leave it under you got the time to the whole thing, you have the young Balayla, but like the Zohar and Shua. I'm like, heard that YouTube that people say, hang up perfect without the help of Ishtana. So this is what people say, that in general, when you have an enemy, so make sure to say good morning to him. Right? You always go past by your enemy in the morning and say good morning to him, very disloyal. That's what the idea of me. Gabriel, when you're going out to do your work or checking on the food, also take care of your screen. These are, which also, by the way, is an incredible research in general about how to deal with conflict. The way you deal with conflict, the concept is you diffuse it. And the best way to diffuse conflict is don't fight. Don't fight. You have an enemy, you say good morning, you say shalom aleichem, you say how are you. I'm not entering into conflict with you. I'm choosing not to fight with you. And it's disorienting for the other individual, especially if their mind is growing for them. These are the others say that Gabriel breathed into the nose of the soldiers, and that's how they were doing Others say that Gabriel clapped in their ears, and as a result, they got the nose. They got honey. So she allowed them to hear. What did he allow them to hear? The Shamushan B'chayos V'Nesim. They heard the song of the angels of the Chayos and the Result of Mar. The Namas enough to go in. The communist time. Was the communist soldiers who left. So at the end of the day, the Malach points out the majority of the army, how many soldiers leave behind them? That Amar Asara. That's the 10 soldiers. Shneimar. The Sha'ar is Yaru Mispayu. And now you can come in now. Yachal with Dov Asara. Fine. What's the real time? Shmuel says no. Where do we get 9 from? The Nishabal, all of those Tinokim Sayis, Nayim, Osha, Gagan, Rosh Amir, Arba, the Hamisha, the secret. So that is Arba, Hamisha, 4 and 5 is 9. That's what it looks like. The Yisha, the Omer, Arba, 14. Shina, March, 9, Rosh, Arba, the Hamisha. That's like the Arab, all the numbers mentioned. Once it comes to 14. Rabbi Yochanan, Hamisha. Rabbi Yochanan says 5. Who are the 5 on the side? Son Herod was scared. Shnei Banim, his 2 sons, were scared. Nebuchadnezzar, can you imagine this? These are the 5 people who are scared. Herod, his 2 sons, Nebuchadnezzar, and Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar, Gemara. Just how you know these about tradition. Nebuchadnezzar is a Gemara. They say Gemara is a tradition. You have the sword of Nebuchadnezzar is there. Nebuchadnezzar is said, the Rabbi, the Rabbi, Dama, the Para. So what's that? Because remember, we've heard this before. After Hanan and Yisrael has gone to the Kishon, so Nebuchadnezzar says, I see 4 people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an angel looks like? Without the Chazye, you now have a Yada. How does he know what an angel looks like? Because Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night and everyone else was wiped out, and he was killed. So here was one of his 2 sons, the Sid, and he used that about his Nisro, Parapaz, Elahab, Ba'adamela, Bishar Hatzah, did not call the Pharaoh. So this is ultimately again because we see Sanherib and his 2 sons. We see that Sanherib and his 2 sons are alive later on because ultimately, again, it's 2 cents killer. So also, the fact that it's 2 cents a second, which takes place after this event, tells us that the David and his 2 cents is spared from the wipeout of the entire stream. So the south of the earth, that's not a little bit faster, so we'll pick up here tomorrow. Alright, all say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shiur. To thank our Torah sponsors for the year of Tafshin Pei. It's also Mishmachim Moishim Roshos this year's Zchus from Sonos Tovos for all of our Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Ad. Rabbi reading the Tova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of his father, Dr. Harry Klein, Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin and Birmingham's memory of Mr. William Ziv, Ziv Ben Shmuel, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. And our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas Elazar, Sotol, Torah, all of it is from Torah. Your family's name is Chama. All those who need report heaven to those calling themselves, construct the Shemir Hashem, give all our hostages, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful fall of Nazi. Let's do that. Let us begin with a lot to read about Hashem. Today's date is Sadik Dollar 94. We have to give up on Sadik Gimel on the days 93. Rava Amar Gemora Vadon. It is about 10 lines up from a point that's wise. Rava Amar Vadon. So those are these quite fascinating. Rava says, who has the ability? Now, literally translated, Morach Vadon means the ability to smell and judge. Morach Vadon, who has the ability to smell and judge, is ultimately fit to go ahead and be immersed. The civil Mara Ina Yishko. What does this mean? As someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and intuit. Rashi says over here, Michael, I read you more about God. So when we have caught up on the shofet, the idea here is that there are people who possess such an acute sense of judgment. They're able to perceive that which is right and that which is wrong, without even hearing all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell the emes. So the Gemara was like, the Gemara says, Bar Koziva. The Gemara tells an incredible story. Bar Koziva, also known as Bar Koziva. Bar Koziva, so Bar Koziva, Rashi says over here, Malchei Hordishaya. He was one of the Halonian kings, right? One of the descendants of Herod. So he was the king over Klal Yisrael. So Bar Koziva Malach Tartin Shneim. So Bar Koziva lives for 3.5 years. I'm going to Rabbi, I'm a Mashiach. I am the Mashiach. Bar Koziva was the self-declared Mashiach. Amalei, the Mashiach said, the Moravadon. And Mashiach says that he's able to go and smell judgment. I need to hear all the details of the case. Rather, he's able just to go and a little bit smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So the Gemara says, let's say I'm not more Badon. So Bar Koziva, if you think that you're Mashiach, let's see, can you smell justice? Given the Hazid Moravadon, once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so he was a false Messiah, and they killed him. And once again, this is interesting, right? Because of some level of historical exactly what happened with Bar Koziva. Clearly, must indicate that Bar Koziva was killed by the Jews. Other accounts have it that Bar Koziva was killed by the Romans. So, okay, it's interesting. Either way, Bar Koziva ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva thought that Bar Koziva was Mashiach. So Bar Koziva had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential. So let's say okay, the Gemara was like this. Daniel, Haran Yishal, Ba'azari, B'Sidiru, Asher Ubahem Komu'um, B'Tobi Marat, U'Maskil L'Chol, Asher Kach Ba'am La'amod Ha'Hekal HaMelech. The Lam Yam Sefer, the Lashon Kasdi. So this is now this pasuk highlighting the praises of Haran Yishal, Ba'azari.
Gemara now goes to Daniel. My shechem ban common. What does it mean they had no blemish? Rabbi Kama bar Chanina Amar Afilu Kirivka Kuslisa Lo Hababu. They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of blood. In other words, they were healthy. They never even needed blood letting. My Vasher Kacham Namo Be'etana. What does it mean that they had the strength to stand in the palace of the king? Or in the time of Rabbi Chanina Ramishu, Omshinas Atzlam Naskok. It means that when they were before the king, they would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter, from sleep. And they would abstain from going to the bathroom. They would hold back their knees because of the reverence for the monarch. So let's say, ask yourself, so let's take a shot. Like, what does it matter? Like, so what does it matter for us? So let's say at a very simple level, the idea is teaching us like this. We're able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and we're even able to restrain their bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of the king, then Allah has kind of a stomach. The ability that we have to exercise self-restraint, and the ability that we have in order not to engage in frivolous activity because we too stand before the king at all times. Incredible. However, Allah says, "Who am I doing?" Allah said that all of them, were all from Shaded Yehuda. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel Barakani Amar, Yehudim Yehuda, Karani Mishabazayim Mishashvati. So this is agreement. So again, so Rabbi Shmuel Barakani says that Daniel was from Yehuda, but everyone else was from other Shvatim. Melech Asher Yitzim Mechot, Asher Toli Yikvu, Bahai Suisi Mehecham Nalach Bava. The Pasuk says from your sons that will come from you, the king will take them as Suisi. Suisi, my Suisi, not the Suisi. So Rabbi, I'm a Suisi Mamish. That says the ability means like a unit. Like the king would often castrate his servants, in order that he should not be distracted by anything and be fully and fully devoted to him. And if you know Amar, so it starts out with Rabbi. No, what it means is that Avodah was like cut off. Avodah was castrated during their days. They had a successful ability to remove Avodah. This one, man, that starts out with Rabbi Mayhem. That says that Avodah was, so to speak, castrated during their days. And with the Siv, the Chaval, according to the being that says that they're a little Swissen. So what's the pshat of the pasuk? So the Gemara says, "My v'chavalo yisibahol chavla delura." It means that ultimately that fire had no effect on them. A reference to the kish shalem.
That's conscription.
The first that we spoke yesterday. Daksiv, Reach nor lo adafkan. It means is again there was no fire, nor was the sense of smoke impact them as well. So according to the being that says that Avodah was cut off during their days, and it said, "Kama from the side, so much Yishmael Shab Society." Element the honor, Swissen Manish, you strike out the use of this. According to the opinion that says that they were Manish Swissen, so ultimately again with the pasuk that Hashem makes reference of this level of degradation, which verses Abaha Hazabah. That's literally the two passages of them. But also they were able to cut off Avodah during these red days. Incredible. The Gemara goes like this. Good. The additional one, I'm going to squeeze in Manish, and with the sick, principle it says that they're Manish squeezing. So the pasuk says, "But they see when Cholos Ayad Hashem, Tov Libanim Ulibanos." The pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves was even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. Elman Damish the status of Azadi Mayhem, my Tov Libanim Ulibanos. And then that's by Yitzchak Libanim Shahayu Lahem Tzivar in this. It's better in the apparently put by an idea that before they were made sweet by the king, they had children. Therefore, children again, those children pre-deceased. In my shame, all of Eti and Washa Loyi carries. What is it that given in the throne or nothing? Allah comes from Dash Makafra, Bitsipuri, Zes Sefer Daniel, Shenikla al Shimon. That's called Sefer Daniel. That's ultimately again, Sefer Daniel is named, obviously, again, by for Daniel. Mythics, where asks the general question. It's not that I know that Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. So that's an interesting question. Mythic, Kamili de Ezra Nechanya, Ben Chachatz, Kamili de Ezra, Nechanya de Chachaya Amir.
So interesting enough, the Gemara says pretty much all of the words, what's one of my in our Tanakh, like we have Sfarim, Ezra, and Nehemiah. In reality, there's really only one Sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So Gemara says something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah. So that's the reason why it's called Ezra and not Nehemiah. To which the Gemara says, "My time alone, Ikri Sefer al Shnei." Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah? Rabbi Yirmiyah bar Abba really should make Sefer Yatsmo. Because ultimately, again, Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Shnei Emar. Zohar li Elokai l'tova. Remember me, my God, for good. I, the David Nami, name of Amra, Zachrini Hashem B'Tzalecha, Haksim B'Shuasecha. I, David Amelech, also said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, remember me. Taking credit almost like he had a little bit of requisite merits in order to go ahead and have his two grants. David Rachmi Kabbai. David was asking for that once. That was like Rachmi for Klal Yisrael as well. You also remember the day, Shasina B'Gusha Shorishoni. Was like this incredible. So Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the Sefer named from why? Because he spoke disparagingly about the older ones. What does this mean? Shneimar, Va'achos harishon Hashem. If bidu ala'am, vayikhu lehem balachem v'yayin va'achokez hashkalim al-boy. So listen, this is incredible. That Ezra disparaged Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before him, and ultimately accused them of exploiting their position for personal gain. Now, the fascinating was that even though he may have been right, it might have been that what he said was factual, you can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. Listen, we saw this yesterday back, the opinion that said that Hanan Yishmael Azariah drowned in saliva, like he drowned in spit. We saw it in our show, we said, now what does that mean? The big nations of the world to speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew, never touching some people from the other. Therefore, again, because Nehemiah, not truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having a Sefer name with him. He must have said about the Afal Dunya She'ever Dunya Sefer. He just spoke negatively about Nehemiah. And we know on to God Nehemiah. Now, by the way, how do we know that Shebel Nehemiah? How do we know that he's greater than him? So the Gemara says. So next cycle. Beyond the woman of the same, right? You see, and you can the value as Amara. By not so much how you mean low as Amara about how other to go and not allow them. By you look they have a by the sugar say you know it's it. The Gemara says, so how do you know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the possible report the episode where there was a dramatic vision, Daniel had the vision and no one else saw. No one else saw but Daniel. In fact, Daniel was not saying what did you thought that Daniel was greater? The Gemara says, who were these other people who were with Daniel that didn't see the vision? Rabbi Yirmiyah Abba said, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. The other prophets, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. So they were there with Daniel. They did not see the vision. Let's say, Tzadik Kala, without 94A. Anyway, people in Nayu, Vishu Adif Minai. What's it interesting enough with certain respects, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel, and in other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, Ingo Adif Minai, Tok Nukle Gendei, Haggai, Zechariah, were greater than Daniel, the evil would be, the evil will not be, the evil not be. Interestingly enough, so Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi were considered to be bona fide with him. Daniel apparently was a lower grade Nabi. The evil Adif Minayim, the evil Chazah, the evil Lo Chazah. And Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision, and they do not have this vision. So Gemara says, "V'hine after the Lo Chazah, my time it is." Well, again, here's the problem: if they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they fighting? Are they fighting? What caused the fight? So I said, this is very interesting. Rabbi Shmanin Ansai. Afagav the Inu Lo Chazun Midi Mazlai. Afagav the Inu Lo Chazun Midi Mazlai Chazun. Even though they didn't see anything, their muzzles saw. Listen, what does this mean? What does it mean when muzzles saw? So often mazda refers to like astrological signs. In this context, I think what it means is as follows. Every person has a malach, right? Every person has like a ministering angel. who advocates for them, so watch this, not watch this, watch over this, but like assigned to me. So sometimes there are things that my mouth sees that I don't see. But yet again, there is like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach. And therefore the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something and my malach sees something, so that has an impact on it. Gemara says, "Rabbi Nishmamina, Hayman Dimatis Apagav Di'ulo Chazi Mazlei Chazi." This is fascinating. Sometimes in life, sometimes like a person can be gripped by fear, and the fear doesn't even make sense. Like the fear itself could be illogical. But what does it mean sometimes when a person is gripped by fear that they don't know why? What does that mean that my mouth is something, even though I can receive my mouth sword, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the most Maita Kante. So what's the technical for that? Let's say a person is gripped by fright. I'm not exactly sure what the fight is, but I know that I want to be out of this emotion. Linshot Mikukte Arbagani. So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot. Galaramis. Jump away, Galaramis. Inami, Dikir Kriyashma, or say Shema, the fight the Mokom Hamchinofas, and if ultimately again you're standing in a place where Halacha might say again it's dirty, so you can't say Shema, what should you say? Say the following. The goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. Okay. So let's say perhaps Gemara is teaching us, Rabbi is teaching us three profound ideas. There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. So I said, what's the chat of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing, because fear has the ability to literally paralyze me or keep me in place. What should you do in life when you are seized by fear? There are two possibilities. Number one, jump out, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only tolerance. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is clear, if you remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place. Right? The person wants to by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of an ounce, move yourself forward in life. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. What is it? Anchor yourself in that Shema. Shema is the ultimate. It's like the greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So you're seized by like unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema. Let yourself trust in powerful. That will be the clock to move forward. So I will say, lastly, what should you do? Say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than you. What is that? Sometimes I will say fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't real. This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me, it's just like a statement that I can't how do you feel when you say that statement? What's your reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? It's like a smile. Like the idea of here is so many times we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is you break the hold on here by saying something like a shtickle nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like changes the mood a little bit, and be able to move yourself forward. You're gripped by paralyzing fear, therefore move yourself forward, anchor yourself in the target, and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually is. You'll be able to move yourself forward, even in the midst of the most mobilizing fear. Incredible. So the Gemara says, the name rock. So the Gemara says, Lamarka had short about Shalom in case, no country, Dutch like having this story, 15 man, called men, Shabbat, Sativa, Asua, possess us in general, say, general of men in the middle of a puzzle. Right? It's open. And only remember the end of the word is closed. Yet in this word, men in the middle is closed. Speaking to us about the Kiskio Mashiach. So it's incredible. This person is like Kiskio. Kiskio, the king of Yehuda. So let's talk about the Kiskio Mashiach. The Sancheriv go Umabel. Remember again, Sancheriv, who comes out to do battle with Kiskio. And someone can make him Gogu Mogul. Remember again, there's this word of Gogu Mogul, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Messiah. So someone can make Kiskio Mashiach and Sancheriv. Gogu Mogul. Only because I do get what's called the Roshol. Not coming out of these goals. Shabbat Hamashiach, this is Bakum Kavanefah. Lord Sisa Mashiach.
need that like you have to be restricted just to the Rosh Hashanah. It's like there's like a system of checks and balances like the Hazar from Sparkle. Rosh Hashanah is ready to go and make this Yomela. You need to think smart. Something was greater than Fiskio, and you didn't make double Mashiach. So the Gemara says, "V'lo also some Mashiach. Fiskio shasis lo kol nisim." Right? So Fiskio also called nisim alone. V'lo amar shiur lefanecha taseo Mashiach. So again, Fiskio ultimately again he did so many miracles for him. And yet, unfortunately, he didn't see Shira. David saying so much Shira. Take a feeling. He's going to so many miracles. He didn't see Shira. You're going to make him a Shia. The Kaf Nistaki. Therefore, the mem, right? The mem which represents the Shia. The mem was closed. It was closed. Hashem wanted to make this Yom Mashiach, and then the mem was closed because the leaders didn't shut it down, preventing Fiskio from becoming Mashiach. What do you see from here? What prevented Fiskio from becoming Mashiach? His lack of Shira. You see from here the power of gratitude to the Ribono Shel Olam. And the ability, the greatness of David HaMelech is not only Shira, but it's Shira at all times. Shira in times of good, Shira in times of challenge, Shira in times of happiness, Shira in times of tragedy. That is the avoda of the year. That is the quality of Mashiach. The ability to sing Shira to Hakadosh Baruch Hu no matter what's happening in your life. The Gemara was like, "Miyad has ha'aretz v'amar on Ribono Shel Olam." This is such a beautiful Gemara. The earth says Hashem, "Ani omer lefanecha Shira kashas tzadik zeh v'aso Mashiach." Wow, v'aso Mashiach. The earth says, "You please make Chizkiyo Mashiach." He didn't sing Shira. I'll sing Shira for Chizkiyo. I'll sing Shira on his behalf. The Gemara says, "Pascha Amar Shira lefanecha Shneimar mikneh ha'aretz b'shemiros sh'olam tzvilat tzadik." Amar Sarah Olam lefanecha Ribono Shel Olam tzidyono asa l'tzadik zeh. So ultimately, again, Sarah Olam. Interestingly enough, Rashi says, "Malach shekola Olam Masra b'yado." So whatever this means, can't give this like Malach, like universe CEO. He's the who delegates things. So the Sarah Olam said, "Hakadosh Baruch Hu, Shamanu Tzilat Tzadik." Sarah Olam Shamar Asa Tzivyono Shel Tzadik. So the Sarah Olam says, "Hakadosh Baruch Hu again." It seems like the universe is acting on behalf of the Tzaddik. That's what Amra Razi Li. So the Sarah owns it. Let's go. Make Tzidkiyo Mashiach. Now the earth has said Shira on his behalf. And she didn't say Shira, so Shira on his behalf. The Basco came out and said, "Razi Li, the secrets of the world are for me." So I changed my mind to Yaakov, and Tzidkiyo is not going to be Mashiach. I'm not reading. Amar Navi, Oili, as Mosad. The Navi says, woe to me, right throat. How long? Now the Navi now is lamenting the Mashiach has not yet come. So I say, when will Mashiach come? Yasas Abaskova Amra, Bogdim, Bogdim, he's going to be stuck. At the Asu, poses a until again, literally there are enemies and enemies of enemies. Meaning that unfortunately, Klal Yisrael has to suffer much until Mashiach comes. Masa Doma Elai Kori Nisir, Shomer Man Milayla, Shomer Man Milayla. I'm going to be open. Oswana Kamun Ala Rikos, Duma Shmo. The Malach who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma. So the Gemara says, let's cut to Kala Rikos, it's a Duma. So all of the winds speak to Duma. Amrulo, Shomer Ma Milayla, Shomer Ma Milayla. So essentially, again, also if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Sarah Rikos, Shana Shamos Nifkados Eslo, Bahinu Masa Duma Kak Amar Duma Elai. Which means Rashi understands that Ruach, which means not really, but instead Ruach is the Shamas. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Shamas. So everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Manulel, Mad Davar, Masaki Sakula Mara, when is the Lulu? It's incredible, by the way, to see the most kind of information. We often think that we are the only ones in mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly in this pushing for Mashiach, which we begin to see is something absolutely amazing. The world wants Mashiach. The universe wants Mashiach. And everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So we must Amar Shomer, Asa Boker B'Amayla, Bayim Shul Asayim. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, so ultimately, again, there's going to be, the Boker will come, the Jordan will come, but at the end of the day, only after it goes. Like Rashi says, Asa Boker, the Tmiya, Shisham, the Lokasa, the Benafan, Allah, Sar, Kaf, Amar Shomer, comes Baruch, Asa Boker, Gula Tavo, Hagam Laila, About the Gula Tiyako is happening. Morning will come, but before morning, it will be a great night. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer, Asa Boker, Hagam Laila, Intibayun, Bayu, Shuva Asali. So two things. So, right, morning will come. But one more morning will come. Number one, Intibayun. If you yearn for it. You have to yearn for it. The Prophet is not giving us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, Shuva Asali. Ultimately, again, we have to do tshuva. So let's say two elements. It's interesting. There's many elements to tshuva. But here, the Malach who's in charge of the Neshama says, what is the Prophet waiting for? Remember what he wants? He needs us to want it. We don't want it bad to become Bali tshuva. If we can have these two elements, then at the end of the day, Mashiach will come. Our Torah Mishra, Rabbi promise. Let's say first the white lines at the young left. That's the widest one. It was embarrassing for Tzio that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira. Other examples of situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira until someone else reminded us to do it. Yisrael says, blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael. And as the time of Rabbi Papis, united the Moshe B'Shishim Livot, Shalom Baruch, Ad Sheba Yisrael V'Amar Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came on and said, now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira, as Moshe and Yisrael, but no one used the formulation of Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came on. It was embarrassing that Yisrael was the innovator of this and not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisrael. So what I say, interestingly enough, Vayichad, what does that mean? Rabbi Shmuel, Rav Amar, Sheher B'Cherev Chada Al B'Sara. He circumcised himself. Yisrael was so impressed with all of my fathers, so he wanted to join my supply, so he gave himself this meal. Shmuel says, Shen'esa Chadudim Kol B'Sara. He got goosebumps. Why? So it says, Amarav, Shmuel says, it's interesting that the goosebumps are understood to me. The Israel was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. Everything is trying. And again, as much as he was awed by what the Prophet did, he was a member of the Most High. He was a member of the nation of the world. He was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to the Gentile nation of Egypt. So the Gemara says, Omrav, we see from the Rabbi Inshi, Yura, Adasara, Daila, Tiza, Aramon, Kevin. It's a very important story. That in front of a convert, do not disparage Gentiles up to 10 generations. So listen, this is just such a fascinating idea. And on one hand, when someone converts, what do you say? Gershon is God. You're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. Let's say it's just fascinating. But it's because a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Which is sometimes really contradictory. Let me choose to live in this other contradiction. So Gemara says, he says it's in fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel like they say, Yisrael. Remember again, Yisrael left everything. Work from Klal Yisrael. She's again, circumcised all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. The Gemara says, L'chein, Yishalach Adon Hashem Tzvadach Yemishman of Razon, Ma'im Yishalach Razon, Amar Kashmarfu, Yavak Iskiyahu, Sheyish no Shmona Shelos, Yifra Misanteir Sheyish no Shmona Shelos. Let this guy, I must say, remember, there's a lot of allusions in this this battle between Sancheir and Chizkiyahu. So let Chizkiyahu, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer for exact punishment from Sancheir, who has 8 names. So I believe not much is considered. Chizkiyahu did say, Yalad Yulat Manu, then Mutin Manu, Bati Hamishra al Shekmo, the Krishmo, Havayois, El Gibor, Abihad, Sashalom, Iva, Yitzhak Chizkiyahu. Okay, what about acting in Chizkiyahu? Which was interesting enough, Chizkiyahu might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name, Shechasku Ka.
This is literally just a descriptive name that Baruch gave him strength. Davar Acher, Chizkiah Shema, Chizkiah Shechizek Yisrael B'Yisrael. So we'll say other possibilities. Once again, Chizkiah is not a real name, it's a descriptive name. Why is it called Chizkiah? Ultimately because he strengthened the bond between God and Israel. We'll see more about that in a little bit. Sancheriv, what is Sancheriv? Also, it's today, Tiglas Pileser, Planeser, Shalmaneser, Fool, Sargon, Asanfar, Rabba, Yakira. Okay, I agree. What about Sancheriv? First where it says, no, also that's descriptive. The word says, Shesichaso Riv. He was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Right? Sancheriv, we're going to see spoken.
Dude, I'll be there in a second. I'm going to whip your ass. Are you ready?
Literally again.
So, Zoot, talk to me while I do this. When's the next time? When's your podcast come out?
Are you excited? All right. Well, can you ask for it like not to come out? Well, I mean, okay, so you're not excited for it, but it's not like you're so embarrassed that you wouldn't want it to come out, right?
This is wild. Yeah. Because
Okay.
Right now, remember Sancheriv.
I didn't ask you what?
About Eretz Yisrael.
How did last night go, Zoot?
So I'll say this is incredible.
Okay, what was last night, big man?
What did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Roast battle. Hold on. I want to hear all about it.
How he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel will say, one says that Sancheriv is very wise, and one says Sancheriv is very foolish. He's a smart king.
Okay, what did you say to her?
So I say, so ultimately, one is a smart king because Sancheriv knew if he would tell the Jews that take the better land, he's not better.
Okay. What did she say to that? Okay. Are you?
I'm sorry.
All right. So, who judges who wins?
So if you're going to get there by some occasions to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land,
It's BS. How old was she?
You should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought it. Okay,
All right. Scale of 0 to 10. No, you are doing that. That's the question that I asked you about everybody.
Exiled Jews, never spoke negative about them.
Doug, then I'm going to have to guess. She was a 6.
So Afriki, and Chanina Amar, the Hari Sluk. Hari Sluk. Fine, different places we exile them. Aval, Yisrael sit more in Yisrael.
Yeah, we're going to play. Just one moment. I'm adjusting a computer. And you need to be fucking patient, dog. If you're not going to be patient, I'm not going to play with you. So just hold on. And I'm not only going to play with you, but I'm going to dominate you.
This new land is just as nice as our land. They said ultimately again, this is like our land as well.
Is that your favorite thing to do in the world?
When they came to a place called Sostre, Omri al-Chad Trade. They said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. We find ourselves in new lands, and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael.
Yo, bad dog, what's up? You think you're what? Dude, you suck dick. You suck dick at all of these games, man. Oh, you think you're gonna beat me at bowling? That doesn't happen.
code key code H. Rashi says over here, this is talking about again when Sanchiriv's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says, Sanchiriv's army was their bodies remained intact.
Dude, are you proud that you got a spare?
So the Gemara says, like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things that they wear. This is actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday, that even in this time of Sakana, the person should make sure to keep himself intact. Right? The Gemara says, even though they were in the furnace, they made sure that they were wearing proper clothing.
Why was it bad, Zoot?
It's called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are.
Is that because you suck dick?
Ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So it says, therefore, your clothes, interesting, your clothing is what gives you honor.
Zoot, why did you only get one pin?
Just like by the death of Aaron's son. By the death of Aaron's sons.
Oh, because you suck?
The fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too when Sanchiriv's army was killed.
What was the score?
But their bodies remained intact. So it was a ton of this is a good Paro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself.
So you won.
So Paro himself, who blasphemed, his punishment.
Is that your second win ever? Is that your second win ever, Zoot? Are you proud of yourself? Your third win. Congratulations. So, I don't know, maybe they had shit to do. So this lady from Roast Battle.
Punishment from him himself.
0 to 10 this bitch. Dog. How about I'll translate for you. Z to 10 this bitch. Z to 10 this bitch. Zoot, you're gonna lose. Everyone knows you're gonna lose. You're one of the worst players in the history of the game. And I'm almost done. And I'm gonna beat you at mini golf. Then I'm gonna beat you at pool. Then I'm gonna beat you at dice party. And then I'm gonna call it a day. Dog, I'm gonna dominate you.
This was the this is like the incredible story.
Yo, what up, pimp?
There was no advice when you should be
Treading on thin
and you do you
ice.
You work your magic, and miraculously that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So that, if you notice, the lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem.
You watch your tongue.
I
like playing with you, but I don't like violence being taken against me. It's fine if you want to be like, dude, you suck at this game. That's fine. But when you start talking about physical violence, I mean, I don't really care. It's YouTube that cares. And it's Instagram that cares. And I get a message that pops up that says I can't use the account for 365 days because of something Zoot said. And I don't like that because I don't have unlimited accounts. Yes, it has happened. That's why I have to start cracking down. So you have an invitation, dude. Yes, it says for SELF space HARM reasons You cannot use this account for 365 days. At least on Instagram. And it says, dog, I didn't even do anything wrong. It was fucking Zoom. Yeah, I don't care.
Sancheiriv felt that he received divine.
Dude, look how good this shot is. Dude, are you watching this? Dude, are you watching this?
So Rashi says over here. So again, so Sancheiriv says, would I march against Yerushalayim?
Your shot sucks.
I'm already lying.
Dude, that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Okay. Pretty wild.
Dude, I'm already up on you. One hold to nothing.
So Mike, what are you talking about? We're just
That's incorrect.
I
don't think so.
So what happened? So interestingly enough, so Sancheiriv overhears the Navi. He hears the Navi talking, the Navi Yeshaya talking, and the Navi says that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And ultimately, again, it's Neshilach Ha'ochem La'aklat. They have forsaken the Shiloach waters, which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Ratzon ben Umalyah. So we'll see what all of this means. So Yosef says, were it not for the explanation of this pasuk, we would have no idea what it's talking about. Okay. Right? We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my comment. So the Gemara says, Chalaf, so this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Right? This nation has forsaken Malchus based David. That are kind to them, and speak to them softly the way the Shiloach waters.
What, when you say no?
When this nation was governed by Malchus based David.
Oh yeah, that's definitely no.
In such a kind and beautiful way.
Can we come back?
I mean, I don't know who else with him you're playing.
And instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot.
They go ahead and they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. I'm going to be open. I'm minded to Maras Hashem. So what's interesting over here is so Sancheiriv hears the Navi taking Klal Yisrael to task, and he feels okay. So Klal Yisrael is not doing the right thing. Obviously, again, it's time for them to lose that which they hold most dear. It's a mikdash. Eretz Yisrael. I'm going to be open. I'm minded to Maras Hashem bebeis Rasha. The Navi Tzadik Yivorach. Maras Hashem bebeis Rasha. What does it mean again? That ultimately the person Hashem is in the house of the Rasha. Zeh Pekach ben Remayahu. So I say, by the way, Pekach ben Remayahu was the king of Malchus Yisrael. And he was king of Malchus Yisrael. He was a Rasha. So how was he such a Rasha? Shai Ophel Memsa goes on speaking of Suda. He would eat literally again 40 pigeons for dessert. So apparently again, pigeon was a big dessert. Was a big dessert. Okay? From not until you try it, right?
Did you quit?
So again, he would eat all of these pigeons and he still would not be full. So listen, what does that highlight? What does that highlight? That highlights like a gluttonous type of lifestyle. And I will say, what Avodah Zarah, in general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see Avodah Zarah? Hedonistic behavior. Like Rav Shalom Alvarez brings down. What's the chilik between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem? What's the chilik? Avodah Zarah is you make God
Dice party.
Avodah Hashem is I make myself a God. What does everybody love about Avodah Zarah?
That's a garbage shot.
About Avodah Zarah is even when Klal Yisrael worship Avodah Zarah, it's not like they stopped worshiping
That's
Hashem.
bad.
Very often, they were still worshiping Hashem with Avodah Zarah. So
One of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work?
Dude, look how many you got in. This is trick shot, dog.
If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do in life. Right? All the stuff you really want to do. Okay, then make it a system of theology. that allows
That was
for all of
beautiful.
that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do,
You had an amazing combo shot,
but it's a
everybody.
mitzvah.
He pocketed the two ball.
And then all the stuff that you really don't care about. Make that
You're
all
not going to
process.
win in the shot. Get out of here with that garbage.
You want arayos, you want tarfs, you want tumor, like that becomes all of the mitzvahs. That's avodah zarah. That's avodah zarah. So wherever you see avodah zarah, you see a heightened form of humanistic there, because that's what it's all about. It's actually not about it's about that. HaKadosh Baruch Hu has very high expectations of us, and therefore he tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to a high standard. Avodah zarah is so I create a new system of theology in order to allow all of that to occur. So Pekach ben Gamaliel is eating all of the stuff, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's like, oh, we have avodah zarah.
Look how sick this shot is. Thanks. I appreciate it, Sue. Dude, that's a terrible shot. That's terrible. That's one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
But he didn't mean a lot.
I'm going to show you how this is done. Like a champion.
That means the implication that this part might not be. Remember, all of us have a void.
Dude, are you sucking on dicks?
The issue just is, if I have a relationship with that
Are
person,
you choking? On dicks?
So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says,
No way you hit this. Get out of here. That's one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Are you ready to see an amazing shot?
Ella, my time, and shows this therefore again. So Sancheriv hears this. Sancheriv hears all this stuff, and he hears the Navi literally says, what's the point out? Sancheriv was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of your non-compliance, right? Because of
Dude, what's your favorite episode of Kill Tony?
So Sancheriv says, okay, God wants me to do this. So if God wants me to do this, the Gemara says, so if that's the case, and my time, how is he punished? If Sancheriv actually did the will of God, why was he punished? The Gemara says, Navi Asar says, Shvatim is Navi. Very simple. Sancheriv was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He
You like Aaron Belial?
Oh,
that guy sucks. He's literally, he's not funny. He's literally my least favorite comic.
So ultimately, again, so the Navi tells Sancheriv, you overstep.
Because it just takes him too long, and he can't be really good with comebacks. Like, maybe his jokes are okay. He's had some okay jokes, but I don't know. I think that there's a big upside to him as technology improves. He'll be better. And he might be really good someday, but he's also Canadian, and Canada sucks, so there's that. Oh no, Zoot, you could win. Zoot, don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. Zoot is gonna fuck it up. It's gonna fuck up the easiest win in the history of the game. And he fucked it up. Oh, Zoot, how did you fuck that up, dog? Dog.
So I say this is fascinating. So Sancheriv, you can have control over Israel. Why?
The one with Shane Gillis and
that's
Trump and
you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again.
Adam Ray is Biden. Just Shane Gillis' Trump impression is so good.
And they were deserving of miracles. Like
that's the episode that got me hooked on Kill Tony. And when I say hooked, I mean I love that show so much. It's big, what a shot. It's become my Monday tradition. I love that show. When I watch
amongst
these guys, he's hosting the roast of Kevin Hart in May on Netflix.
Like a laughing stock amongst it. This is the Sancheriv. So what's this? Interesting enough,
you know who Kevin Hart is?
The 10 tribes of Mount Yisrael. And his mistake was going after Mount Yisrael.
So the Gemara goes like,
Is what a new thing? What about it?
So
Like 15 years ago.
So the Gemara says, "Hi Rishna," the high parasha. She says,
Yeah, it was the highest show that roast that they did on
why was
Comedy
Hiskio
Central for the time.
right after all the Hiskio was a big tzaddik? So why was Hiskio deserving of having Sanhedrin versions? In other words, we'll say as much as Hiskio is successful over Sanhedrin, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. Hiskio is such a tzaddik.
I told my friends in 2008 I heard a rumor about it. They all were like, "You're nuts," and then one of them came back to me and they're like, "You know what? I heard about it too from some insiders that he was interested in doing it." And I said I didn't know when he wanted to be, but that I thought he would be, at least run. Well, and it's not like it's a huge surprise. Wow, I just finished that game off with a motherfucker. He ran in 2000. He ran in the year 2000, but it just he wasn't nearly as popular as he became after his show. His show's the thing that really made him, because it was super popular and it was like must-see TV, and it gave him this panache, it showed his like charisma, and it showed a lot about his company, and it showed a lot about his family, and people knew about him before then. I don't want it to be like he wasn't popular before then. He was, but it more legitimized him as more from just a businessman or a business person into a star. And then that show had a bunch of different versions of itself. They had celebrity one, but I mean, I remember watching the original one, and it was giant. I mean, it made NBC. It brought NBC back to being the number one show on television, the number one channel. NBC had lost the number one show after Seinfeld and Friends, and they had a little bit of a lull. Not major, but like CBS had Survivor, and Survivor was huge, and Fox had the American Talent show, and it just brought it back. Now, Zuda, are you ready to lose in Dice Party?
That's why the pasuk says, Yitzchak offered up to the God of his father. What was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was with us again.
So you have an invitation.
Says, we don't understand why he knew that had he divulged his plan to Hiskio would have said, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. And I will say so many times.
You play Dice Party,
have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm going to stress.
Are you going to get Full House?
And I have such hope job. But there's like this piece of me that thinks.
Are you proud of your Full House?
Very nice, he brought the salvation. But the same God who brought the salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. It's like I'm accountable for this problem. Don't bring the crisis, and you won't leave the salvation. So that's the cheshbonos and cheshbon. That's where the emotion runs the world. And somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself was necessary. Sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. Let's go a little bit weiter. Says the Gemara, don't worry, everything's going to be okay. The yoke of Sanheriv will be lifted upon you. Shman. What's the Shman means? What's the oil?
Give me two.
Literally, again, the yoke of Sanheriv was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of Hiskio.
I know.
Hiskio. It's beautiful.
says what in Russia is constant like oil represents light. Constant light burning in the medrash all over Malchus Yudah from 3 times the scale. Ma'asa, what does the scale do? Na'atz charev apesach beis medrash. He put a sword at the entrance of the beis medrash, and he said, "Va'amar, kol mi she'ena osik b'Torah, yikaper b'charev zu." He says, whoever leaves the beis medrash will be stabbed with this sword. Beside this sword, I was saying, what is this? People left the beis medrash? No, it's figurative. But Hizkiyahu was trying to tell Klal Yisrael what's the following idea. Torah is not a recreation of pursuit.
We're done. We're done.
Torah is life. And if you don't
Take
have
care,
it,
man.
you won't
Take care,
have life. That's what he was saying. But like, sometimes we look at Torah, and what's Torah? He points out,
Hi, Zeus.
how he's living Torah. And people fall asleep during the drasha. That's what he said. People fall asleep during the drasha. So it's not anything else. It's like Yisrael. You're not going to sing the again, right? But it falls during the drasha. Can you imagine? Like you're lost in a bad neighborhood. Well, so these are the days. This is a day that's much better before you're in a bad neighborhood, and you're going to a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine the no directions there is? Right? It says no one is nodding off. You know why? Because that's going to save your life. Because if you realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving. The words of Torah are life-saving. Life-saving, hey, then you never know that. Sometimes you have to speak like that, right? Or whatever. So, not everybody is in order. So, okay, it's fair. Then, a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else for not being entertaining enough or engaging enough. A lot of it is us and how we relate to Torah. And the truth is, sometimes really us. It's a beautiful part. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful part. It's not a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what Hizkiyahu was trying to hide. The sword was there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, you will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately, against us, I find myself in such negative straits. So the Gemara goes, let's finish up. The Gemara says, but when we done by Beersheba, they checked from Dan until Beersheba, for the Matzu Amaris Mikvas Haventifus. There was not an Amaris, there was no one who was ignorant to the words of Torah, all the way from Mikvas until Antifus. For the Matzu Tino Kitinokes Ish Isha Shalahayu Bikin Hilchos Tumavatara. And everyone was well versed in the laws of Tumah and Tara. Osadar Omer Vayabayahu Ish Aglas Bakar State Zor was one more minute. So what's this? So incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Hizkiyahu. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, what's that? By the way, in what? Not mistakes, brothers. Right? Not helpful Shabbos.
Good job.
Right? Halachos of Tumah and Tara. What's that? What happens when we get to Tumah and Tara? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going to be? All right? When is this going to be over? Let's say those halachos mean everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachos of Tumah and Tara. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations. Right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they were having listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially, and furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes that were just kind of lying waste. People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on the fields. Now let's say it was the oil which represents the ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Hizkiyahu that ultimately again allowed them to be successful over Santer and Melachasha. Listen, there's much more to say. Let's stop what I was saying. Pretty much. One incredible. All right, everybody's in good Shabbos, everyone. Right. Right. So it works us. Right? Alright, we'll say good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today, our annual Comic sponsor. Social Shpachar ROTHSCHILD dedicated all insurance groceries this year. This is for the service photos for audience. Our Comic sponsors for the work of the Arbor Haba, the Toba, Tiny, Steve Zim, the Lovely of these properties that can have a charge to the first experience of Hapone, the Zip of your big and bunny families in memory of William Zip, Zed, Shmuel, Ben, and so. Are we from William sponsors? We hear the Senators, the William Zip, Obi, Hoodies, Esther, Box, and Roses, Pony, the Hawk, and like the William sponsors, Ruben Makovsky, in memory of Ira Kasavsky, and William Blackstein, the Pony, the Hawk, and Merit Art, and all of the shows on our real families in the color. All of those who need us, wish I would give us full police rights and distraction, all of our hostages, and our home soldiers should be successful for the Savior. Let's do that. Let's go. Days back in Sabbath 93. We are starting on Sabbath days on the hours 92A. 14 rains off the bottom and the bottom, but we got this. With a love of God says how it's pushing the eyes maybe coming in also. Anyone has been singing roughly, anyone who does not. Living again allows only a coming to benefit from his possessions will not see rough heart forever. Means, it's another thing. So the person is supposed to share his possessions with how he becomes. Means, supports Torah. If a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, they never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. So that's the logical here. Talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources outside help Torah, thinking that by not doing them, he'll have more for himself. So therefore the halacha says doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, ultimately you'll just have less for yourself. And it's really up to our up like to go. The AC elevator, coming share, seeing my share, shake, away, I'm going to love it. Those are some towers. It's one of the culture of the China contact with the lesson of the other. If at the end of the meal, you don't leave something right on the table, you will not see lessons. Which means, in other words, make sure to always be there for some bread on your table. Okay? So the Lord says, I'm not. The other one says, my sweet love, I feel like I'll do that. I was not on the Raja, who was shy of the CC and Shofano. She was over that one. As the Raja said, everyone's over bread, every pieces of bread on this table. Ultimately, it's as if we worship idolatry. So it sounds like, obviously, the believing over bread is not a good thing. So he knows, so Shinema, open the God, Shulchan, Hamal, and the money of us. What Kasha, how do you show the Hadawa? How do you show the Hadawa? So currently, the way of Avodah is God. Because when you worship God, you want to see them together into wholeness. So if you need little pieces of the whole that's what it's like Avodah. But just go ahead and leave pieces. That's what you're seeing about Avodah. So what's the shot that we do over bread? We do over bread represents the sinning bracha in one's house. So first of all, it's going to be a little bit more of a double type motif, like overflowing. As the idea is that there's extra. The same way overflows the cup of Abdullah because it's only wanted to be. That's only a cup running over. That's what you want. Something you do over extra activity. And there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that Allah release the possession of blood. That means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's Kedusha? What's Kedusha to you? The Ramban says, Kaddish actually called the Nashim of Allah. It's not an issue. It's not just for everyone from Mikvah. So even in the world of that which is Mikvah,
I limit myself. I moderate myself. So that's the shot as well. If I have a meal and I don't see everything, and leave a little bit over, that's ultimately again, that's in the spirit of moderation. And when there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay, tell me what I said. Kalmachid b'dibur, ki oida v'njah, Israel lahos. Now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, Kalmachid b'dibur means a person changes his voice, which means it's not like a person is trying to conceal his identity, but the truth is not typically going to also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships like God worships. Also, at least he didn't kill himself. Awesome. Hava Havima on Massive Factory. Don't know what this deal of a Kolistato the Ervot, Kashto in Eres. So literally translated, whoever looks at the Ervot, whoever looks at Ervot, with this special disease, is Kashto in Eres. His bowl is empty. What does that mean? You know what Rashi? Kashto in Eres. Rashi says over here, not, so the Gemara says, sorry, Koach, Ishu, Over Shalosh, Min Ar, Shein Amori. So Rashi says over there, we'll discuss what Erva means, and if a person looks at Erva, which means some types of something illicit, Kashto in Eres. Rashi understands this to not be a mental ability, he becomes influenced. He becomes influenced. Like, what did I just say? Koshi, Over Shalosh, so again, don't show me, not show me, so not. Every America, أي شيء تشتغل ما مسمى بسط شو ترى تشتغل ده مستقبل أنا خاشي بعلاية إيش خاشي اليوم بس شو تزعل is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second functionality is that a person thinks about a married man, even when he's in his own life, he thinks about a married man. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and appropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the inappropriate? Touch on the others. His bowl is empty. So actually saying, you know, it's like that. Like we're like a laptop dysfunction. Like we're just not going to be able to father children. That's just what a deeper level. What I'm saying is like this. The thing about our lives, the thing about being alive, is that it's ultra like when a person has a lust, a person has desire for others, if it looks over the individual, and literally, it could set a person up all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a strength, so that's what I call it. That's what we got, right? You know, you just someone that's me. That's it. It's not always going to feel like this out of one right? I can only, as much as I want to say my potential is limitless, which is true, my cost is not. Because at a certain point in time, there was no more gas in the tank. This is how this is. What do you use your energy for? Because there are certain things that are all consuming around this energy. There's a lot of immorality. One of those things, it'll empty your boat. It'll empty the tank. Your boat will stop you with all your vitality and therefore, not only am I engaged in a villa, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. It's time to be lost. That's why you only have the cover of the cover. Person should always be humble. Not says over here, have the honor of the gift. Be humble and be rich. Humility is the key to longevity. That's what it is. Yeah. By Sapa, in post for the Shalom, Steve of Friga Shlamina. Tuesday was I just look at this is working with the defensive of moving back, which means a home that Salas. The interesting is that the only home that Salas is actually got natural light in the house. Unfortunately, if one does not have windows, you don't start being in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's Salas on the home. So the idea is that home without windows represents humility. Home without windows can't get Salas. A person who is humble saves himself in a lot of life situations. Humility is the secret to longevity. I'm going to study, I'm going to might get sick. What's the meaning of the pasuk that says Sha'ol? What it's a record Eretz what's the name? So the King of Kingdom Sha'ol, it's a record. What's the Sha'ol is the grave, the record is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? I wonder if this is fascinating. Not record, not this in the sea. Just like the record, just like doing pigs in, but doing pigs in the sea, and ultimately again in this, the baby. Sha'ol, not this in the so to the grave. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, but Motzi, yes, amazing. Ta'alot from Kavachomer, Uma record, so at least another Hashem, Motzi, also the Kavachomer, so the womb which takes in quietly, yet ultimately the mix with great cries, because the baby. So Sha'ol Shemakis in both the colors, in addition to another Botanic colors. So with the grave, which again when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying, very likely there's crying, so too is the mix, yes, amazing, it's going to be even greater cry structure. You can't show the only yes, amazing, ultimately what we want is this isn't inclusive proof, but just yes, amazing, going to see the fixing of giving the first of and as this is a good power. How does it feel? So we can check that for quite a lot. Let's see, so in the closing up, this is fascinating how that comes. But these things are quite part of these places that I have and bring that part. Yes, it is. Doing the restoration. Yes, will not die. Exactly. What's that? All these questions come up. Of course, that's the other crisis. We Christmas and resurrection of the dead. Okay, it's really incredible. Incredible. So, two people died there afterwards, and you want to say some people don't die. So, some people are resurrected, they will die. שנאמר בעיה, נפשע בסיום בנות מירושלים, קדוש יומנו, אבל קוסם החיים ירושלים, מה קדוש יומנו קיים, אפילו יומנו קיים. So the passage compares Tzadikim to Kadosh, to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Yerushalayim is eternal, so is the Tzadikim come back to life to see an element of eternality as well. On the days, Yom also Shem Yisrael HaKadosh Baruch Hu B'Haim, as also the list of Hashem Levado, Dayanoni, and so this is that specifically by itself. So we're going to talk about this idea of the that there is this concept that as soon as something comes, the world will stop. Like we have this feeling, you'll see this. I world has been for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stopped. Well, after it stops, quick this world is going to recreate another world from you. It sounds like everything that exists will be erased, but this world will start again. What happens is that we can during those during that like cosmic we both stage really well. So we might say, so we might say, so we can find things showing. Shut it up where I'm at. Not from its finish of making wings like birds and they fly above the water. There's a reservation for water. So the consciousness of world will be recreated. What's creation is state of creation, right? We're not going to came out like us. So they want to go back to water. Because the people will be given wings. And actually, if they learn those wings will propel them over the water. And so let's say, whether it's such a Shinamar, Akula, Nida, and the Eretz, it's not coming to the giant. Shema Tova Yishlam Tsar. Maybe let's say they have Tsar, maybe they have difficulty doing this. Like, because it actually, everything that life shows you. That is the technique. If you believe in that, you want to really transcend all the different levels of consciousness. So the minute you use the check in test out, you learn from this bias. So what about the resting facility? What about the dead, like the test that went back to life? Like the test that did just recently. Yeah, after the test that went back to life, they died. Again, so I can find again. So shouldn't that be an error that even if Tzadikim could come back to life, will ultimately die? Will die. someone else man online, that MS Marshall. It's interesting. We actually hold the opinion that the story of the festival, like the summer celebrations, the value of dry bones, that was a Marshall. That was a Marshall. It didn't actually happen, but that was about December. So this is not the second, the second is after the magic book, it's December. But those are the Mason shop lab, because the Agora Dona of the Shiva in Mason. The people who pressed up like that, right? They still have their feet, they sang Shiva and then they died again. Not Shiva, I mean, what do they say? Not Shiva, I mean, Hashem name is specific in the Chayavah. And Yeshua Omer, Shiva Omer, Hashem name is in Chayavah, Moritz Sha'avah. And we are there, we says, Pedas, Moshe Haya. Right now, we says, Pedas is Moshe Haya, and that's in the tree. Moshe Haya, it doesn't have it. And that's the thing, so all in the same way. And Omer, Lama Moshe, then Moshe Lama Pedas. Which one is it? And if you tell me it's Pedas, Pedas means it's going to be happen. So it didn't happen, it didn't happen. Otherwise, if it's a Moshe, it's a Moshe, it's Moshe, it's going up there. So the Moshe is Allah, but Pedas Moshe. Rather than reality, don't feel as a Moshe. Right? So let's say, by the way, so eating my focus about whether or not the episode of the festival of investigation didn't happen or was it simply a Marshall, fundamental Marshall question. The way you are showing us it seems to have been festival law. All you are fancy shows, you're not seeing Russian, but we keep on in the box. So I'm saying, no, it happened, by the way, he didn't die immediately after saying, like, what happened. That's the book of life. It's saying Shia, we're going to stop being married, we're kids. We're kids. So we went to Allah, we didn't say, Allah, I need to make the I know it's still Sharia, so kind of we want to see what's going up and I'm a descendant of it. I'm a descendant of one of the people who go back to life of the festival. I don't know if you ever read the tool, but I see from my great father. So beautiful. So it was reminding me of this executive festival. By the way, who are these people? Who are these people who died in these battles? Right? Who are these individuals who the festival brought back that lesson to school life? I'm not thinking of crying. Shemana keeps the time. This is incredible. And listen, there's a not so long story. Again, we get Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Province. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim, as well as the Ephraim's members of the other tribes. The division of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt or the other tribes. They were killed. So what happened with them? They made a mistake. They could be just made a mistake. She ran out. And they find she sell up the father to help the Sachas to help our God. Sachas to help his father to help. She sell up to help. They should have also help the fashion. Shit, that's about it. They put that people have got. You see, I saw the time that we had running right here. But I told you, I thought you were not coming. Again, so we give one. Part of my voice, let's say what happened with you. You're really scared. You're really listening to calculation. Remember, that this is our chances are doing. The children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started on the birth of Yitzchak. When the clock started from the actual brisket himself. So before 430 times they think, oh, it's time to go, it's time to go, and they leave. But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong, and they were killed. When you get some of the shows, yeah, the fest of what that life is kind of. So like, so sure, it says, in the other should come to the fest of Yitzchak. Should have a number like an opera, so it's like, okay, so Hema Hema Omer Yashia, so it's in the opera, because it is Yitzchak. So again, Shmuel says, these were people who know, listen, interesting. The judge has listened and they brought back to life by a festival. But you know that I've been showing them like weakness and shoulders. These are individuals unfortunately who had not even enormousness, not Russia, but everything that the moisture and stuff. We didn't have any other outlets from moisture associated with it. Now, had some associations shoot about these was not for these slash, only the other, the people are saying, how finish cuts in the Ramasi. These were people, unfortunately, don't really agree with this question. Now, the upper side of the group for conversation with the second communities as well. The group are this summit. See, awesome. But we don't know it's on summit. Okay, look, it says, makes it sure we got to do that. These are the people ultimately are going to die in because do that. Now, what's because do that? Now we're going to a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by the Bukharites. Right? So now we're going to so we do and you first of all, like, what happened in because do now it's because do that. So the church, the leader of the church, so it's a second white line, and the man of Taliban is meant to be with white. So listen to this. When the book had notes over the head and drop bodies, so what happened? So when the Taliban is buffering, train nothing at Shahali McDonald and Safari of them. When I did that young man, it was so exceedingly handsome, but it was so beautiful. Because the sun is shade, it's a beauty, but the sun is shade, like that. I think the sexual, he's a beautiful living essence. These boys, these young men are so handsome, but ultimately, they cut the sun to shade. So what happened? Castios rose also to show fast to others. And what happened? So the Castian women would see them, and women would get an experience of love flow, as the Azava flow. And I said, again, this concept of love comes down if you would, which means that sometimes, at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and do. So these Castian women saw these Jewish boys, and they experienced this flow. How many about them? Sometimes they're very husband. About them, sometimes other husbands told me, see that not for husband. So the kids said, they don't have probably didn't want something to be married. That guy really shuffles, so juggles, but still he was he's now ready to be very person. So what happens? See that not for luxury. The thing you have to find is training, step the very big distributor.
Miss Aquarius, how are you? Miss Aquarius, how you living, girl? What's good? Lovely, thankfully. How was your day? Excellent. And you had a relaxing How's that been? How's that like? All right. Are you ready for me? Can you repeat that, please? Well, I would expect that. You're excellent. How'd you meet Gojo?
Remember?
I didn't know what the name was.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah. Remember?
I remember you mentioned somebody, but I didn't know what their story was.
Glary. Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, get it. No doubt.
Shut him up. Why?
Get it. This Aquarius, that was a phenomenal strike. Yes, it was. Match it. No. I need one of the best spears in the history of the game. Got it. Spare.
So it's a simple question. Remember, it's greater.
Get it, girl.
Every person that's got so many Nebuchadnezzar, who was so evil that he could destroy the base of Mikdash and exile people. For all these terrible things, if you were to harness that power, if you were to harness that power, he was going to tell him what he could accomplish. Incredible.
As you wish. You got three. One of the most difficult splits in the history of the game.
Ultimately, 4 other kings were allies of Nebuchadnezzar, who incinerated dead. Because the Kestel brought back the dead, it was in the valley. The cool thing was, ultimately, again, all of these are tradition, all these miracles we have are tradition. But
Get those 3.
we know about the depth of the workings of
Maybe one going to hit over.
Oh,
baby, that was amazing. That was phenomenal. No doubt.
His force sounds like it says very right. So in the first psukim, in the first pasuk, there's 4 more names. In the second pasuk, there's less names, which indicates that's
It's right. Here we go. Give me this. Oh, come on. 81.
Sounds incredible. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. So are you sure Fukad is Baishin Sonam Ipana. What's the Supreme Gemara? What was Miyako saying? A person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are over our circumstances, so ultimately again we become all unstable, all confused.
Nice spare.
So as a result, we ourselves have to be undignified now. The Gemara says the power of the youth is always to maintain dignity and level headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So Hanani Rishon what did they do when they went to the Kibshan Aish? They fixed their functions, and they went ahead, and they stripped themselves out, and they were ready. And once again, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. God is able to maintain
Get that. What a great spare.
It's a punishment. Thank you. Always in the hands of a punishment.
No doubt.
Circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to be up there. What's the cap of the all right. They gave me 3A. So we go to the game. So okay, I show us this beautiful Gemara. So he came. I agree with them now. Shimei and I. I don't know if I got Shani in the help of the Torah.
No doubt. Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Big score. Big score. Thank you, man. Oh, that's okay. Get those. Got it. No doubt. Big score. Big score. Give this to me too. I want them all. I want them both. Give me this one too. Yes, ma'am. 107. That's a big score. That's a big score. I got a strike or spare on every thing in that. Yay. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Yes, ma'am. Nicest person.
But I only see a couple of branches. You can hold the branches. What's the chart? So the man says, I'm not the outlet of my own stuff. So again, the son of the country represents God. One of the essentially says, my goal, my desire is to hold on to the country of the power. That's what I want for the world. You have to hold on to the country. That should go all of the other sense of what's the brain shot. And unfortunately, you can't get my hands around the time. Why? Because time started rejecting me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. One of my branches, ultimately I'm going to find any showing that's out here. That's what I'm going to tell you. You notice like this is very common. And sometimes the ones you find yourself very interested in relationships. And getting so much more that people can come back and videos of that's simple. Those are expectations. Those expectations are here to again the entire time. And you gotta get into the whole time. You gotta get the whole time. What does he get? He gets a couple branches. There's no branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Just branches. Sometimes when you're not getting exactly what you want to try to experience relationships, of course, not with that group. I don't know what I just said. But we said I didn't be talking about sus adult. The only thing I got to show you is the of this story, like this is the who obviously this is from Italia. So imagine a man riding on with red face, he was standing between the windows that were really small, very small. And he was the end goes on, right? Then goes on to say that when they saw other red horses and white horses. But the man is like, what is that? What is it? So now if you get the part of that was called all the same life. The fact was ready to go this kind of group. A mountain was and it was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into a ready world. The Greek issue of this, never got them to see the heaven. We shall have to put the show now. Hashem Ishmael Kama Hashem Shemot. How sis had the way of blood force. The people who are for the only human we can. Look by that. So the great thing behind the world of the US. Jewish is like a kind of Shabazaya. This power of Israel. As soon as you see French on Azalea, ultimately when you come down here now, we only they have that's the Hashem Yitzhak. So those little branches in the small. What's the little branches? The little branches are the beginning. The little branches, there's just a little bit now, that you only has Hadassah. Yes, that's good. When you see that other couple of the small, is Baal Shemona, although it's Suda, but even outside how every Shemona, you are knowing a little bit less is what you got to do. So that, so outside, I give you that sort of thing. I'm not about Shemona, Socio-Fibra, by the way. So the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know if we see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. There's a tremendous person also in the red. The person is ready to go to the world. That's what we're especially if he's going.
changed his mind was when I was showing us three people. Changed HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mind about his higher world. So sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do is we do it for this one person. How much do you know? Listen, no matter what the problem you have, you're doing the problem. You get the right to shine inside. By the way, what about that? Thank you. It's great, even the greatest people of their generation. Like, there wasn't any there wasn't that stuff. There are other people. But yet, again, they see real perseverance, real courage. What our actions can do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. That's what I think. So, if Rabbi, let me talk. So, you know, Rabbi, let me talk. This is great. After Kanai Mishai Zayah, Kanai Kibshan, where do we go? Kind of like, what do we do after that? You know, so where do we do? Like, where do you the aspirants playing basketball? After that event, you never hear about them again. So where did they go? Did you say, Amara, the Ayin Hara, the guy is the result of Ayin Hara. Ayin Hara. There was subject of so much attention, and the piety between the subject and so much. That level of attention is not healthy. The guy goes out to buying color. So the short says, the Yogi couple, they drowned in spit and saliva. Now what is that? It's also incredible Marshall here. So Marshall says, this doesn't make any sense. He says, this is the fight should get a Marshall. Now again, keep the tail of it. Probably start by innovation also. This is the first outside very quickly. So then we might just say, the final time was out too long. Figure out. So the nations of the world, like a little bit like verbally beat up on the Jewish people and said, people, why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So Marshall says, what is the final time was out drowned in the saliva? Meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of rumors of the weather. So, like, you know, in terms of when people talk, so it is different. So the idea is that the Jews were doing like, beating up on rumors all night, and they're really embarrassed. So what do you mean the Kohen Isaiah died in the spirit in the saliva? It means that even the Kohen Isaiah did something so beautiful and so spiritually low. What because the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva. Like it was always spitting at Klal Yisrael, not spitting, but talking, spitting the mitzvah, that embarrassment caused them to die. So this is what's happening everywhere. No one's on Isaiah, what they did, all they did was remove the life of creation. And what they did ended up resulting in the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And the embarrassed Klal Yisrael, this culpability, even if it's fundamentally and totally unintentional. Let's see, what do you see from here? How careful we have to be with each other's feelings. How careful we have to be how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another. How are you going to get unintended embarrassment and hurt of another group has such dramatic consequences overwhelming. So we might say, like, no, stop, let's mention how we can better about it. Okay, such a dramatic, ridiculous it's probably already. So first if we need to be done, second if we need to say, they were going to sell, like they were trying to sell, they had children. But people are not focused on the religion, and the religion says, Ba'ayin Haramisi, that Yeshua was a rough time. Allah said, the rest of the we can only finish. No, now, Shibuma Yeshua, sorry, another, Atas, Akam Yoshim with Hashem, Ki Anshe Mofesim. So Moses, the Lord talks about Yeshua from God. We looked at the time, I think I put it on just a moment. And the concept of that Yeshua from God, the sinner, his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? Angel in the Rosh Hashanah, your face, I all that, said, Kanya, Mishal Na'azari. So you see the here, the Kanya Mishal Na'azari, after he's trying to keep Shan, moved there to sell, that's married and have families. Okay, but the mirror ain't her also, by the way. Where was Daniel? So Daniel was the most trusted advisor on the Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Kanai Mishal Azariah were being thrown to the Kishayish? Amarav, Lemithra, Nara, Lashkatadella. So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on like a civil engineering project. Which was about Smith, that's pasta, and he was actually begin to Spasa zaczynają zajęty, to nie jest Spasa chyba, ale nie to swój Hazula Szaniszą Sławy. He was there to bring Hazul, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So how do you get Alexandria? That's a Egypt had the best Hazul, the best pigs, and you have to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Baba. It's not true, but Hanya, the Tobi Salafay, our in part of the Hazul, yet more Shaniszą Swavi, in Shella, which are short living. No, I was say Spasa, Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they do not want people to, they do not want their animals to reproduce outside of Alexandria. They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock, so that you couldn't, they would sterilize the animal, before they was going to get on outside. So I was able to import these animals. So again, I think we should talk. What did he do? So literally I see the Lord that had it. He brought the young ones, so they don't have to have any of these making them is trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved when all of this occurred. Come on, brother. So there were three people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when this first time he saw his life happen. We'll see why he's going through it, right? I was talking to him with him. As far as I know, he's a Daniel Alpha, and the way you can see his nature. So it's really again. Daniel couldn't be alive because Daniel was there. Daniel also would have been thrown into the fire first. Why? Because he too would not have died. He usually thrown when they was when it would have been saved. People would attribute the salvation to him, to the Lord of Daniel, and not the prayer on time. And this was when I knew the show, and as I knew, this was their moment to shine. This is their moment to shine. And your point of the Lord is there. Next. And the Lord says, but the Lord is there. So the time you see it, but he also said, you know what I get out here? This is also part of the combination that 15 acres that is gotten thrown into the furnace. And not the downfall of the theological downfall come through. He also wanted to come to the Charles area. And the usual day of the to a little tiny little company. So it's interesting that the also sensed Daniel away. Why? The had a sense that this is going to hard. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he left because Daniel was a good age. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god. And he didn't know what the throne is open down into the throne. So how do you know that you're going to say, and you know, somebody like, how do you know that you can answer that? It's good. But I didn't know that you're not going to real second. Funny about you. Come on from Tzvaka Tzvaka Yisrael. I asked up by Kuyo, but Tzvaka and Masiya, and the deal of the Shuk and the Shaka. What's this now? This is all happening at the same time. At the same time, Australians are desires. What's this obviously again? So there are other people who also wanted to be a pathetic stature. So these two guys, Achor ben Kuyo and Sidkia ben Masiya. And they also pose as prophets of the Shaka. And they can't do it by the whole publishing. Asher Amar, Yisuk Asher Kitzur Ka'achar Asher Tocham Aschav Avrit Asher Safan. So Asher Safan. No Ne'amar Asher Safan no Ne'amar Ela Asher Kam. So the way you see this money, these two false prophets, Achor and Sidkia, were also thrown to the furnace. The interesting thing is they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So you know what happened with you. I'm going to show you. I'm going to start the furnace. They're made like roasted grains. Roasted grains, not totally insulated, but grain. So it's not so about us in the body itself. We're not supposed to so much we do not offer. What thing you got so bad because of the first is needed. It's not that. Also, that is actually the first. The rest of the world is looking at us. Kala Hashem, Hashem Tzidkia. The Tzidkia Amar, Kala Hashem, Hashem Achaz. Interesting. So let's see guys for more prophets. Let's go down and look at that. So Achaz is listening. Guys, go down and look at that. I'm the prophet of God. I'm speaking when God is telling you to respect you. And Tzidkia proposition is you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Tzidkia goes over to her. I come to the word of God. And Achaz teaches you you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so Allah, so Amar La'Lahi, so it's another, I feel like that's an amazing. It's interesting that she saw the regard in which they help the Jewish prophets, right? She doesn't say, like, get out of here. Like, rather than she says, Okay, she takes this to her father. This to her father. So I'm like, Elohim Sha'elu, Elohim Sonzinu. You kind of say, something doesn't sound right, because the God of his people, he reaps the moralities. So the nation that you instruct you, like to give yourself over to these men, doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? Yes, so the Rabbi says, so look at what says, next time they come your way, send them to you. Send them to you. Yes, the Rabbi. So the sooner they are, so sure enough again, when they come back, so go to the finance, so send them to the finance. So I'm going to remind, I'm going to you guys are some tell me to get but who gave you this message? I'm going to go. I am sure that vice are too, but I'm going to say, and you guys are listen, guys, we're fact checking. I asked them from that side. That's why I asked them trying to drive back to the supposed prophecy. And they told me fake news. They told me fake news, right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? Anyway, and now we read what I this is saying. So Sikya and Sikya, and I can say, well, second, why are Cyrus was anymore coming up? Your prophets and your prophets. I'm sure we're all coming in. So again, so now, just because Cyrus is not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So we let me go, God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. I'm not going to back to people. He can't get back to people, get back to seeing the purpose on his life. So you're going to say, you know what, I'll be ready. We're going to check out Randy's prophetic credentials. Well, just a little fiery kind of stuff. So if you guys don't mind, we'll subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, of course, your word is gold. Hold up there. I'm going to he was lost to help me, but it's not fair. It's not fair. They were saved because there were three of them. There's only two of us, Akkad and Cynthia. So I'm a little bit sad as a people that is the problem. What could the code not give up you see by that? Phone a friend. Phone a friend. Like, in other words, you're like, get the guy. This is what we want. We are what we want for your fungus museum. Go ahead. You're absolutely no problem. Choose whatever you want for if you can find it. So it's pretty open. I'm with you. So, you know, we choose your children on the side. We can see your children side. We're not alone. So they say, okay, we're going to choose your children on the side. Again, we just want to show them level. Once again, God bless you. Never again. He was friends. He did play with friends on his island. So it's simply Apple say, okay, we choose your children level. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So we must ask you, should I do it? If we minus, so what happens is we're going to furnace. I thought it's in your burns. I was in your burns. And it's what we're except one thing became singed. Okay, Shneimar, by Amin, so stuck in the Bible, only the Malach Hashem, see, Shneimar Hashem, our suffering, you got Hashem the Father, you got Hashem the Father, but I'm going to be down to seek you up. And in my time, I'm the heart point up, Mila. So now, the financial system is Yeshua. Obviously, I know. I'm sorry, so because it's anything that Akkad and Cynthia referring, because obviously you're going to false prophets. But my question is, my kind of hanging with point to Mila. You're sure you're obviously righteous. But why is it that you're holding that over the stage? In other words, Kanetza's mind, if you're righteous, then what? You should switch the phrase in totality. So why is it that you totally survived the fact that you're holding the stage? So the Gemara says, Kanan Mishal Lazarya for 100 people crowd. Kanetza says, you know, as I told you, Kanan Mishal Lazarya, this body wasn't even singed. You know, it's like 2 minutes like you said that. Stop talking about Kanan Mishal Lazarya, right? I got it. Get everything, you're fine. Right? So, the Kanetza prepared everyone that Kanan Mishal Lazarya, that body wasn't singed at all. So, you're short-term record. Obviously, you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but the body was singed. What happens over here? And we know it is one child with our type. So your church is pretty simple. They're three, they're divine marriage for 3 people. I'm only going to die. I'm going to go out run, you have to cover. So I said, I'm going to go most of the parents and news brothers. Basically, but I think we're going to go to the fire church, we're going to go in, and you're free of marriage, one of your state. أصلا محمد الشام بعدين الإسلام الشيء السنية أبو الشام بعد الإسلام الشيء السنية so it's again so teach yourself and then says here's the difference that ultimately I'm the source of the Kodesh by himself therefore the fire has no restriction I'm the source of the Kodesh with the shine the fire had no source to have an impact on them. What if the fire was giving some level of sheep, some level of control? The impact of his meal. But I got an sheep, straight Ishi, the Kakitiva, open Ishi. That's what people say, the famous adage. But if you have two dry sticks and one wet one, the dry one should ignore the wet one. There's still a wet stick, it's impervious to fire, but putting a fire around it, and ultimately again, the wet stick will be righteous as well. A person will be very righteous versus the wet stick is the shine. So the wet stick will be very righteous. But surround the wet stick by enough of shine, and unfortunately, again, we're showing the impact on the Sabbath as well. The impact of our surroundings. So listen, by the way, my training knowledge, what's the energy? So more feels like that's something that we do. But if you're sure one level is really a big Sabbath, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact you at all. Why did the fire impact you? שהיום לא עושים משהו שאין להביא את זה, או מחלל, כאלה. Because the sun is beginning to evolve with it. So if I'm not to marry, then you're not married. And you're sure the father said it. Failure to exercise the right to control property, failure to pay attention to control, as you can become so. She never be sure you love the level soil. You're sure to go short term, you never show you love the level soil. Unless you're the final notes, you're sure the boss of Pura, or the Father. I'm going to take from bounce back out, but it's a problem. Mike is in a similar passage. She has owned a muscle, so that's a glass rest. Which goes to the bars, and literally again, the passage says the bars, we heard six bodies. So what is my she has owned 6 bodies. Even for some non-particularly to give her 6 bodies kernels. So we must repeat that question about eating the whole sheep soul. The bars just give a person 6 bodies. So it doesn't make any sense. It's like Sabbath give her all the days when you 3 beats. Sheep soul. Rather we gave her 6 saw. Now that's a lot of army. So let's repeat that question. We shall eat our sheep soul. It's only going to carry that 6 saw. But it's a lot of army. I will shall see the sheep on the mountains in relation to that and the sheep's breakfast. So it's in fact, it just makes it says, that's 6 body parts. Right? There's a number, so was another tradition that she was going to have 6 sons who each be banished with 6 blocks. So it wasn't meant to be a sustained gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Lord says, this is what is 6 sons, but anyway, this is another 2 descendants. So again, each of them blesses in God's name, right? David, Mashiach, Daniel, Emmanuel, Michelle, Osiris. That was in part of it. This is pedigree. That was another yoke to trace it out to. They're criminals. I'm going to go back to the line. That's what at least I think Tennessee. And Alpha goes back to law, and we're supposed to be. Sometimes in life we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Some of you are well out of crossroads, some of you are unaware out of crossroads. But this is the importance of living life in front of a marathon, so that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're remembered for the point of a decision, and it seems to be actually kind of a crossroads, so you're going to David, the sin. Bayan, Akad, I saw this like this son of the Mishai, Yagel Nadin, Yiva Kayo, Yish Mekala, Bimnabon, so it's about Shem Imo. So 6 blocks of the part of each of these articles for the using 6 blocks that are like, but already, alright, what's it like? Well, obviously, let's say, now this was Seth of Doeg, who was one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. And let's say, now, Doeg meant it, we were saying, let's say, somebody compliments someone. It's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. And then so we meant to be disparaging. And let's keep telling us so good about your day and my life, your family, your family, should be able to show. You know, how to ask questions in Torah. He won, should be able to answer questions in Torah. Should be able to more conscious of Torah. He knows how to give and take in the battle of Torah. Each Torah, Shema upon a battle. He's a beautiful appearance, but he knows how to assert himself in the battle. Ultimately, whenever David says the halacha always follows him. The Kula in all of these areas, Shaul said this is beautiful. And my son Jonathan has these same attributes. Kevan the Amr Leib Hashem Imo, Nasa the Bidei, Nani Lo Haladay, Haladay to the Haladay. But ultimately, again, when David said Hashem Imo, Hashem is what the meaning that the halacha always follows David. That David always has what the halacha sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did Jonathan. That's when Shaul became jealous, and that of course sets off this entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat, and literally tries to kill him. So the Shaul did, the Hashem Yifra Yashia, by Shaul says wherever he is set for this eyes of you desolate, killing his enemies. The David said that the Hashem Yifra Yashia, wherever David will turn, ultimately going to be successful. So again, both are the stories of success. The David has an elevated form of success for the Shaul, incredible. We know today, how do you know that we say these things? So it says, Ksiva Kalamera, Kamera, Ari, Yuka Shemai, Ksiva Sam, the ship usually after Shaul, you know, when you enter here, so you should build that, then how do you have the other affairs? Of course, next to us, Mashiach, next. So therefore, I will say, the point over here is point over here. What Russ is descendant, remember, Boaz gives Russ 6 points of barley, highlight, so they have 6 descendants, where each bench themselves with 6 blocks. Then this one doesn't have one of those descendants, and 6 blocks is like Mashiach. So it says, what's the rock of Mashiach? So beautiful. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. So these are the prophets of Mashiach. This is not the Mashiach. I don't say these are the prophets of Mashiach. Which also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I want to say someone, Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvahs and suffering and suffering. And the Lord says, what is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite unlearning difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we saw yesterday about ultimately that if you learn Torah, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, ultimately what's important also we have on Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our Yiddishkeit even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with business, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Another says, the more of Mashiach is very interesting. And plus, we're not really going to stop what we have for today. Right. I'm going to say, I should have gone down. I'm going to write. Look, I got it. We didn't finish the dot. We didn't finish all the way. I'm going to say, but the man like these, we look normal. We look normal. I feel like we're a little bit abnormal. They're going to be much more really described like tremendous. All right, we'll say good morning. I'd like to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning to thank our annual. And the first sponsor. The first Mishpach of ROTHSCHILD for dedicating all the streaming vessels this year as a source for the service tunnels for Am Yisrael. Our commentator sponsors for the month of Adar, Ba'alim, Tova, Kari, and Tzin, the loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, and Yosef Cohen, the Ziv of Nadine and Bunny families in memory of William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Anfer, in memory of Judy Golden, Yehudis, Esther, Bas, and Elazar, and our week of learning sponsors,
Ruben Rakovsky in memory of Ira Kasavsky and Lillian Waxley to holy the Brachiyot and merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Neshamas having our families during the Chama, all of those who need to finish having to call police, so that we just for Shem Yer to Shem Yer, all of our hostages and all these soldiers to be successful at fall of Maaseh Yedayim. Let's do that. Let's go. Today's daf is Tzadik Gimel 93. We are starting on Tzadik Days Amud Aleph 92a, 14 lines up from the bottom, but we got this. Rabbi Lazar says as follows: Koshin Mahanik Madi Hamim Faso, Enos Simon Rafi. Anyone who does not literally again allow from the Hamid to benefit from his possessions will not see Rafa forever. Meaning, it's another way of saying that a person is supposed to share his possessions with Hamid Hamim, meaning supports Torah. If a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, will never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. In other words, what's the logic over here? We're talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Torah, thinking that by not giving them, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the halacha says it doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, you'll just have less for yourself. Shneimar. Ein Tzvi Afla Akim Lo Yachal Tuvo. The Ein Tzvi Elohim Chamim Shnar Tzvi Asher Hashem Korei Ba'amra L'Lasar. Those also tells. Koshin V'Shayir Hasal Shofana Erasim Lachiyom. If at the end of the meal you don't leave over bread on your table, you will not see blessing. Which means, in other words, make sure to always leave over some bread on your table. Okay? So the Gemara says, on the other hand, the Gemara says, Shneimar In Tzvi Afla Akim Lo Yachal Tuvo. The Gemara says, Amar Rabbi Lazar, from the Meshayir Pesisim and Shulchano, Kilo Ovid Avod. But Rabbi Lazar said, there are only over bread, literally pieces of bread on this table. Ultimately, it's as if he worships idolatry. So it sounds like, obviously, the believing over bread is not a good thing. So the Gemara says, Shneimar Ochem Legad Shulchan, Malim Lamanim Rasach, Lokasha, Hadi Ikashner Bahadeh, Hadi Lakashner Bahadeh. So apparently, the way of Avodah Zarah, this Avodah Zarah God, the way he worshipped it was little pieces of bread together with the whole loaf. So if you leave little pieces with the whole loaf, that's what it looks like Avodah Zarah. But just go ahead and leave pieces, that's what it's in the So what's the shot of leaving over bread? Leaving over bread represents the sin bracha in one's house. So first of all, this can be a little bit more of almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra, so similarly we overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. So leaving over extra bread indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that if there's leftover bread, that means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's Kedusha? What's Kedoshi to you? The Ramban says, Kadesh is Aslicha b'Mashem Torah. Is moderation. Is even not just throwing away from mutter, so even within the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself, I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the shot as well. But if I have a meal and I don't eat everything, but I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately again, that's a display of moderation. And when there's moderation, ultimately there's Kedusha. Okay, now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, Machlek B'Dibur could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. So literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, this is what this means in just a moment, Kashto min eres, his bowl is empty. What does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Kashto min eres, Rashi says over here, so the Gemara says, Koach kishui eder shalo, min ar she'ena moed. So Rashi seems to think over here, and again, we'll discuss what erva means, but if a person looks at erva, he sometimes like something illicit, Kashto min eres. Rashi understands this to be a metaphor that literally he becomes impotent.
right? So Koshi Shiro, so getting on shut near Shiro moment, man, area there, Kashka, area, I can start the box, Mamis Rebasa, Utar Kashka, and the Stankel, and the Kashi, the Alliance, the Ish, Kashka word. So, first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something you're not supposed to be looking at. So, if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second approach of Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. Could be even when he's with his own wife, he thinks about a married woman. Either he's talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashton Eres, his bow is empty. Now again, so actually it says it's like a erectile dysfunction. He's just not going to be able to father children. That's also what a deeper level what it's saying is like this. That the thing about arousal, the thing about immorality, is that it's all consuming. Like when a person has a lust, a person has a desire for arousal, it takes over the individual and literally it can sap a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? In other words, we can only go so long without sleep. Right? We feel that this hour in the morning, right? I can only put it in other words, as much as I want to say that the potential is limitless, which is true, my clock is not. It does go a certain point in time where there's no more gas in the tank. I think what Chazal is telling us is, be careful what you use your energy for. Because there are certain things that are also consuming the abundant energy. Which is halayos, immorality is one of those things. It'll empty your boat, right? It'll empty the tank. It'll go ahead and sap you of all your vitality, and therefore, not only am I engaged in Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. Found Gemara. Let's go. Person should always be humble. Rashi says over here, be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. Fascinating. Which this is, there's a concept of nigei, which means a home kirat saras. But interestingly enough, the only way for home kirat saras is if you can get natural light in the house. Ultimately, a home does not have windows. We don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's tzaras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get tzaras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. Amr Tavi, Amr Noshia, Michael Siv. What's the meaning of the passage that says Sha'ol v'otzerechem eretz v'otzever mayim? So the tima inyan Sha'ol etzerechem. What's the connection to Sha'ol is the grave, Rechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? Along with the Chavis, you can say Ma Rechem Machnis Umotzi. Right, just like Rechem, just like the womb takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen and ultimately again emits the baby. Sha'ol Machnis Umotzi. So to the grave. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, but Motzi Yasanesim. Lalot from Kalachomer, Uma Recho Machnis Umotzi Motzi also the Kolikolos. So the womb which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits with great cries, like the baby. So Sha'ol Machnis Umotzi Elodin Shemotzi the Kolikolos. So the grave, which apparently someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. What we call right, it was crying. So too when it emits, i.e., there's going to be even greater cries of joy. You can't show the only ultimately, then the says this is a conclusive proof that just Tchesanesim. So once again, you see fixated, including the notion of Tchesanesim. So where it says, this is a good guy. How did they live? Sadiqim Shashak Koshbarach Allah. So in the closing after, so it's this fascinating halacha. Sadiqim Koshbarach is going to go ahead and bring back Tchesanesim during the Moshe Mashiach, Messianic era, will not die. That's right. All these questions come up. All questions the resurrection of the dead. Okay, it's really incredible. So people die, and afterwards, the Gemara says, Tzadikim goes on. Once the Tzadikim are resurrected, they remain alive. Shneimar Ba'ya, Nishar, Tzion, Vanos, Yerushalayim, Kadosh, Yom Rabah. Halakos, L'chaim, Yerushalayim, Kadosh, L'olam, Kaim, Akim, L'olam, Kaim. So the
compares tzaddikim to Kadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so too when tzaddikim come back to life, there'll be an element of eternality as well on the days. Then Gomar, Osam Shanu Shasra Kadosh Baruch Hu Bahem, Es Shas, Osa Shas, the Kadosh Baruch Hu Shemar, the Niska Vashem Rebazo by Yomamu. And so this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea of greater depth. That there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Right? We have this. We're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? Take 2 or 3, whatever number we're up to, right? Because Rabbi is going to recreate another world from me, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and the problem will start again. What happens to the tzaddikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? So the Gemara says, right? So we must mind also that the problem of something I'm finding to Sharon. Hashem is for the tzaddikim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. Because it wasn't the water. So the Pasha said, the world will be recreated. That's the original state of creation, right? So the world will go back to water, but the tzaddikim will be given wings, and ultimately again those wings will propel them over the water. Which was like, by the way, such a Shemar, maybe we'll say they have tsar, maybe they have pain with difficulty doing this. Like Omar, he called it Hashem wings like eagles, Yarutsu, below you go, Yelfu, below you off. Ultimately, again, you will go, you will run, you will not be tired, you will walk, and you will not be tired, you will not be tired. And the other thing is, it's also ultimately, this is such a beautiful use of something to really keep in wings. Truth is, that's the thing you have wings. The great apple that become an assassin, the benefit of becoming an assassin is sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life flows through. The purpose of some people is they have to be able to literally transcend all of the difficulties and challenges. So the amazing Sheffield test so the says as follows. So what about we're going to talk about this a little bit, we referenced this already. What about the dead that the Cheskel brought back to life? Right, the Cheskel did Cheskel. Now, after the Cheskel brought those people back to life, they died again. Sorry, they died again. So shouldn't that be a raya that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So the Gemara says, "Some of the command Amar, the MS Mashal." This is interesting. You actually hold the opinion that the story of Yecheskel, right? You had some salvations, the valley of dry bones, that mashal. That was a mashal. It didn't actually happen. That's why we're going to have a sign note. So this in of itself is such a dramatic conflict. It's the sign note. And those are Omer, Mason Shef, yeah, Yecheskel, Amdor, Agayim, Al Yeshiva, and Mason. The people who Yecheskel brought back to life, they stood on their feet. They sang Shira and then they died again. Mashira Amru, what did they sing? Mashira Amru, Hashem Nemes Tzedek Mechayim Yeshua Omer, Shira Zu Amru, Hashem Nemes Mechayim Monish Sha'al Bayah. Yehuda Omer, Yehuda says, Emes Mashal Haya. Yehuda says, Emes Mashal Haya. Emes is true. Mashal Haya is a parable. It doesn't make sense. All over the country. In MS, Lama Mashal, in Mashal Lama MS. Which one is it? If you tell me it's MS, MS means that it really happened. So if it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a Mashal, it's a Mashal. What's going on here? So you might say, Allah, the MS Mashal Haya. Rather, what it means is, in reality, the whole thing was a Mashal. Right? So let's say, by the way, it's fascinating podcast about whether or not the episode of the Cheskel with the Atzah Sedation didn't happen or was it simply a Mashal fundamental of focus. Was real serious in the real world. Racing Shehake Cheskel Allah, Alu La'aris Israel, the Nasu Mashal, while we do Pamela Balas. Incredible. So they're saying, no, it really happened. And by the way, they didn't die immediately after seeing Shira. Right? What happened? Cheskel brought them back to life. They sang Shira, they went to Israel, they married, they had kids. So you must say, Amar Bigudim and Messira Aragla Ba'amar, Ani Nipnei B'neihem. Follow the tefillin sheniach li avi abba. So he's very serious. Stands up and says, "I'm a descendant of him. I'm a descendant of one of the who was brought back to life from the Cheskel, and ultimately I got used of the tefillin that I received from my great grandfather." So beautiful. By the way, who were these people? Who were these people who died in this valley? Right? Who were these individuals who Cheskel brought back there? Listen. Love Amarav even Ephraim Shemanu the Keats to tell. This is incredible. I will say there is a not so long story that there are a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim. And so also Ephraim's members are lower than the